This recording session is quite a while away from the last one, so please do forgive us if it's been a little while, but we are doing our darndest. We are very close to the end now. Oh, not close to the end, but because the final day of investigation takes a while, but we're getting there. So you might want to remember what just happened at the end of the last one. We got handed the SL9 incident files.
Oh, the
Joe Dart killings. Yep. Remember this?
Yes.
And then a bunch of very familiar names showed up there, like Marshall, what's that about? Skye, Edgeworth, Damon Gant.
Wait, so Skye was a witness and on the investigation team?
It appears so, yep.
Weird. Wait, there's two Marshalls, Neil Marshall and Jake Marshall.
Jake Marshall, yep. There certainly are two Marshalls.
I didn't catch that last time, I don't think.
The court will now reconvene for the trial of Miss Lana Skye. Oh, it feels so good to do this voice again. I feel like I just was forced to say something truly unimaginable. At least in a courtroom setting. Anyway, call me.
Emma didn't come back.
Probably doesn't want to be here for this. Allow me to call the next witness to the stand. The officer in charge of guarding the evidence room on the day of the crime. If you need a little help getting yourself reoriented, just let me know, because I know it's been a while for us because we record this in between sessions for other stuff that we have to do on the channel, so. Anyway, witness, please state your name and occupation.
Me, partner? Oh, I'm just a man, same as you, wandering the trails of civilization.
I asked you for your name and your occupation. Occasionally helping the elderly cross intersections when needed. Yes, we get it.
Oh, I know. You're a patrolman.
As for my name, if you listen hard enough, you can hear the howling wind calling it out.
Jerkwad. Jerkwad.
Oh, did you just hear it? I thought I heard it too. To be exact, it is Jake Marshall, Your Honor.
Howling wind? I've never heard Edgeworth described that way before.
Now, Mr. Marshall, let me ask you something. You were in charge of guarding the evidence room on the day the crime took place. Is this correct? Look at my big hand, my very big pointer finger, which I'm pointing at you. How do you feel about that? Pointing right in your... I'm gonna get right up close to your nose. Boop.
Oh, you booped me. That's fun. According to the papers, partner.
Oh, what do you mean? What are papers? It's 2016. I get all my news off of Apple News.
The desperado's soul is as boundless as the desert sands. No paper can sum it up.
Well, then what the fuck are we doing here? Maybe it's best we get on with this quickly. Please show us with your testimony of the day of the crime. In plain, old English. Not desperado or whatever that is.
All right, duly noted. Old English.
Oh, fuck.
Well, I can't do Old English, but we can do Middle.
You can?
When that April with its chorus sota, the vines of March hath pierced to the rota.
Oh no!
Wait, sorry. No, I got one of the words wrong.
Yeah.
The something of March hath pierced to the rota, and bathed every vine in such liquor, of which virtue engendered is the floor.
Okay, now vowel shift me. Come on.
When Zephyrus eke with his sweet wreath inspired hath in every holt and heath, etc., etc., etc.
I will come over there if you do not want to be cooperative. You see this finger? I'll boop you again.
Did you know that describing people as thick goes back to Chaucer?
I'm not surprised.
That wench thick. That's something Chaucer says.
I've read a little bit of Chaucer. I can't get through much of it because it's so hard to figure everything out. But from what I've read of Chaucer, that dude was a raunchy fucker.
By the way, I apologize for mispronouncing all of the things because it's been...
It's okay. Who's gonna check you on that?
Somebody. It'll happen.
All right.
I used to know the correct pronunciation. They made us do Middle English in high school.
What the fuck?
It was awesome. Best English class I ever had.
Oh my god. I'm trying to think of an English class I took that didn't really make me hate more books than I like them.
Exactly.
It's so hard.
That's what every one of them was like, except for this one. The teacher was great. He was like, no, we're not doing it that way. We're just going to explore a bunch of interesting and unusual topics about the English language in depth.
That sounds awesome.
Yeah.
I remember one now. In I mentioned this before, but it was a high school course I took. Dystopian Lit.
I took that
And
course.
the final project was to create to formulate a utopian society.
Yeah.
And I'm like, that's cool. I like that.
I put mine on boats.
How did people do things that aren't on the boats?
They didn't. Everything was on boats.
So you created an offshore tax haven.
Yes. Yes, I did.
In international waters.
Yes.
Good. Read your line before
it was cyberpunk too.
I will come over there.
My job was to keep a wary eye on that bone orchard.
You're the one that's like, oh, I wanted to get in and out tonight. Let's just make sure we do it, get it done.
They said I was supposed to make rounds 3 times a day, but that ain't my style.
And then you go on about Middle English for...
Besides, the room's protected by 2 security systems anyway. If I remember right, I was at a street side saloon at the time it went down.
Drinking on the clock. You know what? Sure, I agree.
I'm just an innocent traveling man, so if you're out of ammo, it's time I hit the trail.
So he claims he wasn't there.
I can't say I particularly care for your attitude.
Oh, you're getting ready. You're getting ready. Okay, hold on.
I can't say I care for your beard, but you don't see me complaining.
But... Wait, does no one like my beard? I like my beard. Does no one else... Have you all been making fun of my beard for the past year?
Wait a minute.
No, we're talking about the beard now.
What do you mean by 2 security systems? I mean the security cameras and the ID card reader. I reckon even a cowpoke like you knows about those. Yes, well, what about the fingerprint-activated locks on the evidence lockers? Fingerprint-activated locks? What kind of newfangled doohickeys are those? He's not being very helpful.
Interesting. He's not that good with machines or with following orders.
Everyone's got their weaknesses now, don't they, Mr. Prosecutor?
Yes, I am weak to fire type. And only fire type.
I see.
This one seems like trouble. Okay, Mr. Wright, he's all yours.
You don't... Alright, go for it. Do it.
It's not time yet. Now it's time. How exactly did you keep an eye on the evidence room? I just made sure nothing moved in the security camera monitor. That room's so still, even time dies in there. I was just a caretaker who entered the recordings.
That's so still that even time dies in there. That's actually poetic. I like that.
Yeah.
I like that.
You interred them? Videos and nothing aren't that useful. When the time would come, I'd erase the tape.
If nothing unusual is recorded, the tapes are to be erased every 6 hours.
Each time I'd erase a tape, it felt like I was erasing a part of my life.
Okay, now you're pushing the poetic angle.
This guy has a flair for the dramatic, but it isn't going to do him any good.
Yeah.
So, in actuality, you don't physically enter the evidence room.
Well, I'm pressing.
Me too. But you made your rounds on the day of the crime, right? Ain't you heard a word I said, partner? I told you that ain't my style. I'm afraid I don't understand. No desperado I know lets rules get in his way. No desperados I know join the police force.
Hell yes! Say it again! Oh, you were thinking that one. But
What?
you were thinking that one to yourself. Sorry. So, Officer Marshall, on the day of the crime?
Just between you and me, I didn't set foot in the evidence room that day.
There was a rubber glove stuck in the victim's locker. Do you know anything about it?
Sorry, partner, can't say I did. I haven't been in that crypt in weeks. How does this guy avoid being fired?
Because he's been there long enough and has enough specialized knowledge that no one else can do the job he does, apparently. Or something like that.
You used to be a detective, so you've used the evidence room in the past, correct? Of course. Back in the day, my locker was a gold mine of evidence.
You're doing an admirable job with voice, by the way.
And yet, you didn't know about the fingerprint locking mechanism? Sorry, partner, I ain't good with machines. I couldn't even tell you how a bike works.
Oh, I can. It's got 2 wheels. And they go vroom.
Thank you, Your Honor.
Please give the judge a judge snack. Thank you.
We'll talk after court, Your Honor.
That's quite incredible.
The sensors on the locker handles cannot be seen. It's well known that some detectives are unaware of their presence.
You might say, without love, it cannot be seen.
I don't think that applies here. I see what you're going for, but I don't think it applies in this scenario.
I'll workshop it.
At any rate, it doesn't seem that this is relevant to the crime. Can you tell us what you were doing when the crime took place?
If I remember right, I was at Oh, I forgot that I'm supposed to be pressing.
Why are you repeating yourself again?
It's unclear.
It's very interesting to hear you speak a second time, but very unnecessary.
What were you doing in a place like that? I was eating spaghetti. Not even Angel's steak lunches can beat that parlor's vongole sepia pasta.
Do you mean to tell us you abandoned your police duties to eat some noodles? Right on.
Not all desperados eat tacos, partner.
That's not what I was taking objection to, but I hope this at least taught you a lesson.
That's strange. This is usually where Edgeworth says,
Did you not want a raise this year?
out of ammo, Officer Marshall. That's right, partner. Or as you'd call it, evidence. If you plan to pin me to this crime, then you better draw. Otherwise, you're just wasting my time. My steel horse is waiting to carry me back west into the sunset.
The police station is actually east from here. Fun fact.
Sure is.
So do you go all the way around to get back to... Oh, that's impressive. And time-consuming. Do you get to bill them for the hours traveled? One thing seems clear. Despite being responsible for guarding the evidence room, the witness doesn't appear to have seen anything.
Texans don't take orders from anyone. Everyone knows that.
Oh, is that true?
Apparently your superiors don't. Okay, I have a trump card up my sleeve, so I'd best keep my cool. Before I use it, though, I'd better up the ante.
Okay, so let's see here. So this is about the day of the murder in the evidence room.
Yeah. So
we want to pin him there.
So let's look at what we got.
You want to see what we got?
Yeah. Is he on the record of who went in and out?
So we do have that record of who went in and out. I believe
he isn't, but there's all sevens. That's interesting.
Yeah. Okay.
Who could that be?
Let's see.
So, oh god. Oh, we have his fingerprints in there.
Yeah.
We have his fingerprints. But didn't we see a thingy for the noodle place?
A thingy for the noodle place? Talk to me. What are you thinking?
Maybe I hallucinated that. I thought someone dropped or that something was written on the back of. No, I'm getting it confused with a different thing.
Okay.
It was something that that Gumshoe had that was written on the back of a thing for a restaurant place.
Yeah. I'll tell you, that's not the line of reasoning.
Okay, good.
Yeah. So what else do we have that can put him there? It's been a while, so we are going to take a moment here just to, like, recheck our evidence and stuff. We don't have him on the thing here.
It's odd that he'd see nothing, given that people went in and out.
Yeah. Wait, oh, maybe we can pin him with that.
Yeah. Okay.
Oh, so he's claiming he wasn't there, so showing that people went in and out won't actually help us. Okay.
Oh, he's claiming he wasn't there, so we need to prove he was. Okay. Right.
If that's true... Here, let's save our game real quick. Just because I genuinely don't remember how we're supposed to attack this part here. Rooms protected by 2 security systems anyway. 3 times a day, that ain't my style. If that was true, then how did people get entered on the log?
That's true. Let's present the log.
That's not it. Nope.
Huh.
Shall we try presenting the fingerprint? Seems like the very conclusive piece of evidence.
Yeah.
Here.
Well, let's do it.
Oh yeah, there it is.
The entire time we were trying to find another way because it said I have a trump card, but I gotta do something else first.
Yeah. To be clear, we were trying to see if there was another line of reasoning because because Nick is like, oh, but I got a trump card, but I gotta pin him a little bit harder first. But I suppose that's not our trump card.
Officer Marshall, doesn't it strike you as odd? That is, you being called in to testify like this. After all, you weren't in the security room at the time of the crime. And yet you dragged me down here. Explain yourself, partner. It's quite simple. You left a very large trail behind at the scene. Or to be exact, a handprint. Listen real good, partner. Like I said, I'm the caretaker of that crypt. I pay my respects, that is, make my rounds about once a month. It's only natural my fingerprints would be in there.
Yeah, but those aren't regular fingerprints, Potato Chip.
I only wish it were, officer. But you see, your fingerprints were covered in blood.
Oh, damn.
Witness! What is the meaning of this? Your blood-stained fingerprints were at the crime scene? And Terrobang?
The blood was wiped away. However, a luminol test clearly revealed this. Well, Officer Marshall? It seems to me there ain't a person in this room with a head on his shoulders.
Oh? I take it you have an explanation then, Officer Marshall?
About the blood-stained fingerprints?
Officer Marshall on Mars? I've just started getting into podcasts. This is the hot new thing, right?
Yes, sure.
Very well, you may begin your testimony about your fingerprints found at the scene of the crime.
Alright, so that was the way forward. Okay. We were overthinking it, as we are wont to do.
Like I said, it's only natural for my fingerprints to be in that evidence room. One of them just happened to be at the same place as the blood-stained handprint. The murderer touched the locker where my fingerprint was by chance. The bloodstain and the fingerprint are completely unrelated. Or didn't you know the murderer was wearing gloves? See? I had nothing to do with it. Why would he know that?
It's a very weird thing for him to know, right?
The witness's explanation appears valid,
Although it is in the video, too.
though there is room for doubt.
Life wouldn't be fun without any doubt, partner.
Oh, have you tried pressing the X button? I'm told that is how a local detective does it here in LA. Because we're set in LA. And not... It's a joke about the local... Okay, never mind, I'm moving on. The defense may now cross-examine the witness.
This guy's hiding something. I can feel it.
Oh, did you see it too? He's got something underneath that poncho of his.
Now's my chance to prove it.
Bloodstained fingerprints. Gotcha. I beat you.
That's because you, how did you put it, pay your respects once a month? Yeah, that's right. That and one more thing. That locker happens to be mine.
What? What do you mean?
I mean what I said. That's the locker I used when I was a detective. The locker I still use. All that's in there now, though, is a heap of broken dreams. I see. It'd be strange if my prints weren't all over that locker. Apparently his fingerprint data was never removed from that locker's programming.
Yeah, buy that.
He must have been using the fingerprint lock all this time without ever knowing it.
Interesting. So now we know that that's on his own locker. Interesting. Okay, I'll let you have that one. You don't have to hit me.
I'm not hitting, I'm pressing.
Okay, that's fair.
So then, what about the bloody handprint? Wasn't mine, it's no mystery.
Please explain.
My locker is covered with my fingerprints. It just so happened.
Okay.
The chances of that happening are a quadrillion to 1. You could only be innocent at a chance of a quadrillion to 1.
This is gonna poison every other Let's Play we do.
It will.
isn't
I'm
it?
so sorry.
It's alright, I love it.
On the contrary, one could argue just the opposite. The chances of that not happening are 1,000,000 to 1.
That's not how that works. Actually,
Get one thing straight, partner. You ain't gonna get no reward for me with a mere fingerprint. You wanna know why?
I'm being pressed. I'm being pressed.
Unrelated. They are as different as night and day. Kinda like cereal and cereal. One's got to do with breakfast while the other's a type of murder.
oh! That makes so much more sense now. Why did no one explain that before? It's like we're going to all this work to put someone away for killing cereal. That seems like a lot of work, but... Oh, because there's 2 different words and they sound similar, but they're actually spelled differently. I'm gonna need a moment to mull this over. Seemingly alike, they are totally different.
I don't see what homonyms have to do with this.
Well, we are very progressive here.
How do you know that? I may be a loner, but I still do my job. I keep up on the reports.
There was a blood stain at the scene thought to be left by the murderer.
That's right. It was found on Detective Gumshoe's locker.
However, no fingerprints were detected on that handprint.
Oh yeah, I think we tried that too.
So that would mean the murderer, wearing gloves, happened to place their hand on top of Officer Marshall's fingerprint.
That's the only logical conclusion. Are you starting to get the picture, partner? The picture? This seal of blood. In the desert, it's just food for the buzzards.
You're a very exhausting person to talk to, you know that?
I am told that, yes. There's only one reality, and that's this.
Security tape.
So long as my trail isn't in there, you can't say otherwise.
This isn't getting us anywhere, Mr. Wright. Please consider carefully where you're going with this cross-examination.
Yes, Your Honor.
Now then, continue your testimony, Officer Marshall.
Too bad it wasn't me in that video, right, partner? What do you mean by that? You want to tie me to this crime, isn't that right, partner? If so, that video is the only direct evidence you have. But that video is next to useless. It's full of blind spots.
Blind spots?
Places you can't see. The camera's panning back and forth, the floor isn't shown. If someone was familiar with the camera's position, they could leave the room without being caught on tape.
We don't have time for your speculations, Mr. Wright.
Well, Mr. Wright, if you can show us this evidence in the video that indicates Officer Marshall was present, please do so now.
God, is there any? Can we watch the video real quick? I legit don't remember what's in it.
Yeah, let's take a look. It has been a while, so let's take a look at this, right? So... It's weird having the tense investigation music over this. Do, 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 do. Alright. Then walks Goodman. Opening the locker over there. Okay.
Glove falls out.
In walks Mike Meekins. Looking... Oh! Oof. Man, whoever put that blue badger there, just... worst positioning possible.
Yeah, huh.
I do kind of like how this works out, though, because it's the only time you get something like this in the original Ace Attorney trilogy.
Locker was opened. His locker was opened. Something was placed inside. He was there. Fucking called it. I knew there was something in the video. There's evidence in the video.
It definitely seems like his locker was opened.
Very well. Allow me to point out your mistake, Officer Marshall.
Tread carefully, Mr. Wright, or you might wind up being the one making the mistake. Did I ever thank you for saving my life, like a couple months ago? Thank you for that.
You're welcome.
I feel like I was being very mean right now, and I'm trying to change that. We don't need to be adversaries here. We can be working together. This is not the time for that. Judge, help me.
All right, let's have another look at that video, and you two can work on that later. Show us the incriminating evidence of the witness, Officer Jake Marshall.
All right, so we want to fast forward pretty darn far here.
Yeah.
Pan, yep, see, nothing is in a locker there. Pants back. And then...
Yeet.
There it is.
Bringing our attention back to the security camera is a mistake I'm afraid you'll soon not forget, Officer Marshall. The days are short in Texas, and so are our tempers.
Actually, they're the same length as anywhere else around that area. It's not really that a Texas thing. I feel like someone should tell you. I feel like you're underneath a lot of misimpressions about the state of Texas.
Well, that's how it is in Texas.
See, there's another one. You know what? We'll talk later.
Could you sum up what you have to say in 8 words or less? Very well. You can clearly be seen in this video. Exactly 8 words. Not bad, partner. The key lies in a certain locker shown in the video.
That locker with the white cloth still sticking out. That was the witnesses, I believe.
Now then, let's rewind the video a bit.
Oh, and you best bet that we're gonna get to sit here through all of it.
Whew.
Alright. Yep, linger for a good while bit there, alright. Yep, oh, hold on, it's coming back. Ah, there it is.
Oh, the white cloth, it's gone. What is the meaning of this, Officer Marshall?
When the crime took place, the white cloth wasn't there. Then it suddenly appeared. There's only one explanation. Officer Marshall, you were in the evidence room at the time of the crime. What's more, you opened your locker when the camera was turned away.
Order! It seems that's the only...
Hold your horses. Sorry, partner, but you got the wrong man. So what if my locker was opened? That doesn't mean I'm the one who opened it.
We've been talking about this for a while now. Have you really not...
The murderer needed to hide something, so he opened a locker and stuck it in. It's not my fault he happened to choose mine.
Well...
Why is everyone staring at me like I'm a wanted man? This guy isn't just playing dumb, he really doesn't know. I hate to rain on your parade, but you're the only person who can open that particular locker. Oh yeah? I'll call you bluff. You say I opened that locker, now prove it. Yeah. Yeah. Fingerprint sensor. We talked about this earlier today.
We kept trying to draw your attention to it, and you just weren't having it.
The lockers can only be opened by the detectives they belong to. What kind of crazy talk is this? Well, Detective Gumshoe did mention something about this.
In any case, the locks aren't that obvious. There are even some people on the force that don't know about the fingerprint locks.
So, Sheriff, what do you have to say in 8 words or less?
Oof, throwing it back at him.
I only got 1 word for you, partner. No!
Oh, and he said it in red. So you know it's the truth. I've been playing this delightful little romance game. I quite enjoy it. Order! Order, witness, explain yourself.
If this is a joke, it's the worst I ever heard. I assure you, this is no joke, Officer Marshall.
This is actually one of the very few times in Ace Attorney where you catch a witness on something that is very much public knowledge. Normally it's a little bit, you have to work a little bit harder than that, but this is one of the few times where it's like, no, this is something that is pretty darn well known, and it's the witness's lack of knowledge.
Now then, please tell us what you were doing in the evidence room at the time of the crime.
Olay! Please answer the question.
What is he now, bullfighter?
Yes! I've also been playing this delightful little RPG called Shin Megami Tensei 3 HD Remaster. I'm just about to get to this fight with the Matador, I think. It should be easy enough. I foresee no problems with that fight.
That's all right, Officer Marshall. I believe we can figure the rest out from here.
We can?
Have a look at these floor plans. There is no place for someone to hide in the evidence room.
Where did you get these from?
Yet Officer Meekins didn't see Officer Marshall.
That's so, then. Where's the witness?
It seems Mr. Wright has an answer.
That's right. The only possible conclusion.
Well then, let's hear it. Where was Officer Marshall at the time of the crime?
He's the killer.
It took me forever to figure out what they were trying to get me to do here. I kept being like, is he over here? Is he over here? Oh, no. They want you to press the K here.
Officer Marshall was standing right here.
Huh. So Officer Meekins didn't notice him standing there. It's almost as credible as Meekins' warp theory.
Your chamber's empty, partner. Better reload. What? We're not supposed to press the K?
Let me drop a hot save real quick.
That's so confusing.
Perhaps you should think a little more about where my Officer Marshall is. Now then, let's hear it.
Oh, because he's technically... Because... Goodman was the victim.
He's the victim!
Yeah, remember?
Because Meekins is the killer.
Meekins is the killer.
That's it. It's the V. Officer Marshall was standing right here.
Forgive us. It's been long enough, and like when you watch the video, you're like, oh wow, Meekins totally got like assaulted there, but no, apparently Goodman.
Yeah, but that's where the victim Detective Goodman was.
Correct, unless the man wasn't Detective Goodman. I believe the victim in the video is Officer Marshall. It was you, dressed up like Detective Goodman.
Well, that certainly blows a bunch of things wide open. But that's preposterous. Officer Meekins witnessed the detective at the crime scene. Once he saw the man's face, he'd know for sure.
May I point out, though, that Officer Meekins did not know Detective Goodman. He also testified about the man's reaction when confronted.
When I entered the evidence room, I asked him to show his card, sir.
Yes, and how did Detective Goodman respond?
He suddenly pulled out a knife on me. Ow!
Something about the officer's story puzzled me. If the man had his ID card, why didn't he just show it?
Yes, he would have needed it to enter the evidence room, so he must have been carrying it.
The answer is simple. He couldn't show it.
Oh,
As you can see, Detective Goodman's picture is on his ID card.
Oh, I get it.
If he showed that, his cover would have been blown. Officer Meekins would have realized the man wasn't Detective Goodman. Do you have anything to say to this, Officer Marshall?
just gonna keep chewing on that jerky or whatever.
You got quite an imagination, partner. We got a term for that. It's called circumstantial evidence.
Nailed it.
Circumstantial evidence? He's still denying it.
Is everyone drawing out the in circumstantial evidence, or is it just me? Am I hearing things? Edgeworth, what do you say?
No, it all sounds perfectly normal to me. It's just saying circumstantial evidence.
You're gonna have to do better than that to break a detective. Unless you have hard evidence proving I dressed up as the victim.
Can't say I particularly care for your uncooperative disposition.
I can't say I care for your beard, but you don't see me complain.
Again with the beard. Is there something about it that's just offensive to you? Look at it. It's my beloved soup catcher.
JSC.
Well, Mr. Wright, do you have anything evidence proving beyond a shadow of a doubt that Officer Marshall dressed up as the victim?
Well, who am I kidding? I don't have anything like that. I can see the fear in your eyes, partner. Seems you're the one who couldn't take the desert heat.
Okay, but it is obvious that it's him, right? Right? We don't need to go through the whole rigmarole here. It's pretty obvious. No, we're doing this? All right.
Ack, this can't be happening. It's so obvious he's the one. What can I do?
It looks like your lack of experience has finally been exposed. I'll pass on to you what someone told me when I was just starting out. When you've run into a wall with no place to go, return to the basics.
The basics? For me, that would be what Mia used to tell me.
Phoenix, try thinking outside of the box. Turn the chessboard around, as it were.
I shouldn't look for proof that Officer Marshall was in disguise. But rather, I should look for evidence that came about because he was in disguise.
Why do you think this locker was opened in the first place?
What do you mean?
There's no reason for Officer Marshall to open his own locker at the time of the crime. Yet he did, despite the chance he might be discovered later, as it has been.
Which means he didn't originally plan to open his locker.
According to the defense's argument, Officer Jacob Marshall dressed up as Detective Goodman at the time of the crime. Then after the crime was committed, he opened his own locker for some unknown reason.
Stashed the outfit.
The fact that a white cloth is sticking out of the locker seems to indicate that he opened it in order to put the cloth inside.
So just what exactly is this piece of cloth?
Perhaps. Perhaps the video is the key to all our unanswered questions. I don't have any evidence, so this video is my only shot.
Very well, let's take yet another look at this fucking security tape. To committing the crime, the witness opened the locker and put away the white cloth. What are you doing? Are you saving your game again? You've got to stop doing that every time. Commit to something. God damn it. Please show us why the witness had to open his locker.
So I do know what the answer is here, but
Mm-hmm.
I want to see if you can spot it. Everyone loves the Blue Badger song. Lincoln's coming in.
Why is he bleeding on the shoulder at that time?
I don't think the important question is why, but the fact that he is.
Yeah.
Because what would he have needed to get rid of?
The bloody cloth.
Yeah, exactly. If he's about to walk back out into the offices, he needs to get rid of the obvious blood stain on him, right?
Yeah.
Hey, we did it right as the music ended, too. That was unintentional, but pretty cool.
For some reason, you disguised yourself as Detective Goodman and entered the evidence room, though I don't know to what end yet. However, something unexpected happened. Officer Meekins barged in on you. When asked to show your ID card, you pulled a knife on him. However, Officer Meekins panicked, and the white coat you were wearing was soiled with blood.
A bloody white coat?
You couldn't just walk out like that, so you hid the coat in your locker. Not bad, partner.
Now then, Officer Marshall, are you ready to tell us the truth?
Looks like I underestimated y'all. I hope you're happy now, Mr. Edgeworth. 2 years ago, if you were only half as persistent then as you are today, we all wouldn't have to be here now would we? Officer Marshall, tell the court what you did. All of it. All right. It seems the time has come. I had to do it that day. I couldn't just stand by and let it die. I stole the detective's ID and dressed like him. I planned to take out the evidence. I wasn't expecting Officer Meekins. I knocked him out and managed to escape. I knew which areas wouldn't be caught on the camera. There wasn't any murder in the evidence room at 5:15.
Dang! So the supposed victim was really you.
But there's one thing I still don't understand. Traces of a large quantity of blood were found on the floor of the evidence room. If no one was murdered, then how could that be?
Officer Meekins managed to cut his own hand. My guess is he's the donor. It was way too much blood for such a small donation.
Interesting. Wait, why are we pressing his confession? Like, he's confessing to it. Let's just be like, yeah, okay. Let's roll with that.
When you say it, you mean... Do you even have to ask, partner? The SL9 incident.
2 years have passed since that case was closed. It was going to completely end with the transferal that day.
Not if I have anything to do with it. That incident's not over. But what did you hope to accomplish by sneaking into the evidence room? When a case is closed, only that case's lead detective can look through the evidence. I wanted to have a look at it myself one more time, no matter what the cost. I don't care what anyone says, partner. That case is mine. But Officer Marshall wasn't in charge of that investigation. Why does he care so much about it? That day was my last chance. That's why I...
But you already figured out why he cares so much about it, right?
Wait, is the other Marshall a relative of his?
Conservation of detail.
Okay.
The victim, Neil Marshall, is almost assuredly his brother.
Okay.
But have you noticed the one thing that doesn't add up about his confession yet? Because remember, what did he not know? What was the one detail that we caught him with not knowing, despite everyone else?
Fingerprint lock.
Okay, so then...
How did he open it?
How did he open Goodman's locker? He didn't remark on it because to him it was perfectly natural.
Wait, I thought we had established previously that... No, maybe I'm thinking of something else. For some reason I thought it was jammed. And didn't necessarily close.
Really?
Wasn't there something hanging out of it?
We did see something hanging out of it.
Yeah, I thought we established that that was the reason. That it wasn't necessarily Goodman. Last time.
We did, didn't we? Yeah. Well, never mind. You figured it out anyway. Great. Good job. Do you want to read your line?
Sure. Why did you disguise yourself as Detective Goodman?
Oops.
If I didn't make it look like Goodman was carrying out the evidence transfer, I'd be arrested for stealing evidence, which wouldn't get me anywhere.
So you did it to fool the security camera.
And the detective's ID card?
I stole that the morning of the incident. That really was why Goodman started filling out that lost item report. I returned his ID card. I left it on the floor in the prosecutor's office parking lot. The ID card I found was left there by Officer Marshall.
Yeah, so he planted that after the fact. So essentially, you managed to succeed despite your lack of foresight.
What do you mean, partner?
I mean the fingerprint-activated lock, of course. No matter how well you disguise yourself, you can't change your fingerprints. Under normal circumstances, you wouldn't have been able to open that locker yourself.
But he could, because a rubber glove just happened to get stuck in the door. That means Detective Goodman must have opened the locker before Officer Marshall. You pulled a knife on Officer Meekins and tried to drive him off? Let's just say I was a little surprised.
Who let him have a knife in the courtroom? That just seems like even if we know he's not a murderer, that seems like a poor idea, doesn't it? No?
You're just letting him shave and leave whiskers all over the place?
Someone's gonna have to vacuum that up later.
I only planned on being in the evidence room for no more than 5 minutes. I didn't think anyone would actually come in during that short time.
Officer Meekins certainly is a 1 in a million type of person. Mistaking a detective for an intruder and demanding to be shown his ID.
I'll have to think a little more about his raise this year.
When did Edgeworth get so much influence? Anyway, he threw himself at me and I ended up cutting him slightly. I'm sorry it had to turn out that way. With me knocking him out and everything. By the way, what happened to your knife? Oh, you mean this one?
You're shaving with it after you cut another human being. Okay.
What? You want me to shave him with it?
I know! So you knocked Officer Meekins out, and?
So, you did your research beforehand. Those who go into the desert unprepared don't live long, partner. I didn't think it would make a difference, though. The security tape is erased every 6 hours. If all had gone as planned, no footage would have been left.
However, you bloodied your coat in your struggle with Officer Meekins.
If someone was in the security room when I came out, the jig would have been up. I opened my locker and stashed it in there. What was Officer Meekins doing during that time? What else? He was sleeping like a baby.
So what you're saying is, on that day...
But the blood found at the scene certainly indicates a crime took place. What are you, blind? The victim shown on that tape is me, and I'm not dead yet, partner.
So you stole the evidence from the locker?
Actually, no, I didn't.
Why not?
When I opened the locker, the evidence was already gone.
What? Mr. Edgeworth, where's that evidence?
It is still missing, Your Honor.
Interesting.
Detective Goodman's locker was already empty. Someone else stole the evidence. Officer Marshall, may I ask you one thing? Fire away, partner. It's a free country.
Oh, now you're saying it's a free country.
Just remember, I'm also free to decide whether or not to answer. Why did you do this? Stealing a detective's ID, injuring a police officer? This is no small offense.
Moreover, you're an officer yourself. This will have serious consequences. It can't just be forgiven with a simple cut in salary.
Not that salary cuts are ever a valid solution.
I agree with Nick on this one, and only this one.
Like I said, this isn't your case. This one is mine. And I'll do anything it takes to get an answer I'm satisfied with.
The witness has an unusual amount of zeal. Let's hear more.
I can't just forget the SL9 incident, you know why? But that case was solved 2 years ago, wasn't it?
Well, that's the reason the evidence was stored in the evidence room.
Joe Dark was convicted for his crimes. One thing I can say for sure is he deserved his sentence.
Remember the Joe Dark case? It involved serial murders, didn't it?
I don't intend to complain about how it turned out, but there's something that still bothers me. Something went down at that trial. Something no one will talk about.
What happened?
I don't know. That's what I'm trying to find out. Why is he so concerned with that incident? Maybe I should present him with what I think his real reason is. I had a feeling we'd wind up here sooner or later. Everyone involved here is related in some way to that case. I'd better take another look at the files.
So, we gotta give him the real reason we think he's there.
So, let's show the files and then Neil Marshall.
Yep, so whenever we present something like this, they'll ask us for, like, page it's on. So let's check. Victims, page 2. Neil Marshall.
And then it turns out it's actually Edith Kirby.
Oh, it's...
My cousins don't share my family name. Why would you assume that?
Officer Marshall, I think I understand. I think I know why you care so much about the SL9 incident. Sounds like you've been sipping too much cactus juice, partner.
I have. I've got a cooler of it underneath the desk. Would you like one?
Yes.
It's not as trippy as you'd expect. It's mostly just water.
Damn, now I want prickly pear.
Oh, me too, actually.
I have the SL9 incident file here. The name Marshall is mentioned in here. In a list of murder victims. Neil Marshall, are you related to this man?
Neil Marshall.
Yeah, I'm sure you've heard the name. 2 years ago, he received the same lousy prosecutor award you got.
What? A prosecutor?
I'm pretty sure on the list of prosecutors on the bottom of the award, we could have seen Marshall.
Really?
Let me just double check, because we have it in our court record, right?
Yeah. There's a list?
There is a list, but it's not
Oh.
legible. It's not legible.
Can we
Okay.
can we thing it? Can we do the thing on it? Manfred von Karma. Huh, but it doesn't say the
It
other.
doesn't say the other one. Okay, never mind. That would have been really cool.
Yeah.
Now I remember. Prosecutor Neil Marshall. He handled the SL9 case before I did.
That's right. He was killed. And the case fell into your hands.
But what's his relation to you?
He was my brother. He was investigating the murders with Damon Gant, the then deputy chief of police. The group of detectives I was part of worked under them. We were desperate to prosecute the killer.
So this is the same image we got earlier, but you notice that the fourth person is kind of cleverly hid by the dialogue box.
Yeah.
Yeah.
Joe Dark. My brother fought Dark and was killed. That was the first time Dark left behind any evidence. That was all we needed. He was arraigned and incarcerated. The case was finally closed, at least according to the public records.
What do you mean?
My brother couldn't have been killed by Joe Dark. I knew my brother better than anyone. No one could have beaten him in a fight.
And that's it? That's your reason for your insane actions?
There's more to my brother's death than what the records say. No matter how much you try to hide it, you can't fool me.
Well, at least one thing's for certain. Now we know what happened at the police department on the day of the crime.
That was the last day the SL9 case could be reopened. Not satisfied with its resolution, Officer Marshall planned to steal the evidence.
Disguising himself as Detective Goodman, he entered the evidence room. Officer Meekins confronted him, so he rendered him unconscious and fled.
Yes, this mystery has finally been cleared up. No murder took place at the police department that day. The things that happen by chance never cease to amaze. At exactly the same time as the murder at the prosecutor's office, this fake murder was going on in the police department.
Chance? It's got to be more than just that.
So if no one was murdered at the police department on the day of the crime, that means the murder in the prosecutor's office parking lot was the real one.
Which in turn means only one person could have committed the crime. Chief Prosecutor Lana Skye.
But wait, a verdict wasn't reached in yesterday's trial.
Which is why we examined the incident at the police department today.
But
What did you think we were doing all this for? Intellectual curiosity? There was a point to this, and that point did not favor you. There is only one reason the defendant was not convicted yesterday. There yet remained the mystery of the simultaneous murder at the police department.
it seems to me this boy's got the draw on you, partner.
All of the mysteries at the police department have been resolved. There is no doubt about it. Our sole murder took place at the prosecutor's office. The only suspect is Lana Skye, and the testimony of one Miss Angel Star is completely incontestable. You have a response? Make it a single word or less.
Ah!
I rest my case. And yours, too.
It seems this trial has reached its conclusion. There is no more room for doubt.
Well done, Mr. Wright. Thanks to you, I didn't need to waste my time disproving the alleged murder at the police department.
There's no doubt what I proved today is true. The apparent murder on the security camera's tape really was fake. But I didn't realize that would end up proving Lana guilty.
Yeah. Now then, the time for the verdict has arrived. This court finds the defendant. Hey, I'm back. I know you all missed me. Your Honor, wait.
Emma!
Defense has an objection, a scientific objection. Right?
What do you mean, right?
Mr. Wright, are you this girl's guardian?
Your Honor? Oh, in a sense.
Please, Your Honor. Please, Your Honor. All I'm asking is for a minute of your time. Please hear me out. Mr. Edgeworth, please.
I don't want to leave any loose ends. You want a minute? I'll give you 3.
I was kind of in shock. I mean, finding out the SL9 incident referred to the Joe Dard killings.
Now that she mentions it, the names of both Skye sisters were in that file.
But that's when I figured it out. I mean, what Officer Marshall was trying to do that day. So I knew his fingerprint had nothing to do with the crime. That left only one thing, the other handprint.
You mean the traces of blood found on Detective Gumshoe's locker?
But no fingerprints were found on it, right? No, but I figured if I examined it scientifically, I'd be sure to find a clue. So I ran over there and looked at it again.
So, did you find something?
You broke into the evidence room? Never mind, what'd you find? No.
Huh?
Sorry, guess I'm not much of a scientific investigator after all. Yeah.
Is that all?
Please don't be mad. I'm just a high school student.
And I'm just an attorney.
But Mr. Wright, those traces of blood are the only clue we have. We can't find something wrong with them. Please, Mr. Wright, you're a professional. Anyone can save Lana, it's you.
Me? Oh boy.
Time's up. Now then, Mr. Wright, with regard to the incident at the police department, does any reasonable doubt remain?
It appears the defense is troubled by the other blood mark.
We should watch that video again.
Looking at the floor plans, a handprint was discovered around here. Is there a problem with this?
Mr. Wright, I'm sorry I can't be more of use, but still, if you can't find anything wrong with that blood mark, Lana will be... Please answer my question, Mr. Wright. We don't have all day.
Yes, Your Honor. If I've ever needed to concentrate, it's now. What could be wrong with that handprint on Detective Gumshoe's locker?
Did you want to look at the video again?
Yeah, I do. Okay. It matters when that handprint was left. We can't see, can we? Can we? Is there a handprint there?
We can't see it. It's on the right-hand side, but the blue badger's covering it. The blue badger seems to be just right in front of where we could have seen that.
Yeah.
Yeah, only the blue badger wasn't right in front of the locker. I mean, I can imagine how difficult it would be to get a handprint on that locker with the blue badger right in front of the locker.
Wait, it's right in front of it? I thought it was much farther forward in 3D space.
No, everyone else has to walk in. You saw Goodman, or Marshall, had to walk in front of it to get around it.
Really?
Yeah.
Okay, let's see. Let's see.
Which needs to be very difficult for someone to put a handprint on it.
Let's see.
What are you looking for now?
Looking.
Okay.
Just look. Huh.
Yeah, that's it.
Yeah, I guess it's the blue badger then. I object.
Of course we object.
This handprint left at the crime scene clearly shows a contradiction.
The only thing that seems clear is your grasping, Mr. Wright.
And staring pretty insistently at those floor plans. Tell me, is there a problem with them?
Yes, this is strange. Take a good look at these floor plans. Something is missing.
Missing? You mean something hasn't been drawn on there?
Yes, something that, when drawn, will completely change the meaning of the blood mark.
Spray the defense isn't simply trying to buy time. Very well, Mr. Wright.
With all this evidence here, there's gotta be something I can use.
Question is, what item can prove something is missing in the floor plans?
The blue badger.
Didn't you wonder why he was hanging out in evidence?
Yeah. What about that piece of plywood? The blue badger, mascot of the police force, defender of truth, guardian of proof.
Explain yourself, Mr. Wright. Also, that was good rhyme.
Please look at the floor plans of the crime scene.
I mean, it was a half rhyme, but...
The blue badger is not here. So watch what happens when we put him in. This is where he was dancing at the time of the crime. Well,
what?
Oh no!
that's right. So long as the blue badger is dancing here, it would be impossible to place a handprint at this spot on the locker. What?
Wait, why is he acting like we should...
So that means... What just exactly does that mean?
It means it can't be done.
What are you saying? Blood traces were undeniably found on that locker.
Don't look at me. I didn't put it there.
Mr. Wright, think it through scientifically.
Emma.
On that afternoon, Officer Meekins was the one who brought the blue badger to the evidence room, right? After he put it down, it would have been impossible to leave a handprint on that locker.
So that must mean this blood mark was left there before the blue badger was brought in.
Just one moment. I will not allow such far-fetched balderdash in my courtroom.
It may sound far-fetched, Your Honor, but it's the only possible explanation. On February 21st, in the police department's evidence room, blood was spilled not once, but twice.
But how?
One time was captured on this tape, taken by the security camera. Officer Meekins cut his hand, from which a trivial amount of blood fell. The problem is, the other time. Someone bled prior to the struggle shown on this tape. It had to have been Detective Goodman when he was really murdered.
The music. That's ridiculous. I refuse to accept your absurd claim.
The murder portrayed in the security tape has been proven to be a fake. However, that does not explain the blood mark found on the locker.
So then, assuming this murder you purport really happened, when did it take place? Demand you show evidence that proves when it occurred.
When did the first incident occur?
It's a great question. How could we figure that out?
Maybe from that log that shows the first entry.
Hey!
To summarize, the defense claims that, prior to Officer Meekins being cut by Jake Marshall, who was posing as Detective Goodman, another incident took place in that evidence room.
That's right. The blood mark on the locker proves this.
Very well, then tell us, when did this first incident occur? As Mr. Edgeworth said, proof must be presented.
Proof that shows when the murder took place. There's only one piece of evidence that can show that.
Now then, will the defense please present this evidence? What shows when the first crime took place?
The log.
Yep, because there's Mike Meekins coming in the first time to put the badger in.
But lucky number 7 popped in to blaze it, and then did
And
a
look
murder.
who popped in before that, too.
What? What?
Hey, Mr. Edgeworth.
Oh, Edgeworth also was in here. I forgot about that. If the crime took place inside the evidence room, then the killer would have had to enter it. And in order to do so, an ID card would have been required.
An ID card. Oh, the ID card record.
Officer Meekins brought the Blue Badger panel into the evidence room at...
Let's see here, 4:50 p.m. Oh, I sound like you. The crime took place before that time, then it would be 4:40 p.m. Miles Edgeworth. Just what have you done?
I never would have figured you had the nerve, boy.
Drop the act, witness. It doesn't take a lot of thought to figure out it couldn't have been me.
Nope, I ain't getting it.
Afraid I don't understand either.
It's clear from the luminol test that the blood was there. However, when the second crime took place, both Officer Meekins and Officer Marshall failed to notice the blood.
That means the blood from the first crime was wiped away by the real murderer.
I would have had just 10 minutes to murder the victim, carry his body away, and clean up the blood. Unfortunately, that's physically impossible.
That would mean the crime must have taken place before Mr. Edgeworth entered the evidence room.
Let's look at the chart again. There's only one other card number remaining. Lucky number 7. Talk about a lucky number.
But wait,
7.
that doesn't make sense. How could Detective Goodman have entered the evidence room?
Since there's no record of his card being used beforehand, he must have entered along with the real murderer, Damon Gantz. That's the only plausible explanation.
What? Wait, what did you just say there?
He went in with lucky number 7.
Mr. Edgeworth, please look into this ASAP. Find out whose ID number is 7777777.
That's 1 7 too many, Your Honor.
No, it's not. I counted it in my head.
Oh, you're right. Unfortunately, I'm unable to look up the owner of that ID card. At least at present.
What? Explain yourself, son.
The ID number 7777777 belongs to someone with a rank of captain or higher. Someone who is a so-called executive officer. Emphasis on the executive. Get it? People said I'm not funny enough, so I'm trying to make jokes. Did it work?
Yes.
Laugh.
Ha ha ha.
Thank you.
Ha.
We don't have the authority to inquire into such a person's identity.
But that's ridiculous. Just how...
I'm not finished talking, Mr. Wright. There's one situation in which we can be granted such authority.
An official charge filed against an executive is accepted.
An official charge? You're all alike, aren't you? With your cover-ups and your forgeries. That's how the prosecutor's office operates.
Well, that's harsh but fair. I take pride in my work, Officer Marshall. I would appreciate it if you would keep your slander to yourself.
Slander, is it? Okay, let me ask a question.
Yes?
No, not to you. To her, the defendant sitting over there. Your own little executive. Lana?
Oh, I guess it's time for me to come back out.
Don't be stupid. She's been charged with murder. Of course we've looked up her ID number. And it's not lucky number 7.
Don't play me for a fool, partner. That's not what I want to ask. All I want to know is one thing about that incident.
The SL9 incident?
Answer me this, Chief Prosecutor. In that trial 2 years ago, did you really only use legitimate evidence?
Oh, so he can actually do that. We're allowing this to occur. No one's going to be like, hey, that's not something that...
I thought we had established there's no rules in court.
Okay.
You go in here, you fuck around, someone goes to jail.
That does describe how it works here, yeah. Actually, that's... Do you need the witness to repeat his question, Chief Prosecutor?
I heard him fine, Mr. Edgeworth.
2 years ago, I was in charge of the prosecution for that trial. The time we...
Occasionally, we felt the powerlessness of the law. At least I did. Lana! I became a prosecutor in order to suppress crime with the law. Before I realized it, we were the ones being suppressed by the law. Defendant, just what are you saying?
I'll ask you again, Chief Prosecutor.
How did you two switch places so quickly?
Practice, years of practice. During that trial 2 years ago, did you really present all the evidence in court? Can you look me, an investigator in that crime, in the eye and say that you did?
Chief Prosecutor, you didn't! I don't have to, Officer Marshall.
Huh? Why won't you answer him?
Drastic crimes require drastic measures. That's just the way it is. We did what we had to do in order for him to get the verdict he deserved. But Lana! Even if it involved forging evidence.
See, that's what I'm talking about.
No. No!
Order! 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 Order!
Lana's remarks caused such a stir. The chaos in the courtroom could not be quelled. Conclusion of the trial would have to wait until the following day.
To be continued.
Yeah! Shit, dog! So, I like this, right? Because now we've established that, okay, the double murder at the same time, that was definitely not something that actually happened.
Yeah.
But
someone still did get murdered.
Someone still did get murdered in there. So we're still like, we have to push the mystery back one. And we'll find out next time. It's the same time for you. You're watching this all in one episode. Please tell me you didn't watch this episode all in one go. It's like 16 hours or something, I'm guessing. It's going to be a long episode.
Can we even upload it on YouTube?
Yes.
Comments,
and I will.
Sound off in the comments if we could.
Oh my god, we're back in the office.
Holy fuck.
Does anyone know what happens in this office?
No.
I'm so sorry, Mr. Wright.
Did I get her voice? I think I got her voice right.
Yeah, I think so.
It's been a good little while, but that's fine.
I'm sorry for what my sister said.
I feel like it's getting sillier as we go on.
Listen, it's easier and easier to differentiate extremely flanderized voices, okay?
Drastic crimes require drastic measures. That's just the way it is. We did what we had to in order for him to get the verdict he deserved.
Remember at the end of the last bit, she just on the stand admitted to forging evidence to close that case.
Yeah.
Yeah.
I didn't know. I never knew that the SL9 incident was just another name for Joe Dark killings.
Sounds like everyone's heard about this SL9 incident, but me.
I thought we weren't doing that with this one.
Oh, right. Right.
I mean, maybe if you read some of the case files you have on your bookshelf there. No? All right.
Is that what's on there? I thought they were decorative.
I'm beginning to worry more and more, Mr. Nick.
Yeah, you better.
Lana wanted Dark convicted so badly. That's why she used me. That's why she used what happened to me.
What do you mean, what happened to you?
It's all there in the file. Joe Dark's last victim was Prosecutor Neil Marshall. When he murdered Officer Marshall's brother, he left behind an incriminating piece of evidence.
What did you have to do with those killings, Emma?
On the night Prosecutor Neil Marshall was murdered, Joe Dark tried to kill me.
What? He tried to kill you?
Yeah. It turns out being a sidekick in the Ace Attorney universe is really hard business. Neil Marshall's brother, Neil, was only trying to save me.
So that means you...
Yeah, I was a witness in the Joe Dark trial. When I was like 12.
I didn't see that one coming.
No one ever does, unless I explicitly bring it up. It's not the kind of thing one would guess at, you know? It happened 2 years ago, right about this time of the year, too. There was a terrible thunderstorm that day. Unusual for the season. I was alone in my sister's office. We were planning to eat dinner together once she finished her work. Then suddenly, this terrifying man came bursting into the office.
Joe Dark.
It seemed like he was running from someone. He pulled out a knife and screamed at me. I didn't know what was going on. Just then Prosecutor Marshall showed up.
Jake Marshall's brother.
Now deceased, yeah. Thank you, internal monologue. So Joe Dark tried to take me hostage. But before he could, Mr. Marshall tackled him. And then...
What happened?
I'll never forget it. Lightning struck, and the lights went out. And then suddenly, a bolt of lightning flashed outside the window, lighting up the office for an instant. What I saw was then burned a permanent picture in my mind. I can still see it now.
A permanent picture?
It's really fucked up when you think about it. She was like maybe early teens and just witnessed someone die in front of her trying to save her life.
Yeah, as one does.
Oh, man. The Ace Attorney games can get dark, and this is on the darker side of it, but
It's right in the name.
Yeah, oh my god, it is right in his name. Oh, that makes it better. I don't remember the moment when Dark stabbed Mr. Marshall.
So you weren't able to testify about that?
No, I was only asked about when I was attacked. That must be why she made up the crime.
Made it up? You mean provided bogus evidence?
The prosecutor's office wanted that guilty verdict so badly. Want to forge the evidence, and Mr. Edgeworth used it.
Edgeworth?
Oh, don't act like he's not, like, he knew. Didn't you redo the first couple cases? He knew. Yes, but I'm sure he didn't know anything about it. Legally speaking, we settled outside of court from that one, so I can't say that he knew. He couldn't have known he was being given false evidence. Even so, that's when it all started. The rumors about Mr. Edgeworth, I mean. It was all my fault. I could have just testified properly, none of this would have happened.
So it's true. Even though he may not have known it, Edgeworth really was involved in falsifying evidence.
After that case ended, Lana was never the same. She became cold like she is today. She dumped her girlfriend, Mia Fey. Have you heard of her?
And to be fair, the game does lays it on thick when they're talking about their history together.
Yeah.
So I think we can call it canon.
What did you see in the instant that crime occurred?
Yeah. Dark knocked down Mr. Marshall and raised his knife.
Neil Marshall was stabbed right in front of this poor girl.
Yeah, kind of fucked up.
Yeah.
I don't remember what happened after that. Apparently I passed out. When I came to, Lana was cradling me in her arms.
Poor Emma, you've been through so much.
It's okay, we share therapy tips on the Sidekick Discord. I've got medication and I'm trying to turn my life around. I'm like 16.
I see.
I couldn't bring myself to testify about that instant. I tried, but the words just wouldn't come out. I drew a picture, but it wasn't any good.
2 years ago, you must have been 14. That's understandable. That's generally what age you are 2 years before you're 16.
Generally speaking, although, and this is weird, sometimes it can be 13.
Ha.
Leap years, man.
That sounds fake.
Once it was all over, I made up my mind. I decided that when I grew up I'd become a scientific investigator. I want to be able to fight crime with my testimonies. And find the evidence to make an airtight case. That way Lana would never have to forge any.
I see. I think I'm finally starting to understand what makes Emma tick.
Have I shown you my favorite button? It's screaming all the time.
Is that button you, Emma?
The button is my internal screaming. The button screams so that I don't have to.
I see. Oh, Emma's flair.
I won this one playing Tin Pin. That's a Twooey reference. Have you played Neo Twooey, Nick? It's really great.
Is that out yet?
Oh, it won't be for like a couple of years in this setting. Oh, that's unfortunate.
There's something that's puzzling me, Emma.
I know, I can't figure out where this little centerpiece goes. It's got 4 little nubbins on it. I don't see any places where the piece that needs 4 nubbins. In the puzzle. The puzzle that we're doing, Nick.
Oh, okay.
Sorry. You said you were puzzled, so I'll run these by Maya first. What is it?
You said you were in Lana's office at that time, right?
That's right.
Why then would a serial killer come running in there? Not only that, but he was being chased by a prosecutor?
Oh, there's no mystery there. Joe Dark had been taken in for questioning that day.
Taken in for questioning? You mean by the police?
Of course. No, I mean by a group of dolphins that live off the coast. Of course it's the police. This happened at the police department. He tried to run away halfway through the interview and fled into my sister's office.
Why did he run all the way over to your sister's office?
Because the detective offices in the questioning room are right across from the elevator. This would be really helpful if we had like a floor plan, but don't expect one of those.
Across from the elevator. But Lana was the chief prosecutor, wasn't she?
No, silly. Didn't I tell you? 2 years ago, Lana was a detective. She was the best in the entire force.
What? That's news to me.
Yeah, she was pretty good. She was pretty poggers.
I see.
After the Joe Dark case, she was transferred to the prosecutor's office and made chief prosecutor.
Lana used to be a detective? I'd better have another talk with her.
Yeah, that sounds like a good idea.
Alright, what do we have in here?
Difficult-looking legal books stand in a formidable row. Their smug aura mocks me.
Oh, I tried studying one of those just now. Remember what they were talking about in the trial yesterday?
Oh, right, evidence law. So, did you learn anything?
Well, when I tried reading it, it made my head hurt.
Yeah. Me too.
And then I realized, like, oh, there's a big pointy thing coming out of the book that I kept pressing my forehead into. Why would that be installed in there, Nick? That seems like a bad idea. Then when I closed it, it slipped out of my hand and fell on my foot.
Oddly enough, I find myself identifying with her on this one.
Sorry, I thought that one was important.
Are there any other ones that she has a new reaction to?
I don't know.
Let's
we
try.
never really checked any of these with
Mia's desk. I sit here even less now that I've stopped taking cases.
Uh-oh, I have a math test coming up next week. I better study. I'm borrowing this desk, okay? 1 + 1 is 2. 1 + 2 is 3. 1 + 3 is 4.
If that's what they're teaching in high school math, we're in serious trouble.
Hold on, I'm almost done doing all of addition. Finally, no one will have to add numbers anymore.
Hell yeah. There's a poster of the Steel Samurai.
Yeah, it looks
on the
nothing
wall.
like the Steel That's what it's meant to be? That's meant to be the Steel Samurai?
I could have sworn it wasn't the Steel Samurai the first time we looked.
It looks like the cover to, like, Singles. You remember that film?
No, I don't.
From, like, about the grunge scene in Northwest? No? It looks like the cover for that.
Maya stuck it up here on the day that she left. It looks oddly similar to the poster that's underneath it. I didn't have the heart to take it down.
I do like the Steel Samurai. Catch it every Saturday.
Excellent. I do sometimes get strange looks from the clients, though.
That's fine. Have you met the actor for that show? He's a real nice guy.
Yeah. Mia's plant, Charlie.
I had no idea the plant had a name. Wait, I probably did. I just
Yeah.
forgot.
Huh? He looks a little yellow today.
Oh, I watered him just now. I mixed in a lot, too.
Mixed in... what?
Mountain Dew! Why, my very own scientific additive. Well, Charlie, you like it?
I told you he's turning yellow.
Yeah. I mean, would you prefer you turn red? I've got code red here, too.
Oh. Looks like it's cleaning day again at the hotel across the way. I hear they're planning a second branch outside the city. Egad, the bellboy was staring right at me.
He looks wimpy, but you can tell there's a sharp edge under that facade. That bellboy is gonna be someone someday.
Wish someone would say that about me.
You're gonna be someone someday.
Huh.
Did that help?
Yes.
Oh, well, then I'm glad.
Oh, wait, is there anything we can present to Emma? Hey, Emma, you want to look at the case file of the Joe Dark killings?
Hey, Emma, how do you feel about bloody knives?
Hey-
Do they evoke any trauma in you?
Emma, how do you feel about looking at the photo of your sister committing murder?
Alright,
so let's go have a chat
good
with
times.
Lana.
Lana.
Mr. Wright, it seems I keep causing you trouble.
Falsifying evidence? I didn't think you were the type.
Criminals don't mind playing foul. Why should we?
But Lana, if you're wrong, an innocent person may be found guilty.
Believe me, I understand the risks.
Lana.
That is my name.
Danger zone.
Ah! We got so far without doing that joke.
Emma told me about you.
Oh?
About how you were a detective 2 years ago, and how the SL9 incident was the reason for your transfer to the prosecutor's office.
That's right.
Could you fill me in on the details, especially about that unusual change of jobs?
I suppose you have a right to know, Mr. Wright.
It's right in my name.
Mr. Wright to know. Oh, that is very clever.
A lot of revelations were uncovered at the trial today, not the least of which was the fact that this case is largely connected to another one 2 years ago.
Why does that surprise you? I did my research, and apparently that also happened on the last case you were involved in?
Yeah, it's almost like it's cases all the way down.
Apparently so. Evidence from that case was stolen as well, though I expected as much. I know how obsessive Officer Marshall can be.
That trial, it really wasn't fair, was it? I believed in you, Lana. I believed that no matter what happened, you'd always stick to the truth.
It couldn't be helped, Emma. At that trial 2 years ago, I sold my soul.
Well, all drama aside, the fact of the matter is, at 5:15, there was no murder at the police department.
No, I was being literal. I went down to the crossroads, played a little jig, and summoned Satan, and now I no longer have a soul.
I see. What'd you buy with it?
Package of, like, marshmallow peeps.
Oh, that's
I was
fair.
having a rough day and
That's
needed
fair.
it. Okay.
Tell me it's not true, Lana. What the witness, Miss Starr, said about you stabbing Mr. Goodman with a knife. Lana, I don't understand. Why won't you tell us?
Emma, this doesn't involve just me.
I don't think I've ever seen Lana look so phased before.
Yeah, normally she's been very incredibly well held together for this segment. Like,
Next turn, she'll return to the battlefield, though.
Thank you.
I don't think she'll have summoning sickness.
Are we done with the Magic the Gathering jokes?
Never.
Okay. It's true. I was a member of the police force 2 years ago.
She was amazing. Look at this cool photo they took. It's real badass, isn't it?
Yeah, is the scarf fluttering in the wind?
Yeah, they had to set up a bunch of fans to get that to happen.
Yeah, I bet.
They still talk about all the cases she and Chief Gant solved together.
Chief Gant.
He was the deputy chief of police back then, but he still worked the crime scenes. Damon Gant. He was everything I aspired to be.
They were the best team ever. They solved crimes before the reports could even be filed.
Emma really idolizes her big sister.
Did you know my pink glasses are a prescription? You might think it's like, oh, it's just a kooky little character trait of mine. But no, I need these to see.
I see.
When they're not up, I can't see a thing.
But now, you're chief prosecutor. What happened?
I always planned on becoming a prosecutor. The reason I became a detective was...
To gain experience investigating crime scenes. So you could use that experience in court, right?
Gant's help in the SL9 case was crucial to its resolution. After that, he became the chief of police and arranged my transfer to the prosecutor's office.
Maybe I should ask more about this investigation of theirs 2 years ago.
Yeah, you better. 2 years ago, I was second in command of the detectives investigating Dark.
Second in command. That means the investigation lead was Damon Gant, right?
Yes. Deputy Chief Gant and I shared the same office, the same investigations.
They even had the same office.
It was a bit codependent, if I'm honest. We led a team of the best detectives on the force. We were so badass you could make a TV show out of it. Detective Goodman, whose case it was, Jake Marshall, and Angel Starr. It was the first time Marshall worked on with his brother. He was quite gung-ho. Without a doubt, Joe Dark was the serial killer. We asked him to come in for questioning. We were desperate for evidence. That was when his final murder took place.
When he tried to murder Emma.
I really don't want to listen to this part. Can I just, stand outside? Do I need to be here? Prosecutor Marshall was trying to save me from Dark.
You see, the first person who happened upon the scene of the crime was me.
Now you tell us.
Well, there's more to the story, okay, asshole? Damon Gant and Neil Marshall were the ones questioning Dark that day. The investigation was in its final stages, and Dark must have suddenly panicked. So he waited until Gant and Marshall let their guards down, then fled the room. From there, he ran straight to the office shared by Deputy Chief Gant and myself.
That's where he found me.
So you were the first person to run to the scene, Lana?
It appears so. I was filing some papers while Gant and Marshall were questioning Dark. When I returned to my office, I saw 3 bodies on the floor and smelled blood.
3 bodies?
That 3 bodies hit the floor. Doesn't quite work as well.
Prosecutor Marshall, the victim, Emma, who had passed out,
and the suspect, Joe Dark. During the struggle, it seems Mr. Marshall struck a final blow before he died. Joe Dark had incurred a minor concussion and lay unconscious.
What did you do?
To be honest, I panicked. I picked up Emma, carried her out of the room, and just held her.
Can't blame her after all her sister must have gone through.
After that, I placed Dark under immediate arrest.
Let me get this straight. You were all involved in the SL9 incident?
That is right. Quite a coincidence,
I don't buy it.
What are you saying?
There's no way everyone involved in this trial was also involved in that incident, just by chance.
But that case was solved 2 years ago, Nick!
At least one person went to extremes because they didn't believe it was truly solved.
Officer Marshall. Yes, his actions came as a surprise to me as well. Ever since his brother died, he's changed completely.
Guess he wasn't convinced with the ruling against Joe Dark.
Life doesn't end with the closing of a case. Everyone has to live the rest of their lives with their memories.
That case just might not be over yet.
Pardon me?
Emma was assaulted by Dark at the police department, right?
Yes, in the office that Damon Gant and I shared. The office that Mr. Gant now occupies by himself. The chief's office.
Maybe we should have a look at the chief's office, the site of the final SL9 murder.
Well,
It all
Interesting.
comes back around to Gant, who I suspected instantly.
why did you say... What?
He's super sus.
What about him is sus? He's big.
Everything.
He's huggable. He's probably a great grandparent. Buys his grandkids a sweet whenever they come over.
Obviously evil.
Alright. Well, let's see whether or not they'll let us in. Let's go... I don't know. I don't think it's in criminal affairs, right?
I don't see Detective Gumshoe anywhere.
Things seem kind of quiet around here today.
You're right. Chief Detective seems the same, though.
Why don't we go look for some other people to talk to?
Right.
Isn't that what you do? You go around and bother people?
Indeed. We can come back here later.
Okay.
You get to the police department entrance from here?
Interesting. It's weird that we go in first and then to the entrance on the way out.
Oh.
Howdy, Bambina.
That's not my name, but hello. Mr. Marshall,
I never thought things would turn out this way when I woke up this morning.
why aren't you in jail?
I know, right? Que sera, sera. You never know where life will lead you, eh, Bambina? I should have known my luck had run out when old Billy dried up this morning.
Billy? Who's Billy?
Must be his pet cactus.
Oh no, not Billy the cactus.
Say, where are you headed? Just over to the prosecutor's office for a little interrogation. It's a voluntary appearance, but we all know I won't be coming back. Sorry, but you can't go in the evidence room today, partner.
But Mr. Marshall, why did you do it?
Why do prospectors head west? If ever there was a case I needed to know the truth about, it was that one. Before you turn yourself in, Mr. Marshall, would you mind telling us exactly what happened? Huh. Looks like I won't be getting a steak lunch today.
We'll bring you one.
Something was fishy about that trial from the beginning. It wasn't just me either. All the detectives thought so. What do you mean, fishy?
Oh, was there literally a fish involved? I have a pet fish.
Some of the facts reported were inconsistent with the evidence we found. For example, the murder weapon. The murder weapon? You mean that switchblade knife with the broken tip? That was Joe Doc's all right, but in the initial autopsy report, a question was raised.
A question.
The blade of the knife was not a perfect match with the wound the victim sustained. What does that mean? It means there's a good chance that knife was not the murder weapon.
Wow, forensics is really cool these days.
However, in the report that was finally submitted, that possibility had been erased. Could the facts have been concealed with forged evidence? That case left behind scars on all of us.
The scars of the SL9 incident left behind.
I got the looks, but he got the brains. He was one of the best prosecutors around.
I think he also got the looks too.
No.
I mean, I get what you're going for with like the whole unshaven look, but like, you seen what your brother looked like when he cleaned up?
I had just made detective when it went down. It was our first case together.
How old was he? Your brother?
He was 27 at the time. He was awarded the highest honor that very day. The highest honor? You mean the
K. Blunt Award.
the Smoker's Cup. The king of prosecutors. I knew it. What are you looking at me like that for? That's an honor for a prosecutor. Mr. Marshall must have really been close with his brother.
The day the SL9 incident took place. That wasn't the same day as...
That's right, it was the day of the evidence transferal. Interesting. It was drizzling that morning, and by nightfall there was thunder. I can't believe 2 years have gone by already. I tried to steal the evidence so the case wouldn't die. Apparently, someone tried to stop you. Detective Goodman was murdered, and the evidence locker was empty.
Interesting.
There was something going on behind the scenes in that case. We all knew that later. Every detective involved in that investigation, save one, was taken care of. Ms. Starr was fired, and I was demoted and boxed away in a tiny room. What about Detective Goodman? If they did something to him too, the commissioners would get suspicious. No, they were careful enough not to be too obvious. They...
Who are you talking about?
Don't get upset, Bambina. I mean Damon Gant and Lana Skye.
Interesting. Gant and Skye sounds like the most boring, like, retail outfitter.
See, I was thinking it sounded like a really bad 80s duo.
Oh my god. Not an 80s duo, like a 60s folk duo.
Gant Skye. Yeah, actually, that's better. The investigation lead, Damon Gant, and his second in command, Lana Skye. There wasn't a person on the force who hadn't heard of that duo.
Oh yeah, have you seen this really badass picture of them?
Sure have.
Let me show it to you. I'll just show it. I'm gonna show it to everyone right now while you're
Guess
talking about
who
this.
had to run the fans? Worst day of my life.
How many fans did you need to set up?
All of them.
Wait, all of the fans in the room, or all the fans in the office, or
All of them.
all right, I'll just be back here on CG duty.
That case was the biggest step in both of their careers. After the case ended, Lana transferred to the prosecutor's office, right?
You can hear this photo and it's just...
Yeah. Damon Gant, the new chief of police, arranged for that to happen. She's never been the same since she left.
Huh?
Everyone who knew her said so. Chief Prosecutor Skye was totally different when she was a detective. Now that he mentions it, Emma said something like that too.
Tell me, what happened to my sister?
Sorry, Bambina, but her secret is too well guarded. I never found out. Lana's secret. It all started 2 years ago. Now she's a different person. Oh my god, Lana is Joe Dark!
You did it! You put it together!
So there you have it. That's my story. Did you enjoy it, partner?
Yeah, 6 out of 10.
It was certainly enlightening. There's one thing for sure I found out in court today. That boy Edgeworth isn't my enemy. He was the one who used falsified evidence to get a guilty verdict, but someone else was the one who gave him that evidence and planned everything. That someone is Damon Gant. Don't believe me? Well, I don't blame you. I won't even be a patrolman after today.
Did you just spit the lid of your... Do you
Yeah.
never plan on closing that again?
I carry spares.
Spare caps or
Yeah.
spare flasks?
Yeah. Too bad I won't be around to work with you. When you become a real scientific investigator. Adios, Bambina.
Oh, sayonara.
Well, that was worth the trip, I think.
Seems like it.
Yeah! There's a lot of people pointing a lot of fingers here.
No one's here today. Not even Miss Starr.
Everyone's probably busy looking into what exactly went down in the evidence room. That must be where all the detectives are.
We proved in court today that on the day of the crime, no one was murdered in the evidence room at 5:15 p.m.
Yeah, I thought we were finally making some headway in our case.
How much does a head weigh?
About 6 kilos.
Oh, cool.
I don't know how
Anyway.
much a kilo is.
Instead, it looks like we just ended up making Lana look even more guilty.
Hang in there, Lana, while I look up how much a head weighs.
I've got to find all the answers by tomorrow.
Let's see here. Oh, hold on. How much? No, not Mitch. Much does a head weigh? 5 kg. Oh, or 11 pounds.
Huh. That was a good guess.
I had a pretty okay guess. I guess someone with a slightly above average big head. Let's see. I don't know if there's anything new for us here today, but
Yeah, it looks pretty similar.
we wanted to get into Gant's office, right? Let's go see if we can talk with Edgeworth about that.
Yeah.
Mr. Edgeworth isn't here.
Maybe he's being questioned by an inquiry committee? He took a real beating in court today.
Yeah, with Lana admitting to falsifying evidence 2 years ago.
I guess we'll just have to come back later.
Man, that one blue chess piece is fucked.
So, is it Edgeworth who's winning or Edgeworth who's getting stomped?
Where do we go from here? I actually genuinely don't remember if there's something else we need to, like, and I don't think we need to
This rope, is it?
Yep, they laid it in the outline of the victim's body.
Oh, so wait. The victim must have died when the killer closed the trunk on him.
You have got to be the only person I know that would come to that conclusion.
No, I know at least 2 other people.
Alright, let's go try talking to Lana again.
We have more info. Right.
But nothing's changed, okay?
Do we have to present something to her?
I don't think we have anything new to present.
Show her the knife for the killings.
Oh my god. Maybe Gumshoe's back.
This place is always pretty empty, but today it's deserted.
That must mean everyone's busy solving crimes.
Oh, if you're looking for the others, they're all in the conference room.
Thanks. Wow, he actually talked to us.
The chief prosecutor saying what she did and the decision about what to do about Mr. Edgeworth. Not to mention our statement to the media at tomorrow's trial. There's more chaos going on than Thanksgiving and Christmas put together.
I think festive is the word usually used for those.
No, it's pretty chaotic.
Sir, we'd like to have a look around Chief Gant's office.
Which holiday is the most lawful?
Arbor Day. Just use the connecting hallway to the other building and take the elevator to the top floor.
Really? You mean it's okay for us to go in there? I mean, we aren't police officers or anything.
Hey, you're right. You can't go in there. It's off limits.
Now I see where Detective Gumshoe gets his unique charm.
Well, what are we waiting for? Let's head to the chief's office.
Oh.
Of course.
Because everyone innocent practices the organ
Yeah.
in their office. Also, his theme is the organ.
Whoa. Where am I?
In the chief prosecutor's office, silly. Or not in the chief prosecutor's office, in the chief's office, chief of police. And they just put it on the door.
Wow, that's a long sign.
Yeah, it was
Very confusing.
I don't know why they bothered to, like, engrave all of it. Like, I could get it if it was, like, a whiteboard joke, but it wasn't. They had to send it off to get it printed into metal. That cost someone money and time, Nick.
Check out that pipe organ. That's real, isn't it?
Yeah, do you want to hear me play Claire de Lune?
Yeah. I do.
I don't remember how that goes.
That's unfortunate.
Hey, I used to take organ lessons in kindergarten. They used to call me Little Miss Bach. And then I started playing nothing but, like, yes.
Oh, I didn't do that.
You missed a good line.
What was it?
I thought I was a genius until they started teaching me notes.
Hold on.
I thought I was a genius until they started teaching me notes. Can never remember where C was.
Oh? Oh, it's you two. I'm
Chief Gant.
assuming I gave him a voice like
Yeah.
that or something.
He put that paper he was reading in his desk.
So, righto. Have you been swimming lately?
No, I haven't. I've been kind of busy lately.
I can appreciate that. I've had my hands full too. What with Mr. Marshall's misconduct and Lana's provocative statements.
Provocative statement.
Do you like my tie? It's in a cross shape.
Yeah, it's very...
It's very difficult to tie in the mornings.
Yeah, I bet.
2 years have passed since the incident. my, how time flies. See that big picture on the wall over there? That's a picture of Lana, Neil, and I.
So this is Mr. Marshall's brother, Prosecutor Neil Marshall.
We took it to commemorate our work together.
Something's not right with this picture. I can't quite seem to put my finger on it, though.
Oh, hey, we got a picture.
The trophy isn't broken in it.
Nope. Yeah, the trophy was perfectly put together. Anyway, I'm just gonna sit here and stare at you for a very long time. Anyway, I'd love to reminisce all day, but there are matters that need my attention. I'm going to lock up here, so let's go out together.
Oh, but this office. It was a crime scene 2 years ago, wasn't it?
That case has long since been over. There's no need to investigate it anymore.
All the same, we'd still like to have a look around.
Perhaps you didn't hear me. I said there's no need to investigate it anymore. Now hurry up and get out. I have a meeting to attend. You know, important meetings with business transactions.
Looks like we aren't welcome.
It seems that case isn't over with yet after all.
What do you mean?
Chief Gant denied our request to search the crime scene. That means there must be a reason he doesn't want us looking around in there.
You mean like a clue?
There's got to be a way we can get inside the chief's office.
So our next goal has become clear. Maybe we can find someone to let us in. Oh, hey, pal! I heard you needed a rube.
Detective Gumshoe, aren't you supposed to be in a meeting?
Nah, they don't invite me to those anymore. I'm just, taking a breather. My feet hurt.
From sitting so long?
Actually, from serving everyone coffee.
Sounds like Detective Gumshoe's still out of the loop.
Say, have either of you seen Mr. Edgeworth?
Edgeworth? No, why do you ask?
He's under fire from both the police department and the prosecutor's office.
That sounds dangerous. Since when did the prosecutor's office get to shoot people?
I mean, we live in America, bro. It's almost like the battle's between you two in court.
That sounds serious.
Is it because of what my sister said?
That's basically what it all boils down to. Also, those glasses are pretty fire.
Thanks, their prescription.
That falsified evidence from 2 years ago. Now Mr. Edgeworth has the whole world after his blood.
Yikes.
I'm just gonna sit here and stare at you until you ask me a question.
But why would Edgeworth be blamed? It's not like he knew the evidence was forged. Lana Skye's the guilty party here, isn't she?
Yeah, I get what you're doing, but maybe, lay off a little bit.
Regardless, the prosecutor is responsible for the evidence they present in court. Not only that, but as you know, there have been a lot of rumors going around about Mr. Edgeworth. His amazing talent as a prosecutor has kept him safe from those who didn't like him. But now with this,
Are there really so many people who hate him?
in our world, only those with talent rise to the top. Mr. Edgeworth not only has that, but he's young. There's no better recipe I know of for making enemies. Hey, Dick, keep up the good work. Yes, sir. Let's go out for lunch again sometime. My treat. Yes, sir. You gotta take me back to that joint sometime, okay, Dick? Yes, sir.
Seems you don't have any problems with enemies.
Yeah, well, I'm careful not to stick out. Anyway, I'm a bit worried about him. Under all this pressure, I'm afraid Mr. Edgeworth just might crack. Like an egg, or the world's shell. I've been watching that cool new animated television show. You ever heard about it? It's called Utina. Edgeworth's been trying to get me into anime recently. Actually, I took a look at the file earlier while the coffee was brewing.
He seems genuinely concerned for Edgeworth.
Hey, despite how things look, he's a good friend of mine. I'd take a bullet for him. I've taken several.
Well, would you take a pay cut for him?
Listen, the relationship's complicated, okay?
Did you find anything out?
The only evidence Doc left behind was during his final attack.
His final attack? You mean...
Yeah, limit cross slash. When he killed Prosecutor Marshall, who was trying to protect some girl.
Oh, yeah, I'm just gonna go sit out the back of this one.
It seems Detective Gumshoe never realized Emma was the girl.
Do you like my limit cross slash joke, pal? It's really funny. Someone died.
That's why it's funny.
That's when he left the most incriminating evidence of all.
Well, what was it?
Let's see. I think it had something to do with the murder weapon. I forget. Look, it's all written somewhere in here, okay?
His powers of recollection never fail to impress.
Maybe we should show him the murder weapon. That might jog his memory.
Before we do that, let's see what he says about Dark's crimes.
Yeah.
Joe Doc was 42 at the time of the crime. He was just your run-of-the-mill businessman.
A businessman? What made him take to serial killing?
I mean, capitalism, dude. Aren't all businessmen the height of murders? On one day of home from... Gumshoe voice is so hard. On one day home from work, he hit someone with his car.
With his car? So it was an accident?
An accident, yes. But it transformed him into an animal.
An animal?
Like
Yeah,
a
like-
furry?
Yeah, like on that show Beastars.
I see.
Oh, I didn't do that. Oh god, okay, please.
Finally, he turned himself in. After all that stuff happened that I didn't get a chance to read,
Is
and
there
for
a
whatever
record?
reason, this game does not have a function that lets you look at the past text.
Visual novel with no backlog.
Yeah, exactly. It's like, why would you do this?
Seems he was a pretty careless animal.
Of course, this is all just conjecture. There wasn't a single shred of evidence.
So, he turned himself in.
Yes, but in the middle of his questioning, he fled and murdered his final victim. Prosecutor Marshall. That crime was witnessed by someone too, but luckily Dark was arrested on the spot. It's a good thing that witness wasn't killed.
That last witness, aka Emma.
Could you imagine how much that would be terrible if that witness was killed?
I think someone here could.
I don't get what you mean.
Alright, so let's show him the murder weapon. I think it's the knife we have with SL9 on it, right?
That's the one that supposedly was it, that we have doubts about whether it really was.
We've got doubts, but I think... Oh. Let's try presenting that.
Here you go, have a present.
Oh, thanks, pal. This will
It's a bloody knife.
This'll get me like $1.50 down at the pawn shop.
Please, just let me present the evidence.
About this.
Hey, is that?
It has a tag attached to it with the label SL9 Incident on it. I believe this would be the broken murder weapon you were speaking of.
What are you doing with that? You just walking around with it?
Yeah?
Ever since that case was closed, that knife's been locked away in a locker.
Evidently not.
Yeah, as they say, Butterfingers. Wait, that's not the one. On the day Detective Goodman was murdered, this suddenly disappeared from the locker. It was found in Mr. Edgeworth's car muffler.
That's it! Now I remember what that incriminating piece of evidence was. When you showed me that knife, it all came back to me.
Well, what is it, Detective? Quick, before you forget again.
This is my this is my remembering pose.
This knife, it was Joe Dark's, wasn't it?
That's right, pal. We traced it back to the store he bought it at. Plus, it had some of his fingerprints on it too.
But no one actually witnessed him using it to murder anyone, right?
That's where his luck went out. When you take a good look at the knife, you'll see it's broken.
You don't have to take a good look to notice that. It's pretty obvious. I could see it. Can you see it, Nick? You can see it too, right?
Let's go with yes.
Is it just me? Oh, no.
Let's go with yes.
Yeah, well, anyway. Take a guess where the broken off tip of the knife was found. That's what did him in.
Where was it?
The victim, Neil Marshall, was carrying it inside his own body. I've got a future writing mystery novels. It was found deep inside the stab wound.
How did it get in there? So convenient that the tip of the knife would just happen to be at the location where he was stabbed.
Well, I mean, if it broke off while he was being stabbed, then yeah, that's where it would be, right?
I don't follow.
'Cause if he got stabbed, then, like, the tip of the knife would be inside of him. And then, presumably, the knife broke somehow, and then, like, the blade came out, and the tip stayed in.
Oh, and then later he was stabbed again by Joe Dark.
Listen, I don't know your name, but is he always this difficult to deal with?
Yeah, well, yeah, actually.
Did it match Dark's knife?
I'm leaving a negative review today on Phoenix on the Discord. You bet, down to the last fiber.
It's made of fiber.
Well, I mean, everything's made of fiber when you get down to it.
What is this, Yoshi's Woolly World?
Aren't we all just cosmic strings?
I see.
Been reading a book on string theory. I like it a lot. I like strings. They're very long.
How do you feel about string quartets? I think 4 strings is enough for anyone.
I like some
personally.
string quartet. That sounds pretty good. Maybe some, I don't know. Who
String
composed it?
cheese? Okay, we're really stringing this along.
Oh no!
Let's get back on track.
Oh no, that one's sleepy.
That's pretty conclusive.
Well, there you have it in the nutshell. That's all I know. And served to you inside of a nutshell. I had to find a very big nut to make it happen, but I did it for you, pal.
Can I ask you one more thing?
No. I mean, what is it? If it's money you need, you should ask Chief Gan.
It's not money, but it does concern the chief. His office is a crime scene, right? It's where Prosecutor Neil Marshall was murdered.
The chief's out now and his office is locked. But we'd like to have a look around, if that's okay.
Well, any detective's ID card can unlock the door.
What, really?
But if I let a civilian in there, I'd be charged with breach of trust.
Breach of trust.
Simply put, I'd be canned.
Ah.
Are you willing to pay for my living and expenses for the next couple of years?
Let me dial Edgeworth real quick.
Sorry, pal. I don't plan on getting fired because of you.
How about this ID card? It is Detective Goodman's.
That won't work either. The data was deleted the day he died.
Wow, that was some cool iteration.
Yeah, right?
Oh, that sucks.
So, in other words, Gumshoe is our only chance of getting into that office.
Ah, yep.
Wonder if there's something we could show him that would change his mind.
Something that would change his mind.
What do we have? Wait, Neil stabbed in the back. That's interesting.
Stab wound, piercing heart lung. What do you mean stabbed in the... Oh, yeah. Yep.
We see him facing Joe Dark face on. And collapsed on top of Joe Dark face on.
That's true.
So he was
We would
stabbed
have
from
to-
behind by Gant.
Okay, sure.
Look at the picture. Look at the picture. It's all nice.
So it had a sword on it, huh?
Yeah, but like it's gonna be like one of like it's. You know what trophies are made out of. It's nothing. It's not gonna be anything. Actually able to.
Who's in the suit of armor? That's pretty cool.
I don't think anyone's in. I think it's just a suit of armor.
It's got a scarf that matches Lana's.
Lana was in the suit of armor.
I see.
Something that would make him change his mind.
I've been studying up on those files. Nothing wrong with Mr. Edgeworth's presentation. Think people are accusing him of injustice. I, for one, ain't buying it, pal.
You're looking into the keys for Mr. Edgeworth?
Yeah, it was a pretty big deal what was going on, you know. After all, a serial killer was on the loose.
But Lana was pretty clear in her confession. She forged evidence in order to prove Joe Dark guilty.
I don't know what we can show him just yet.
Why do we have a screwdriver?
So Edgeworth, that was a piece of evidence he had been retrieving on that day, because it was evidence transfer all day, and they wanted this transferred back to the prosecutor's office.
Oh, okay. At Gant's request. Interesting.
I wonder if we can. I don't know what we would show him right now.
What about the picture?
No idea. Okay.
What about the broken trophy?
The broken trophy?
Yeah.
Hey, that's it! That's the King of Prosecutors Award that Mr. Edgeworth got the other day.
Were you at the awards ceremony, Detective Gumshoe?
Of course, pal. I got an award for diligence myself.
Ah, congratulations.
I was wondering why is the award a shield? Why is it broken?
Oh, there's a reason. I'll tell you what it is later.
Apparently, he's forgotten.
Yeah, maybe the fact that Miles Edgeworth's name is on this.
Yeah?
That's the ID card record, is it?
Yes, there's only one number left to investigate at 4:20 p.m.
Haha, I know what I was doing at that time.
Do you know what the ID number 77 Lucky Number 7s was doing at that time?
I have no idea. I was baked out of my mind.
I see. The victim, Detective Goodman, must have entered the evidence room along with someone else. Someone with an executive officer number.
Oh, 7777777.
That's 17 too many, Detective.
Nah, I counted.
An executive officer. I just might have a hunch who might have executed Goodman.
You're gonna do this, huh? Let's see. I don't know what else there is to...
We need him to suspect Gant. What would it be that would make him suspect Gant?
I want to see if we can talk to Edgeworth yet.
I wonder if Edgeworth's back yet.
There he is! He looks like he's writing something!
What is it? What are you doing here?
He sure was quick to throw that paper on the floor.
Ugh.
Tough day in court, huh?
Ugh. Ugh. Had to live the past 2 years with rumors flying around. What's another allegation to me?
Cheer up, Mr. Edgeworth, I'm rooting for you!
That's Edgeworth for you. Always trying to hide his real feelings. Classic tsundere.
I don't know what you're talking about. So what do you want? Unlike some people, I don't have all day. Sorry, I'm just a little on edge right now. There's no excuse for what I've done. 2 years ago, I used false evidence to obtain a guilty verdict. That's what it all breaks down to, and nothing I can do can erase that fact.
But you didn't know, did you? I mean that the evidence was falsified.
Police department and the prosecutor's office share a bond of trust. If that bond is broken, we stand to lose everything. The police department's error is my error, my responsibility as the prosecutor in charge. The fact remains the same no matter what excuses I might have.
Mr. Edgeworth.
I take pride in my work. So tell me why. Why has it all come to this?
Even Edgeworth can't keep this kind of emotion bottled up. Are you up for the trial tomorrow?
First last year's trial, and now this one? It seems all you do is worry about me. To be honest, you're getting on my nerves.
But Mr. Edgeworth, you can't just walk out of the trial.
Tomorrow's the last day. It's too late to change prosecutors. I'll bet that's what my superiors are banking on. I never thought that case would come back to haunt me like this.
What do you mean?
The list of evidence, it seems too short. Most lists run twice as long.
It's only half as long as most lists? That is odd.
After Neil Marshall was murdered, I became prosecutor for that case. I may not have been part of the investigation, but I knew what I had to do. Use the evidence I was given to prove the suspect guilty. That was really the only thing on my mind at the time.
See, we just saw a picture taken around that time.
That picture. Something seemed strange about it.
Alright, so we should show that picture to Edgeworth. Okay.
Could you tell us again about what happened that day?
No.
The day Detective Goodman was murdered?
No.
You were participating in a ceremony over at the station, right?
Fine. I've never cared for ceremonies, but I had to attend that one.
Because you were awarded this?
Those receiving awards can't exactly skip out on the ceremony. I finished up at the office in the morning, then drove to the police department.
You finished up at the office?
Yes, just odds and ends, clerical stuff. I didn't plan on returning to the office that day. That is until I was asked to take something back.
Take something back?
This.
Oh yeah, Chief Can asked you to hold on to that, didn't he?
Yes, it was a piece of evidence in a case that was closed half a year ago. He asked me to bring it back to the prosecutor's office.
That's the story we heard yesterday. So you came back here to the prosecutor's office because the chief asked you to.
That's right. Alright, so we're gonna try to show him the photo. See what he says about that.
This picture was hanging on the wall in Chief Gant's office.
Prosecutor Neil Marshall. He just started making a name for himself. Looks like this was taken when he received the King of Prosecutors trophy.
Oh, speaking of that, there's something that bothers me.
Yes?
The trophy Mr. Marshall is holding. It's a little different than yours.
Yes, you're right. I remember now.
Remember what?
That was what the official prosecutor's trophy looked like until 2 years ago. There's a story behind its design.
A story?
Sounds interesting. Would you mind telling it to us?
I am in the middle of my workday.
Me too. Me too, buddy.
It's simple, really. Contradiction. That's what the award is based on. This award originates from an ancient Chinese tale. In Chinese, the word contradiction is written with 2 characters. The first means halberd, and the second means shield. You heard this story?
Me? Oh, sure, everyone knows that. Why don't you tell it, though, for Emma's sake?
No, I'm familiar with it too, it's okay.
Well, let's just go over it. We all need a refresher from time to time, right?
No, I think I'm pretty good.
Yes, I'm also pretty good.
let's do it anyway, though. You know, make sure we're all on the same page.
Very well. Long ago, in the kingdom of Chu, there was an arms merchant. One day he presented the king with 2 items.
Were they arms?
2
2 left? One
Down
left, one
vote. Down vote.
I see. Tough crowd today.
The first was a halberd he claimed could slice through any shield or armor. The second was a shield he claimed could withstand any weapon.
Wait a minute. Objection. Those claims contradict each other.
Very perceptive. But then again, you've heard this story before, right? Anyway, did you have to put on the pursuit theme for this?
I always carry it in my back pocket. That's what the Walkman's for.
As you mentioned, the very descriptions of these items discredit them both. When the king pointed this out, the merchant was left speechless. And thus the Chinese word for contradiction was born.
Oh, I see, so the chipped shield and the broken knife symbolize...
Precisely so. They symbolize the merchant's items. The ancient tale ends with the merchant at a loss for words, but it's in our nature to pursue matters to their conclusion, even if it results in something as ugly as this.
Wow! Thanks, Mr. Edgeworth. I learned something new today.
That's funny.
Yeah, it is. Yeah.
If that's so, then why were you only given a shield?
You'll have to ask Chief Gant about that one. 2 years ago, he had the halberd part of the award abolished.
Chief Gant.
Strange. What did he throw on the ground?
I wonder what he was writing before.
Come on, Mr. Wright. Let's take a look.
Are you crazy? Edgeworth is sitting right there.
Just distract him. I'll check it out.
Hey, Edgy Baby. Is that Detective Gumshoe out the window there? Oh no, he's falling to the ground.
Hold on. First, let me see what this girl's doing crawling around by my feet.
He didn't even look.
What? Letter of...
You're having trouble reading. I'll read it for you. It says letter of resignation.
Resignation? Edgeworth, you don't mean...
I'm tired, right? I feel as if something inside me has died.
But Mr. Edgeworth, none of it was your fault.
I know the path I've walked. You don't need to tell me. The path I've walked hasn't been a just one. I can't forgive myself for what I've done. And no one else should forgive me either.
Uh-oh, I think he's serious.
Mr. Wright, please, you have to do something.
This letter of resignation. I wonder if I can use it for anything.
I was going to finish that. It wasn't a dramatic gesture. I guess I'm just going to start it over.
Hey, you already crumpled it and all. May as well write it
You are
fresh.
a frustrating individual.
I'm told that.
So, I believe that's what we needed to show to,
That's her new voice now.
Sorry. Would either of you care for a £1/4 of roast beef?
Ms. Starr, I guess she's out of lunches.
You certainly are the curious sort, aren't you? Kind of like the first person who sucked a cow's nipple to discover milk.
I'm sorry, I'm distracted by your hot dog necklace.
Oh, I was distracted by the word nipple.
Still, I never thought you'd go digging up that case from 2 years ago.
Everyone in this trial was involved in the SL9 incident. Not only that, but the murder occurred on the very day the evidence from the case was due for transferal. This can't all be attributed to mere coincidence.
Aren't you forgetting something? You know that little scene I happened to witness.
The instant Lana stabbed Detective Goodman with a knife.
No matter how much of the past you dig up, it won't change what I saw. Roast beef is meant to be savored when eaten.
Ms. Starr's hatred toward Lana. It all dates back to 2 years ago.
Do you like my donut hat?
Yes. Damn, I could go for some jelly donuts.
Would you like to have one of my jelly donut lunches?
Yeah.
Joe Dark. It's a name I'll not soon forget. Who was I on the radio with? Everyone was in the room. We trailed him for half a year. Oh, the pressure. Still, I don't think I was ever more alive than I was then. Those days were steamier than a bowl of hot gravy. Listen, this is my personality. It's just...
Nick, we don't judge people for their personality traits here.
That's true.
Poor old Jake Marshall, though. He must have been going through hell.
You mean because of his brother's death?
They were close, those two. After Neil died, something took over Jake. He became obsessed. Seeing Jake like that made her all the more desperate.
Her.
Lana Skye.
My sister?
The best of the best were put on that SL9 case. Of course, they were led by the legendary duo.
Hold on, let me pull up the CG. Oh, here we go. Found it. Ah. I'm holding it. Lana and Chief Gant. Okay, we're done.
Like she's got like an iPod or like not an iPod, an iPad or something just ready to go. That legendary pair was the reason we were able to keep up our investigation. That's why we were so shocked over how it turned out.
You mean with the forging of the evidence?
Don't get me wrong. Joe Dark got what he deserved. Still, it was obvious the evidence produced in court was being manipulated. Items our team never found would suddenly appear while other items were kept secret.
But you don't have any proof anything illegal was done.
I'm proof enough of what happened.
Yeah.
After that case, all of us, save Goodman, were relieved of our duties. Most without even so much as an explanation. Then Lana Skye transferred to the prosecutor's office and became chief prosecutor.
I always wanted to be a prosecutor.
Nothing's quite as simple as it appears.
Huh?
Lana Skye was merely being used as a pawn. That is my take on the matter.
She was being used?
Oh.
As a pawn. Did she en passant?
I don't understand your funny Spanish words. Damon Gant and Lana Skye. Gant led the investigation with Lana second in command. They were the best.
They solved all kinds of cases together, didn't they?
Damon Gant's magnetism in particular was almost unreal.
Oh my god, I'm going to stick a spoon to him.
I tried it once and I never got it back. Some say it's still stuck to him this day.
His magnetism.
By that I mean his ability to attract evidence. He'd produced the most incredible evidence in the cases he handled.
Incredible evidence. You mean?
Oh yes, I mean evidence that is literally without credibility.
I see.
There were rumors about him even back then. No one dared confront him though.
I take it she's talking about forged evidence.
Back then, everyone looked up to Lana. All the detectives wanted to be like her.
Really?
Oh yes, myself included. I was a fool, really. She hated anything crooked and always watched out for the other detectives. That's why she was so concerned for Jake.
Oh, but Mr. Marshall!
When Jake's brother was murdered, she felt as if she had lost her own brother. If it wasn't for her, I don't think Jake would have ever recovered from the shock. That's what makes it all the more infuriating.
Miss Starr!
And that's why I'll never be able to forgive her. For what? Why did she have to turn so cold after that?
Lana transferred to the prosecutor's office 2 years ago, didn't she?
Yes, thanks to Chief Gant's powerful influence.
Chief?
That's right. Having solved only the SL9 case, his position as chief was secured. There was only one thing left for him to control. And then no one could stand in his way. The prosecutor's office.
What? You mean that's why Lana was transferred?
If he could control the chief prosecutor, he could control the prosecutor's office. That must have been his goal all along.
But how could he control Lana?
I don't know, but one thing is for sure. Ever since that case ended, she's never been the same. It's only logical to conclude there must have been a reason for her to change.
Alas. I'm finally getting close to the bottom of this ugly mess. Thank you, Miss Starr.
No problem. Buy a jelly donut?
Indeed.
Thank you. That's a tip, you know. Listen to me, rookie. It takes more than just ingredients to create fine cuisine. I hope you turn out to be a better chef than I've been. Interesting. And I love now that we're finally starting to see like the full scope of what's been going on here. And it turns out the interesting part isn't the simultaneous murders. It's what on earth went on.
Has she always had this personality even before she sold lunches?
Yes.
She was just a detective and always talked about gravy 24/7.
I really like gravy. Is there something wrong with that?
No, I
All right.
guess.
Well, then shut up. Your face. Oh, you're back.
You're still here?
I gotta make 150 copies of these files. Brewing coffee, copying files. I'm turning into a regular DJ.
You're a DJ as well?
If I'm not mistaken, I think he means desk jockey.
Oh, I get it. That's really funny.
I got him my persistency, but my answer's still no. I'm not letting you in the chief's office, period. It'll be my neck on the line.
Good God, Gumshoe voice is doing a number on me.
Yeah?
Oh, sorry about that.
Something. I have to take a look in there.
Ah!
There's gotta be something we can do to make the detective change his mind.
Yeah.
I've already forgotten what the new thing was that we're supposed to show him. Oh, it was that.
This is the only new piece of evidence we've got.
Yeah, let's show it.
What's this crumpled up piece of paper? Oh, no way! Mr. Edgeworth can't be serious.
Is he ever not serious?
I can't believe they pushed him to this far.
Mr. Edgeworth really feels responsible.
When I first met him, I thought he was as cold as ice too. But I know different now. He trusted us detectives to provide him with sound evidence. But we betrayed him.
Detective, your voice is coughing a lot.
That's it. I made up my mind.
But
Here, take my ID card.
We can't do that. If someone found out...
they wouldn't let you off the hook with another lost item report.
Look at me. It's no secret I'm already out of the loop. After all, I'm friends with Mr. Edgeworth. Depending on how this case turns out, I may already be as good as terminated.
What?
So at least let me do this. For Edgeworth's sake.
Alright, detective. Thank you.
Gumshoe, the total bro coming in for his boy Edgeworth.
Yeah?
Thank you, Edgeworth. Shall we go?
Sure. Oh, Gumshoe sacrificing his entire career for Edgeworth's sake so that we can fuck Edgeworth instead.
I don't know. The Gumshoe the Gumshoe and Edgeworth shipping is also a pretty popular thing.
I see.
Here goes, Mr. Wright.
Oh, thank God we're done with Gumshoe for a while.
I'm in. Been practicing on that one. Anyone finds us now?
Detective Gumshoe's a goner.
If that happens, I'm counting on you to bail me out.
Yeah.
Yeah.
Sorry, I thought you were a ghost.
I didn't even know you could slap a ghost.
Detective Gumshoe! What are you doing sneaking up on us like that?
I wasn't sneaking. Just worried something might go wrong. So I came to.
If you're here, then what's the point in giving us your ID card?
Crushed and rendered unusable in pocket.
Hey, don't do that to my card. I hardly ever get a chance to come in here, so I figured I'd have a look around myself. Besides, we're all in this together now.
Really do want to get fired, don't you?
Not if we're lucky. Now come on, let's see what we can find out.
Got a bad feeling about this. That desk on the other side of the room, was that your sister's?
Yeah, that's where I was waiting for Lana. On that day 2 years ago.
Is anyone using it now?
And no, sir. This is entirely Chief Gant's office now.
Damon, 2 desks, Gant.
He practices a strict policy of preserving the crime scene.
That's a strange reason to leave it there.
Yeah, it's like he wants to get caught. He leaves it as a warning to everyone else. He wants us to always be alert. He told us so himself at a New Year's party. Of course, he was pretty intoxicated at the time.
I see.
So ever since Lana left, no one ever touches that desk?
No one except Chief Gant and the cleaning lady who's in here each morning.
Still, 2 years have passed since that incident. There can't possibly be any clues remaining.
Nope, we're back to me. Can I ask you something?
Sure.
You mean yours, ask me questions, right? You only came here to look around, right? Because it's one of the SL9 crime scenes. I mean, it's the only reason for coming here, isn't it?
Why do you ask?
You don't think... Nah. You wouldn't be. No. Nah. No way. Never mind. Just don't worry about it.
Okay. Now then, let's look around a little bit more.
Hey, hold on. Not so fast, buddy.
Huh? What is it?
When someone tells you don't worry about it, it's just supposed to stop bothering you, pal. You don't just let it go at that.
Sorry?
You are the reason I have anxiety, Gumshoe.
This guy's starting to get on my nerves. Okay, so what's bothering you?
You two don't think Chief Gant might be a suspect, do you?
What? He's right, Mr. Wright. What do we think of him?
Chief Gant. So it's finally come to this.
What
do I think of him?
Who wants a toffee?
Perhaps it's best I don't divulge my feelings yet.
There you go, ignoring me again. I'm a human being too with feelings, you know.
All right, let's take a look at the office.
Yeah.
Finally, we get the chance to look around here.
You can see pretty far from 15 stories up. We were to drop that suit of armor from here.
At first, the chief wanted to use stained glass for this window.
Really? Why didn't he?
They say he changed his mind because he wouldn't be able to see the view.
Oh,
Stained glass or not, it's a huge window. This is the real deal, isn't it? This armor and these weapons?
Sure is, pal. Chief doesn't care for imitations.
First the pipe organ, now this armor. You know how many taxpayer dollars must have gone into this room?
what? You mean we're paying for this? That's it. I'm not paying 1% of my taxes.
Oh no. Sit, Emma.
Oh no! Oh no! No, don't go soft sit, Emma.
You don't have any taxes to pay.
Shh! Be careful what you say. Who knows? Chief may be hiding in Zama as we speak.
I don't think he'd fit in there.
And if you did, he'd never be able to get back out.
Cut it out. You guys don't know how scary that guy could be.
Wow, look at the size of Chief Gant's desk.
Speaking of that, when we were here earlier,
Oh, it's you two.
Chief Gant. He put that paper he was reading in his desk. I wonder what he was reading.
This looks like a list of evidence, pal.
A list of evidence.
In most cases, the list runs twice as long as this, though.
Hey, look at the case name.
Hey, look at the case name.
Oh,
Huh? SL9? Oh, wow. She sounded like you for a minute.
that happens.
SL9 incident. I wonder what this is doing here.
Hold on, detective. What did you just say?
I said I wonder what...
No, about evidence lists. Normally they're twice as long.
That's right, because there wasn't a lot of evidence. No.
A half-sized list of evidence.
The list of evidence, it seems too short. Most lists run twice as long.
What would the other half of this list be doing here?
I knew it. The chief must be hiding something about that case.
It would appear so.
Interesting. Okay. That's one piece of evidence.
Wow, look at the size of Chief Gant's desk.
We found this inside the drawer. A list of evidence from the SL9 incident.
Mr. Edgeworth had the other half of that list.
What would this list be doing here?
Vibing.
I see. We'd better look a little more into this list.
Why don't we take a look at that list, actually?
Yeah.
How helpful.
I see. What if we rotate it? Huh! Wonder what this is. Looks like someone drew some kind of sketch here.
What is it? Did you find something?
Can't make it out. I'd better keep quiet about it for now. Oh no, it's nothing.
Why are your eyes moving about like that, Mr. Wright?
I'd better not forget about this picture.
What are you doing? Just show me what it is. Why won't you show me? Ah. I'm gonna have Maya send mean memes about you.
Oh, okay. It's Wednesday then, is it?
That, we certainly probably know what that was.
Yeah. This is a safe, isn't it?
Safe. That word is ripe with intrigue.
Okay, if you say so.
Looks like a code needs to be entered in this panel to open it.
7-digit number. I just might know what it is. Is it totally all 7s?
Do you want to try all 7s?
Will a bad thing happen if we get it wrong?
No.
Okay, yeah, I do want to try all 7s.
Okay.
Do you know what it is?
I have a hunch.
Oh, I know. You want to try my birthday. It's...
I have a better idea. Here goes nothing.
You want to try all 7s?
Yeah? Ha! Bingo!
You're supposed to say I'm in. What number did you enter?
Whose birthday was that, pal?
7777777. The final ID card number on that record.
What?
The number of the mysterious executive officer who entered the room that day.
You mean... 77777777? That ID number?
I think you're 1-7 shy this time.
No, I counted.
This can only mean one thing. That's Chief Gant's ID number.
Say, anyone care to look inside?
We could. I'm just gonna do some knowledge here. Doing that's gonna end the scene, so let's look
Okay.
at some other stuff first, okay?
Chief Organ should...
Okay, from the top.
Hold on. It might hurt, but if I'm gonna give it the gumshoe voice, I gotta make it.
The chief's organ sure is a sight to behold. Look at how stiff it is. Occasionally we hear him playing it from the Criminal Affairs Department.
That's on the 2nd floor, and this is the 15th floor of an entirely different building.
When a detective screws up, the chief calls him to his office and makes him listen to the organ for hours. What's so funny about the organ? You want to know more about the chief's organ?
Yeah.
I will. When he plays it, it gets all... feels like he's getting a little bit stiff behind the keys, you know? like he's sitting erect.
What are you two talking about?
I'm not sure anymore.
What's so bad about that? Music soothes the soul.
After that, the detective can't hear anything for days except the ringing in their ears.
So it's an instrument of punishment,
He
literally.
thinks he's Rick Wakeman, but he's not. It's more like a Liberace.
But the chief's ears aren't affected?
He never listens to anyone anyway.
That's beside the point.
Let's take a look at some of the stuff.
Look at that giant window. Just want to crash right through it and jump outside.
This is the 15th floor.
I know, I'm just saying. Like if we're in a video game.
Saying what?
Like if I was Ezio.
I see.
Ever since making Detective, I've always dreamed about doing something like that.
Note to self, Detective Gumshoe has a lot of dreams.
As long as he doesn't go crashing through that window when he gets fired.
Don't say that.
These shelves are mostly empty. Lana must have cleaned them out when she transferred over to the prosecutor's office. There's a small picture frame on the left shelf.
Hey! This is when Lana and I went to that theme park. Oh. Why would she leave it here and not take it with her? Oh.
This was Lana's desk. It sure is tidy.
Lana's always been a meticulous cleaner.
There's not even any dust on it. Looks like someone's still keeping it clean. Does Lana ever come back here?
Nope. Chief Gant must still keep it clean in memory of their partnership. They were the stuff letters were made of.
Does he keep it in memory of her or in memory of the crime?
This was taken on that day 2 years ago.
The day Joe Dark ran out of the questioning room and tried to kill Emma.
Damn.
After receiving his award trophy, Mr. Marshall took a picture here, then went along with Chief Gant to question Drake. Drake. Used to call him.
On his cell phone?
I bet he never knew he'd be dead just a few hours later.
Gee, you think?
Alright, let's go take a look at what's in that safe, huh?
Okay.
We've done enough dallying about.
Is there any money in there? How much does he have stashed away? I need to make rent this month.
Look, it's
A shot from a broken cup.
This somehow looks familiar. Where have I seen this before?
There's something else in here, too.
What's this? It looks like a piece of leather cloth.
This is a handprint, isn't it?
Hey, I saw someone wearing a shirt like that once. You think the chief made up the design?
I don't think that's how that works. Is he always like this?
Yeah, I'm just like that. It was just a thought.
That's it? That's all there is in the safe?
Apparently so. It's empty now.
A piece of cloth with a handprint on it and a shard from a broken cup.
They look like pieces of evidence.
Yeah, but unless you can prove they have something to do with the case, I can't just let you take them. Draws my neck on the line here.
Great. Now I have to prove their relevancy to get them. How are these two items related to the SL9 incident?
Come on, there's gotta be something we could show the detective.
We have the other part of that broken vase.
We do. Oh, hold on, I'm trying to present that.
Detective Gumshoe, could you have another look at this jar?
I remember when the three of us put that back together. Ah, those were the days.
It's kind of early to be nostalgic.
Wasn't this jar a piece of evidence from that case?
That's right. One of these shards had an SL9 incident sticker on it.
Doesn't this ring any bells? You know that fragment we just found?
You mean this one that was in the safe?
Yeah. Oh,
Yes, that one. Oh my god, I'm starting to like you again. Help me. Yes, that one that was in the safe.
You're, Oh! Now that you mention it, that's ringing a lot of bells. Let's see if it fits.
here, let me see that shard. I'll take a crack at this.
Why are you carrying that vase around with you just at all times? Go ahead, pal. Show us what a rookie can do.
Mr. Wright, here's some glue.
If I can piece this together again, it'll prove Chief Gant was knowingly hiding evidence. Here goes.
Why did you carry that around with you? You know what, actually? It became really useful, so I'm not gonna question it, actually.
Boom!
There, it fits like a charm. That, of course, means Chief Gant willingly and knowingly hid a piece of this jar in his safe.
Oh no!
In other words, he concealed a piece of evidence from the SL9 incident.
But
Hey guys, get a load of this!
What is it?
This piece you just attached, it's different from the others.
there's a reddish line on it.
A reddish line.
Let me lick it.
That's blood.
Yeah, let me lick it.
I don't get it. Why would Chief Gant hide this in a safe? Do you want to take a look at it?
Sure.
That's what it looks like now.
Hmm.
You know what's also funny? It's hollow.
Huh. Weird.
Now, what about the other piece of evidence?
Would it be that he used the cloth to keep his fingerprints off the knife?
Maybe? But we have to prove that it's relevant. That conjecture alone won't work. But you know what we do have that will work?
What? Luminol, huh?
Just see if we can find blood traces and,
Sure.
Oh, wait, no. Fingerprinting set.
Okay.
Duh!
Detective Gumshoe, I'd like you to have a look at this.
Hey, I know what that is. Want to take some fingerprints?
That's a great idea, Detective.
Alright, go to town. Zeesh.
What are you doing? Why are you sticking out your hand like that?
Go ahead, take my fingerprints.
Oh my gosh. He's even sillier than I thought. It's not your fingerprints we want to take.
Huh?
Come on, this isn't the time for jokes. We're talking about that cloth we found in the safe.
Oh! I knew that. The one with the fan print on it, right? The fan print is what I said. Jeez, where's your sense of humor?
Okay, Mr. Wright, let's check for prints. Sprinkle the powder on the cloth. Then once they've been absorbed into the prints, blow the rest away.
What are you, my mom? I don't have to be told a million times.
Actually, I am.
That's fucked up.
It is.
Alright, let's get this over with.
I don't remember which fingerprint it is that actually gets us the result, so hopefully I guess right.
I gave it my best shot.
That kind of result won't be any good for matching prints, will it?
But it doesn't look like we'll get a clearer result from this print.
Okay, let's try a different finger then.
Alright, so not that finger. That one looks pretty clear.
Is that what we just did?
Nope. We started one to the left of that. There we go. That's not good enough. Are you kidding me? Come on. There we go. Alright, so we gotta find... It's not Gantz.
That's interesting. Is no, it's not Goodman's either. Looked close, but it wasn't. Emma.
Oh my.
What the fuck?
Oh no, that's not good.
Was Emma the killer?
My secret's been discovered. None of you will leave this room alive.
No, how can this be? What are Emma's fingerprints doing here?
Hey, you found a match? Whose fingerprints were they?
Huh? Oh, it seems the prints are too old. They aren't clear enough to get a match.
Oh, that's too bad. I thought they'd be Darks for sure.
Hey you, over here. What's going on here?
What are the kids' prints doing inside Chief's safe?
Don't ask me. Let's just keep this information from Emma for now.
Yeah, that seems like the reasonable and logical thing to do.
Yeah, maybe you should hold on to this.
Well, was I any help?
Of course. Thanks to your ID card, rest in peace, we were able to get some hard evidence.
No, that's not very kind, is it? In other words, if it wasn't for his ID card, he would have been useless. Isn't that right, you in the coat?
Chief Gant!
We didn't think you'd be back so soon.
Fortunately, I'm a man who believes in signs. As I was walking to my meeting, I happened to look out at a window and saw a stray dog run right into a pole. Just then I thought of a certain detective.
Do you mean, me, sir?
Now then, I'm afraid I'm going to have to ask you all to leave.
Yes, sir. Sorry.
Oh, you in the coat.
Me, sir?
Drop off your ID card on the way out. You won't be needing it anymore.
But, sir!
Now get out.
Yes, sir!
We'll be on our way too then.
Wait, you, the one without the spiky hair. Don't go yet.
Me, sir?
I'd like a word with you.
But, sir, I'm not a licensed investigator yet.
You with the spiky hair. You're free to go.
Mr. Wright, don't leave me with him.
Look, pal, I've told you once, I've told you 1,000 times. The chief's office is off limits. But no, you just had to go sneaking in there like that, didn't you?
I thought you said you didn't care anymore if you were fired.
Yeah, but if I knew it'd be like this, I never would have said it.
Now that I've seen the evidence Chief Gant was hiding in his office, I think I'm finally starting to get the picture. But why has she kept eerily silent about it all this time?
Anyway, you listen to me? I'm gonna try to smooth things over with the chief again. Later, pal.
After that, I heard from Emma. She said the police wanted to ask for some questions, so she'll be busy for the rest of the day.
I see. So the chief asked Emma to come in for questioning.
It's no use thinking about it. Tomorrow's the final day in court. I'm committed to doing everything I can to defend you, which is why I'm here.
But I've already told you all I can.
What you've told me over these past couple days is absolutely nothing. Not a single useful thing.
Really? I believe I did mention something quite important. Something I told you right at the beginning. I said that I was the one who stabbed Detective Goodman.
You know, I think I finally figured it out. I know who it is that's lurking behind your words.
Mia did a good job mentoring you. I'm rather jealous. I miss her sometimes.
Me too, me too.
It seems Edgeworth was right.
Edgeworth?
Once you're convinced you know something, no one can persuade you otherwise. Thick-headed is the term he used, I believe.
Now's my chance to get her to tell me the rest of the story. I have to admit I was more than a little perplexed at first. You insisted you did it, yet there was no incriminating evidence. That's when it hit me. Not that you're unwilling to tell the truth, it's that you're incapable of doing so because of a certain individual.
What an intriguing notion. A certain individual, you say. So you think I'm protecting this person?
Protecting? No, I think afraid of. It's more like it.
Oh,
If I'm not mistaken, the person in question may have persuaded you to silence.
For argument's sake, Mr. Wright, who, may I ask, is that person that you're speaking of? The one I am supposedly so frightened of. What is this person's name?
Damon Gant.
I like how when they bring it up, they have it highlighted on his name, too.
Yeah. Well, Ms. Skye?
Mr. Wright, you are addressing the chief prosecutor. Do not forget your place.
I take it she's still not ready to spill the beans.
My apologies. Could you please tell me a bit more about what you think you know? We were partners until 2 years ago. I respected him as a detective.
Assuming he is respectable, then tell me something. Why would he try to hide his crimes?
His crimes?
Both you and Edgeworth will be brought before a board of inquiry for what you did. Specifically, hiding and forging evidence.
Of course, those are serious offenses.
Why is it, though, that Chief Gant's name was never mentioned?
Chief Gant.
Edgeworth didn't know the truth behind the forgery. The only person who could have possibly tampered with the evidence was...
Me. I had access because I was second in command of that investigation.
Yes, you, but also one other, Damon Gant.
If you intend to accuse Chief Gant, you'll need more than just words. Show me proof that Chief Gant falsified evidence in that case.
Well, we've got the thingy. Yeah, the thingy. That one. I just found this in a safe in the chief's office.
Do you carry that around with you at all times?
Absolutely.
Where does it... How?
Haha. This jar piece and this piece of cloth. Do you know what these are? They're pieces of evidence from the SL9 incident. The person concealing evidence was none other than Chief Gant himself. Now tell me, why are you taking all this blame for him?
Touché, Mr. Wright. It is as you surmised. I cannot disobey the Chief's orders, even if it means being found guilty for murder.
Why not?
Come now, Mr. Wright. You can't possibly expect me to be able to tell you that. 3 days ago, I had no choice but to cooperate.
In the murder of Detective Goodman?
Or perhaps I should say, follow orders. Yes, that's more accurate than cooperate. Although I can't tell you the details, I can say that I was given an order that day. I need you to dispose of Bruce Goodman's body. You'll find it inside the trunk of Miles Edgeworth's car.
Just as I suspected. Despite what everyone believes, you were not the one who murdered Detective Goodman.
Correct. I was trying to take the body out of Edgeworth's car. The trunk's lock was broken, and I discovered that murder weapon while inspecting the body.
The murder weapon? You mean Edgeworth's knife?
No. When I found the body, this was the knife stuck in it.
The knife from the SL9 incident. Serial killer Joe Dark's knife.
I couldn't just leave that knife in him. So I took it out and stabbed him with another knife.
Why put another one in?
Well, to sell the fact that he was still stabbed.
He has a stab wound in him. He was obviously stabbed.
To make sure that it wasn't going to be traced back to that particular piece of evidence as the murder weapon for that.
Okay.
Yep.
That would be Edgeworth's knife.
That's right. Even though he was already dead, my hands were shaking at the thought of stabbing him. That's why I ended up cutting my hand.
And that's the reason for the bandage on your right hand?
Yes, it seems that I got blood on the victim's shoes as well. And then, she saw me just as I plunged the knife in.
Ms. Starr, huh?
Which is also why she made sure to hide the SL9 knife to make sure that it wasn't gonna... could get into the right hands, you know?
Why did you need to hide Dark's knife so badly?
It took a lot of work to finally close the Dark case 2 years ago. It was over with. I didn't ever want it to be opened again. My intent was to prevent that by whatever means possible.
So, you hid Dark's knife.
The weapon used to stab the detective was evidence in the Joe Dark case. If word got out, which it would, the reporters would have a field day with that.
So you wrapped the knife in your scarf and hid it in Edgeworth's exhaust pipe.
Right. Then I called my sister to tell her what happened, and to ask her to hide the knife that was inside my muffler.
You asked Emma?
I didn't want anyone on the force to know about this.
That would explain why Emma is so confident about Lana's innocence.
Speaking of phone calls, I had a bad feeling about one of them that day.
A bad feeling.
The truth is, after I received those orders from Chief Gant, the first thing I did was make a phone call. A phone call to Patrolman Jake Marshall.
To Marshall? Why on earth would you call him?
The lead investigator for the SL9 incident had been murdered. I wanted that fact to be kept hidden, and I needed help. He was the only other person I could trust. Or at least I thought I could trust him at the time. However, it seems that after I spoke to him, he went off on an escapade of his own.
Oh, you mean...
Not wanting the case to die, he decided to take things into his own hands.
He disguised himself as Detective Goodman and tried to steal the evidence.
He had already stolen the ID card, but it seems he still hadn't made up his mind to break into the evidence room. After my phone call, any remaining doubts he had must have disappeared.
So your phone call caused the incident in the evidence room?
The evidence in the incident room, if you will. I'm afraid that's all I can tell you.
But Lana...
You've earned my respect, Mr. Wright. Both as a defense attorney and an investigator. Now, please, don't pursue this any further in court tomorrow.
Tomorrow's trial. There's only one way to drive off Lana's demons. I've got to get to the bottom of everything.
Also, do you like how I'm swiveling around in this chair? It's not even a swivel chair. It was bolted down.
Detective Goodman's real murderer. And what went down in the chief's office 2 years ago.
Yeah! Seems things are finally coming into place.
Indeed.
And we'll be able to solve this case. I think there's like maybe 2 or 3 more segments.
Okay.
So we'll finally be done recording this and able to put it up.
Hell yeah.
God, I told you it was long.
Yeah.
It's been, I believe this, I was right when I said this is going to be about as long as the rest of the game we've played up to this point.
Time to put up one 24-hour long YouTube vid.
I'm going to do it. You can't stop me. Oh my god, we only have like 2 more of these segments to go.
Yeah.
I think.
Probably.
But I think now we finally have a clear picture of what's been going on here.
This is the defendant lobby, all right, but there's no defendant. I've been trying to reach Lana all morning. Where could she be? And where's Emma, for that matter? It almost seems as if...
Maybe you shouldn't have left her there alone. Something's been happening behind the scenes.
Edgeworth.
Yes, that's me.
I just like
you,
saying your name.
I like hearing you say it too. Okay, let's move on. Knowing you, you've already figured it out. Who the owner of the 7777777 ID number, that is.
Well, I have a pretty strong hunch. Looks like I'm not the only one who's figured it out.
You know, the only reason this trial didn't reach a verdict yesterday is because there was still room for doubt regarding this ID record. If that number does belong to whom you suspect, then no doubt will remain. After all, he hasn't been officially charged with anything.
True. Not yet.
In any event, once all doubt has been removed from that list, I can call for a ruling. 5 minutes, right, and Chief Prosecutor Skye will be found guilty.
But she didn't do it.
I figured you'd say as much. That's why I came here. To hear what you have to say.
This is the first time he's ever done something like this. That's sweet. Lana's hiding something, and the only way we'll ever know the truth is to draw it out of her.
The truth?
Everything goes back to the SL9 incident.
Don't be stupid. Today's the last day of the trial. We don't have time to reminisce about the past.
That depends on you.
Pardon me?
If she's found guilty, you'll lose your only chance to find out what really happened.
I'll think about it. I'll see you in court, right? Notice that this is like one of the first times that we see Edgeworth starting to kind of reconsider what the relationship between him and Phoenix might be. Not just like romantic, but like remember up to this point, Edgeworth has been through the entire first game been this driving force that seeks to take what's in front of him and prove them guilty.
Mm-hmm.
This is one of the first times we start to see that him reconsider what that dynamic should be, and it's a really good point of growth for him.
This is it. If I'm ever going to find out what Chief Gant has on her, it's now.
I love that. We see it all the time, and I love it. The gavel bang. Think about it this way. In the Ace Attorney universe, we've seen the most of whose hand? The judge's.
Yeah?
Yeah? See a lot of that firm fist of his.
Court is now in session for the trial of Miss Lana Skye.
The defense is ready, Your Honor.
The prosecution is ready, Your Honor.
Normally, this is when the prosecution puts forth its opening statement.
I'm sorry?
But before that, the police chief has a proposal to make.
Chief Gant. I'm sorry, my heart belongs to another.
Oh, you do. You flatter yourself. Good morning, folks. How's everyone doing? Hey, Aji, back to the pool yet?
No, I've been drowning enough as it is in my work.
Oh, that's a good one. Don't think I can top that. Oh, we all have fun here.
Do we?
If you don't mind me asking, Chief, what exactly is this proposal of yours? I love how uncomfortably long he just stands there.
Yeah.
Lana, that is to say the defendant, has asked me if she could speak directly to the court.
She wants to do what?
Having heard what she intends to say, I feel she should be granted her request. In the end, it should save everyone a lot of time and trouble. Oh, and you know me, we're all about saving, and apparently we're just going right to it, too. Excellent. See you back on the courts, Aji.
Oh, yes, well, wait, what? What courts? We're in court right now.
What is this about, defendant?
I'd just like to make one simple request, and I'll be finished.
Well then, what's your request?
Your Honor, I'd like you to have put an immediate end to this trial.
Huh?
I confess to all charges against me. On February 21st of this year, I murdered Detective Bruce Goodman in the underground parking lot of the prosecutor's office.
No, Lana. You can. Your Honor, the defendant's claim does not change the defense's plea.
In that case, Mr. Wright, I no longer require your services.
But Lana...
Your Honor, I hereby forfeit my right to an attorney. The prosecution may lack direct evidence against me, but it has sufficiently proven its case through testimony and circumstantial evidence. I would like you to render your verdict now, if you please.
Well, the defendant certainly has the right to self-representation. The request is legally valid, although this is an unprecedented situation. Indeed, it appears there's no further need to continue this trial, even if Mr. Wright may feel otherwise.
This can't be happening.
Oh yeah, fastest case ever.
It appears the time for verdict has arrived. This court finds the defendant...
One moment, Your Honor.
Mr. Edgeworth?
The prosecution has not yet proven the defendant guilty beyond reasonable doubt. Any ruling at this stage would certainly be premature. Come now, Worthy. I understand this is a difficult time for you, but why don't you just be a good little boy and keep your mouth shut? I don't think I care for your tone, Chief Gant. What? Creating another fabrication to cover up your past mistakes. I'm sorry, but I'm no longer the naive little boy you would have me to be. With this sudden confession from the defendant, it's obvious to me some kind of deal was struck behind the scenes. Oh, some kind of deal? Not everyone operates the same way you do, Worthy. I thought so. Your Honor, the prosecution would like to change its first witness.
Oh, to whom?
As its first witness, the prosecution would like to call Miss Emma Skye. I request the court hears her testimony.
Mr. Edgeworth, I am exercising my right to self-representation. I don't think we need to continue...
I don't care what you think, Miss Skye. The exposure of truth sometimes results in tragedy. However, no matter how tragic the truth may be, it would be an even greater tragedy to avert one's eyes from it.
Very well. The court shall grant the prosecution's request. It's okay with you, right, Chief Gant?
Worthy, you'll live to regret this. Mark my words.
Oh good, I'll live.
Miss Skye, please take the stand. It is so hard to differentiate. I'm trying, but they have different like kinds of low sonorous voice.
Looks like Edgeworth has decided to take the horse by the reins.
It just occurred to me that I'm basically playing every other character in this.
Yeah, I feel like everything has come together in this final bit to give you all the lines for this.
Do you want to be Emma for the last bit?
If you want me to.
Yeah, because I feel kind of bad just like being the only one doing the voices for the last bit here.
Okay.
We didn't plan that out well enough.
Okay. Unfortunately, my Emma voice will sound totally different than yours.
Oh, would you rather I keep doing it then?
Hey, Nick! Hey, this is what I sound like!
I can keep doing it. I just don't want you to feel left out. I'm sorry.
I am fine with whichever way we would like to do. Did we settle on that I ought to?
Yeah. I'd like to hear your interpretation. Now then, witness, please state your name and occupation.
My name is Emma. Emma Skye.
You sound a lot less raspy than you did last time we talked.
I had tonsillitis.
Oh, I'm glad to hear you had a swift recovery.
Yeah. My occupation, I'm Lana's little sister, and I want to be a scientific investigator.
2 years ago, you encountered the serial killer Joe Dark of the Joe Dark killings. Is this correct?
Yes, and it's very convenient that the killings had his name right on them.
You'd think they would have figured it out from that name, but
I know, right? I'm trying my hardest to forget about that, though.
I'm sorry, but I'm afraid I'm going to have to ask you to recall those events one more time.
We're gonna celebrate?
Oh, I like that one. I'm a big fan of KMFDM. Mr. Edgeworth, please remember this trial concerns the murder of Detective Goodman. Is an incident that was resolved 2 years ago really all that relevant?
Yes, it most certainly is. We could just stare at each other all day if you want.
Well, okay then.
He sure gave in fast.
Now, please testify about what happened to you 2 years ago.
The trip to yesteryear has finally begun. It's bound to lead to the truth behind this trial.
Two years ago.
I was waiting in my sister's office that day. A man came running in and he took me hostage. Neil Marshall rescued me, but I'll never forget what I saw in that instant. The man raised up his knife and stabbed Mr. Marshall in the chest.
It's a good thing you weren't harmed.
I passed out. I don't remember much.
That's understandable. However, please tell me, Mr. Edgeworth, what does this testimony have to do with Detective Goodman's murder?
That will soon become apparent, Your Honor.
You gotta admire him for his courage, considering he has no evidence.
Yeah, you realize what Edgeworth's doing here. He's decided to place his trust entirely in us.
Yeah.
He's trusting that we know what we're doing and that we're gonna walk everyone to the truth. And
he's finally learned our technique of just bullshit. Bullshit until you get the right answer.
Think about how much trust that means he's put in Nick now. like imagine, compare that to where he was at the beginning of the game. It's character development. Also, they boning.
Very well, the defense may begin its cross-examination.
What are you doing?
Pressing.
I haven't had it. Oh, I am. I have been pressed. I've been depressed.
No.
Oh.
2 years ago, the defendant was a detective at the police department, correct? Yes, she was second in command under then Deputy Chief of Police Gant. My sister, she was the best detective ever.
Yes, I remember. She was. Until she wasn't. Deputy Chief Gant and Miss Skye used to be quite the pair. You gonna bring up the CG? No, we're not doing that. You there, the one with the iPad. Could you pull up the CG for us?
I believe they shared the same office.
That's right. I'd always sit at my sister's desk and dream about playing that organ. I wanted to play it that day, too.
What were you going to perform? I hear you were very much into Rick Wakeman. The police department and the prosecutor's office held a ceremony that day.
Lana promised to take me to dinner after she finished her work.
I got it too before you could press me.
A man. Yes, Joe Dark. He was a serial killer.
Joe Dark was brought in for questioning the day of that ceremony. We were desperate to get anything on him that would lead to an arrest.
When he saw his chance, he fled to the room, right?
Upon fleeing the room, Dark proceeded to take the elevator. He must have been in a panic because the elevator was going up. Then he ran into Skye in Chief Gant's office.
There was a lot of noise coming from outside, so I opened up the door to have a look. That's when I saw him.
Ooh, I could hear the capital of that one.
What was the prosecutor doing there?
That day, there were 2 people present during Dark's questioning. Deputy Chief Damon Gant and Prosecutor Neil Marshall.
Almost forgot about Gant.
Neil Marshall had just received the King of Prosecutors Award. Young and dedicated, he went straight to the questioning room after the ceremony.
I assume that would also be why he was the first to run after Dark.
When Dark grabbed me, I thought I was as good as dead. And that's when Prosecutor Marshall came running in. I don't clearly remember what happened then, but
You can't start pressing before the thing finishes and I can hit the button. That's cheating.
can you tell us about that? Mr. Marshall jumped on Dark. Just then, the lights went out.
The lights?
It was just about this time of year. There was a terrible storm going on and lightning struck nearby. So the electricity went out?
Wait a minute. If it was pitch dark in that room, you shouldn't have been able to see anything, right?
Right, but just then lightning flashed again outside. That sudden flash left an unforgettable image of the scene in my mind.
I see.
I told the detective about what I saw then. The detective? Yes, Detective Goodman. He was in charge of the case. Detective Bruce Goodman, the victim.
Let's hear more.
So you spoke with Detective Goodman about this 2 years ago. Yes, that's what's so scary about this trial.
And you told Detective Goodman about what you saw.
Yes, but at the time, the words just wouldn't come out. That's why I drew a picture. A picture? Yes, I think she mentioned that before.
Well, Mr. Wright, you heard enough?
This picture the witness drew. I believe it has a very important meaning.
But the list of evidence I was given 2 years ago didn't contain a picture.
Witness, would you mind if we added this statement to your testimony?
Yes, Your Honor.
Okay, so this is the new one. We're gonna save this one, okay?
Okay. That must have been a real shock. Even now, when I close my eyes, I can still see it just as clearly.
Tell us, what were you doing at that moment? I believe you testified that Joe Dark was holding you hostage.
When lightning struck and the lights went out, Mr. Marshall jumped on Dark. I was thrown aside and the two began wrestling each other. I'm pretty sure I was watching them. Emma doesn't have any reason to lie, but Lana sure does. I need to get Emma to tell me as much about this as she can. So now we press the...
Now we'll press this one.
Because we have the picture, right?
We do.
You drew a picture of the scene you witnessed, right? Yes, I wanted to do everything I could to help the investigation. I can still see it now, whenever I close my eyes.
That's strange. I took over the case after Prosecutor Marshall died, yet I never received any picture. Perhaps the witness is mistaken?
But I did draw it, I swear. I'm not just imagining it. This picture that Emma drew, that reminds me. I guess I should check the evidence again.
Well, anyway, let us continue. This scene that imprinted an image in your mind, can you please describe it to us?
The man...
Okay,
so we gotta present that picture.
let's present that picture, yeah, because that's on the back of the evidence list, right? There it is. This is less of an objection and more like, you mean this, right?
Yeah. Mr. Edgeworth. This little girl put all her heart into drawing that picture. And yet you would insist on denying its existence?
Huh? I thought we were... Hey, I'm not the bad guy here. All I'm saying is that it's the prosecutor for that case. I was never handed such a picture.
That may well be. But that doesn't mean it doesn't exist. Behold!
This is the evidence list for the SL9 incident?
Please turn it over, Your Honor.
Turn it over? Ah, what is this?
Yes.
Yes, oh my god, I'm starting to sound like you. Yes, what is that?
Hey, that's it. That's the picture I drew. I have my glasses on so I can see it now. I couldn't see it until now. That's why we didn't talk about it with Nick
Oh,
before.
are those prescription?
Yeah.
Oh, they're very fashionable.
The color is prescription too.
For color correction?
For pink.
Getting prescribed pink. Yep, everything's pink now.
Indeed, two men appear to be wrestling here.
What is the meaning of this? What are you doing with that list?
Me?
Only the prosecutor in charge should have access to that list.
Huh? These lists. They're different from each other.
What?
Would appear, Mr. Edgeworth, the evidence list you were handed 2 years ago was incomplete. These two lists fit together to form one. You can see the marks here where they were torn apart from each other.
So, you see, Mr. Edgeworth, it's quite obvious what happened. 2 years ago, only half of the evidence in that case ever reached you.
What? What?
Order! But, Skye, why did you draw your picture on the back of such an important list?
Because that's what Detective Goodman handed me in the questioning room, Your Honor.
In case you were wondering about, like, wait, why are those two things tied together? Because it was literally the piece of paper at hand. Yeah. Which makes perfect sense in my mind. But
Wait a minute. This list was torn in half, then that means... Your Honor,
Are you alright, Mr. Wright? Your eyes are bulging from your head.
they do that.
They do?
They'll go back in, don't worry about it. If the evidence list was torn in half, then there might be more of the drawing on the back of Mr. Edgeworth's list.
ugh.
Yes, that's quite conceivable. Mr. Edgeworth?
It's possible. Let's. Oh God.
Is something wrong, Mr. Edgeworth?
Do you even have to ask?
Sorry, Your Honor. There is indeed something drawn on the back of my list. Is that thing?
Who turned on the music? That's that thing. That thing that was dancing in the evidence room.
Clearly, this is an act of vandalism. This act of vandalism is the work of a certain chief of detectives.
I guess he was out of scrap paper.
I don't know. Emma didn't.
Very well, witness. Will you please testify about this picture you drew 2 years ago?
Huh? Oh, yes, sir, Your Honor. What's wrong with Emma? She seemed to be thinking about something when she was looking at the picture.
Shall we take a look at our picture before we,
Sure.
because that did get updated in the court, right? Oh, we were in testimony. Go for it.
This is the picture I drew 2 years ago.
You know it's flashing the word testimony up there,
Yeah.
so you know.
The flash of lightning was so bright, all I could see were shadows. After that, I must have fainted. This picture shows exactly what I saw in that instant.
To think a flash of lightning could burn such an image into your mind.
Thanks to that, though, she was able to show us exactly what she saw.
Well, I don't see any contradictions here. It clearly shows Joe Dark about to murder prosecutor Neil Marshall. Defense may now begin its cross-examination. I guess.
All right, we should look at the thing.
Yeah,
before
let's look at that.
pressing.
Let's look at the thing first.
But still.
Yeah, okay.
Okay.
We don't even get to look at the front of it anymore. We just get to look at the whole thing now. Yeah, you can see where they were torn apart. Fucking monkey. No, it's the badger. It's a badger. That's what it is.
Yeah, the blue badger.
The blue badger.
That's interesting, though. The blue badger is there, but there's a curved shape. There's the curved shape there. What is that? Is that the window?
It seems like it was. So if we're looking at it, it's oriented like that's the floor over there on the left side. So, yeah, like a window or an archway or something, which would make sense if she's seeing the flash of the lightning, right?
What's the blue badger covering then, huh?
What could the blue badger be doing there? Yeah. Anyway, God damn it, you pressed me. Oh, you pressed me. That's nice.
Did you draw this picture right after the incident? I think I drew it 2 or 3 days later. At first I was in such a state of shock that I couldn't do anything.
During that time, the investigation team was reorganized. Detective Goodman was placed in charge under the direction of Damon Gant and Lana Skye.
2 or 3 days later. The memory should still have been fresh in her mind.
Excuse me, witness. But can you please tell us why this picture's painted all black?
Wait, so all you could see were what?
Shadows?
all you could see were shadows.
Yes, all she could see were shadows.
All I could see was shadows.
I've come to join in too because I like this dead meme. Shadows. Does anyone even remember what that's from aside from us? I think we've explained it before, but...
Yeah. Sound off in the comments if you know.
Yeah.
So, at the time, you didn't even know it was Mr. Marshall who had come to your rescue.
God, I want to do like a watch party of those films at some point.
No, I couldn't see him clearly. The lightning was so bright, and I was knocked to the floor. You were knocked to the floor. Dark had a tight grip on me, but when Mr. Marshall jumped on him, I was knocked away. I turned around, and that's when the lightning flashed. Poor Emma, I'm just glad she wasn't hurt.
What happened after the lightning flashed?
You mean you didn't see the actual murder take place? No, I'm sorry. I'll look better at the murders next time, jerk. I'll try not to pass out in future.
In his defense, I do think there's a difference between trying to clearly establish what you did see and being an asshole about not seeing enough.
That's fair.
Although, don't get me wrong, he is kind of an asshole.
I know, right?
Hey! The flash of lightning only drove off the darkness for a split second. Not only that, but the trauma of the situation understandably caused the witness to faint. Do you really need to torture this girl any further?
What? Hey, I'm not the bad guy here. Anyway, this picture.
I love how they both get their moment with it.
Both insisting they're not the bad guy. Sorry for asking so many times, but are you sure you drew exactly what you saw? Of course, this is the exact scene. It wasn't influenced in any way from your talks with the detectives?
Are you insinuating we somehow manipulated her memory, Mr. Wright?
No, of course not. I'd better watch out or he might find some way to cut my salary. I drew this picture before I heard anything from the detectives, so I don't think anyone's story would have influenced me.
Mr. Wright, is there something that's bothering you about this picture?
Huh? Oh, well... That's strange. She claims this is exactly the scene that was imprinted in her mind. And yet, there's clearly a contradiction here.
Alright.
Can we look at that picture again?
Yeah, let's take a look at the... Let's take a look at what we have for that picture. So, boom. Looks like that, right? So, Nick says there's a contradiction here. And this is supposedly the moment when Neil was murdered, right? That's what she said. That's what she's saying.
But so, I thought they were wrestling on the ground.
Well, you know what? You know what we do have? We have Neil's autopsy report, and we have the SL9 incident files.
Neil was stabbed in the back.
Neil was stabbed in the back, died from a punctured heart and lung.
So Neil couldn't have been the one getting stabbed in that picture.
That certainly seems like it. Yeah, shall we present that?
Yeah. I hate to be the bearer of bad news, but this picture the witness drew contains a blatant contradiction. What? But I still remember it just like it was yesterday.
Mr. Wright, you don't need to be an asshole. Perhaps it would be faster if you simply pointed out this contradiction for us. Part of this picture contradicts the autopsy report.
I don't remember. Oh, shit. Oh no!
Oh no!
Oh no! Yes, I don't want to read that. That's so mean. I was trying to get to the... Okay. I was trying to save the game, but no! Alright. I believe it's meant to be that we do the knife here.
Okay. The contradiction, of course, lies here.
It's a little confusing because you're trying to be like, just stabbed in the front, not the back,
Mhm.
right? But
Take a look at the knife the man is holding. If you look close... What? That's not the contradiction I thought it'd be.
what?
If you look closely, you can see its tip is broken.
You and I don't have to look closely to see that, Mr. Wright.
But Mr. Wright, look at the evidence. See the murder weapon? Its tip is broken too.
I recall, tip of the knife was found broken off of the victim's body.
It was the conclusive piece of evidence that proved Joe Dark was the murderer. I'm afraid it's not so simple, Emma. Oh my god.
And
it
where?
wasn't that knife.
And where, pray tell, could you possibly see a problem?
It's obvious, really. The victim suffered a single stab wound to the back. If the victim was only stabbed once, then the murder weapon should not yet be broken.
Okay, it's a little... Yeah, but we get it. Okay, yeah. Perhaps the knife was broken beforehand.
Sorry, but I'm afraid that's not possible. The tip of the knife was found inside the victim's body. If it was broken beforehand, it couldn't possibly wind up there.
That's right, but what does this mean?
The tip of the knife was undeniably discovered within the victim's body. The only possible explanation is the witness's memory is mistaken.
That's why I asked her so many times if she was sure she remembered correctly. I believe you were annoyed at the time, but she was sure she remembered correctly.
Ugh, you don't need to be an asshole about it. But there's no other way to explain this inconsistency.
Not so fast, Mr. Edgeworth. There is another explanation. Have you forgotten already about a little something called falsified evidence?
You're treading on thin ice, right?
All I'm saying is that this broken knife tip might be the piece of evidence that was forged. You can't deny the possibility.
No. No!
So he was stabbed with the blunt sword from the King of Prosecutors trophy, which was there in the room.
Right, because yeah, he had just he had the trophy still.
Yeah, and then they did exactly what Lana did later in stabbing the already dead guy.
Well, I don't know if you could stab him with that, but we'll see how it plays out.
I don't know. I think you could if you tried hard enough.
Yes, I'm saying the investigation really was corrupted.
Your Honor, please allow me to once again go over the events that took place the day of the murder. The police department and the prosecutor's office were holding a ceremony that day. After receiving the King of Prosecutors award at the ceremony, Neil Marshall questioned Joe Dark along with Damon Gant. During his questioning, Joe Dark fled the room. Prosecutor Marshall chased after him and was killed by Dark. It is my belief that somewhere in this story, there is a lie. I'm not lying. The man really was holding up a broken knife.
If that's true, then there's no other way around it. This could not have been the actual murder weapon. There must have been another broken knife.
What are the chances of there being two broken knives?
Another broken knife besides Joe Dark's? Could there have been one? There must be. If the witness is this adamant about the accuracy of what she saw, it can't just be explained away by a simple observational error. Mr. Wright. In that instant, Emma really did see a broken knife.
I assume, then, that you have some information about this other broken knife? If so, please feel free to enlighten us.
The murder weapon was already broken prior to the murder. There's only one way. Take a look at this. Here's the real murder weapon.
The screwdriver!
Could be.
But what was your theory?
My theory was the King of Prosecutors trophy.
The halberd was removed at Gant's behest. Well, let's try that. If anything's broken here, it's you.
Huh?
I'm sure this must be all very amusing to you, Mr. Wright. But may I remind you that the fate of Miss Lana Skye hangs in the balance?
That was a good idea. Sorry, Your Honor. Please give me another chance.
Okay, I think that's bullshit. Because that is the answer. But I guess we need to present this one that has the thing on it. That's bullshit. You know it, game.
The answer lies in the past. 2 years in
That's
the
one of those
past.
ones where I think it should be like, no, we understand. Yeah, like,
Yeah.
yeah, come on.
Right here inside this picture. This is a picture of the awards ceremony. Oh,
This is a picture of the award ceremony. Oh!
What is it, Mr. Edgeworth?
It's the broken murder weapon.
notice the award Prosecutor Marshall is holding. That's a broken knife. As we earlier concluded, the knife in the drawing was not Joe Dark's knife. That being the case, the knife the witness saw was in all likelihood from this award.
Order, order!
Neil Marshall was awarded King of Prosecutors that day. As an award, he was given this broken shield and knife. When he chased after Joe Dark, he pulled out this knife. Being a prosecutor, he did not carry a pistol. This broken knife was the only weapon he had in this dangerous situation.
Objection, but that can't be.
Oh, and why not, Mr. Edgeworth?
Because if the King of Prosecutors award knife was the murder weapon, then the murderer and the victim would be reversed.
What do you mean?
I mean, this man raising a knife would have been Prosecutor Neil Marshall.
Oh. Oh!
But the prosecutor was the one who actually died.
That's true. What's going on here?
It seems Mr. Wright has been a bit too eager to jump to conclusions.
Wait, I remembered now. I remember everything.
That's very convenient.
Yeah, I know, right?
Witness?
Mr. Edgeworth,
Yes, that's me.
could you show me your evidence list again, please?
His list? One with that picture scribbled on the back?
I knew it. This picture. I'm the one who drew it.
What?
You drew that? That's right. The list wasn't torn in half at the time I drew this picture.
Would someone please turn off that music?
All this time I've been trying so hard to forget. I must have locked this part away deep inside me.
Perhaps it would be best if we added this to the testimony. Would you please tell us what you were called, Miss Skye?
Yes, Your Honor. First the knife mix-up, and now the blue badger? This should be interesting.
That is interesting, because there's already one thing up in front about it that should set off an alarm bell to you.
What?
When was the Blue Badger created?
I do not know.
Gumshoe came up with it, like, just a little while ago.
Oh, really? I didn't know that.
Yeah, it was way back, but we're talking about, like... Anyway.
When I saw that man raise his knife, I panicked and rushed towards both of them. I think I knocked away the man with the knife. Just then there was another flash of lightning, and that's when I saw the Blue Badger. He wasn't in the room, but I'm sure I saw his shadow.
Oh, maybe he is older then. I could be wrong. Don't take me as my words as gospel there.
This is certainly most unusual.
Oh, try impossible. The chief of detectives hadn't even designed him until this year. Okay, there you go.
That would mean he didn't even exist 2 years ago.
Yes, well, the defense may now begin its cross-examination.
Stop! Please don't pursue this any further.
Lana.
What is the meaning of this? Please remain seated in the defendant's chair.
But you can't do this. I've already confessed to the crime. Why can't you just leave it at that? Chief Prosecutor Skye. We've already come this far. It's too late to turn back.
Silence! The defense will now begin its cross-examination. Bailiff, please detain the defendant.
Yeah, sure, alright.
It seems we're finally getting to the core of the matter.
It's the bailiff's voice now and forever.
When I saw that man raise his knife... Oh, right, we're doing the pressing thing
Oh,
right now.
right. Now we're doing the pressing thing, okay.
I forgot. When you say that man, I assume you refer to Joe Dark. Yes, at least I think it was him. You think? All I could really see were shadows.
The power outage that immediately preceded the incident is also documented in the prosecutor's office reports.
So then you...
Why would you do something so dangerous? What else could I have done? He was about to stab Mr. Marshall. She seems convinced that Dark was the one holding the knife.
But as we've just theorized, Mr. Marshall was the one holding the knife.
Well, I didn't know that at the time. When that Dark guy knocked me down, all I could think was, I've got to help that other person. What do you mean, you think? It all happened so fast, and I was in shock. I don't remember everything clearly. What I did, it's all kind of a blur.
Miss Skye was almost killed before she was witness to a murder about to take place. With so much happening in a matter of seconds, a little disorientation is only natural.
I saw the man about to stab the other person who I thought was Mr. Marshall. I knew I had to stop the man with the knife.
What you did was very brave, young girl. So then what happened next?
Just then, there was another flash of lightning, and that's... Oh, right. Are you sure about this? Of course, see? I even drew a picture of him here.
But it was the chief of detectives who thought up this hideous beast, and that was just this year. The Blue Badger didn't exist 2 years ago. This is all quite verifiable.
I know it sounds strange. I was surprised too when I saw him at the police department. I had this nagging feeling that I'd seen him before somewhere. Now I finally remember.
Well, I'm glad you're happy about it.
Oh, brother, just when you thought that thing had caused enough commotion.
Tell us, where in the room did you see him dancing?
He wasn't in the room, but I'm sure I saw his shadow. His shadow?
His shadow?
His shadow.
Oh, that one worked a lot better. See, that one was less forced.
So you mean you didn't actually see his face, with its winning smile and all? That's right, but I still remember it. He had 3 creepy horns.
Ugh, this is pointless. That thing couldn't have possibly existed 2 years ago. The witness must be mistaken.
That may well be. But what's important is what caused her to think she saw what she did.
Oh, and I suppose you have an explanation. So then by all means, please tell us what this shadow really was.
What was it Emma saw when that lightning flashed? Who is this Blue Badger, really?
Do you want to check the court record?
Yeah.
Before we commit to this?
Yeah.
Okay. So we've got a lot of stuff here.
Could it be the vase from a particular angle?
The vase. This one?
Yeah, can we spin around?
Yeah, we can.
Because if you spin it at a certain angle, it would look like it had 3 horns.
This thing is so impossible to do, I want you to know that.
Yeah, an angle like that.
Something like that, huh? Yeah, that could work.
The Blue Badger hadn't even been dreamt up when Emma drew this picture, yet she's certain she saw its shadow. Ladies and gentlemen, it is the defense's belief that on that fateful day 2 years ago, there indeed was something that looked similar to the Blue Badger. Something that is now sitting in this very room. Mr. Wright.
Yes, that's me.
In this room? Very well, Mr. Wright. What is that the witness saw in that instant? Please show this mysterious Blue Badger look.
So you want to go with the vase?
Yeah.
Oop.
Wait, have you just been carrying that around with you all day?
Absolutely. You don't carry pottery around with you?
No!
For vase-related needs?
Where would you put it?
Wherever you want. God.
That's got to be like several pounds. And fragile.
Yeah, we already had to glue it back together. The mysterious Blue Badger was, in fact, this.
I foresee a large future with you in breaking pottery. But that's... what is exactly that?
I believe it's some sort of jar. Mr. Wright, that doesn't look anything like the Blue Badger. Indeed, it doesn't. As it stands now, it's just a plain jar. However, what if we were to change our viewpoint?
A viewpoint?
I've got to show them the correct angle to look at this from.
Alright, so let me try that again. This is so hard to do, I want you to know.
I believe in you, though. Looks kind of like the blue badger. Really does.
It really does, doesn't it?
Yeah? What the fuck?
Allow me to remind the defense that they're wasting our time. Mr. Wright can't match the shape the witness drew, we cannot accept this claim.
Are we gonna get a game over because of the fucking
We're
alignment
not
puzzle?
losing points for this.
Okay.
guys.
There we go.
You all saw, that's what I was doing, right?
Well,
Ugh.
is this a miracle or what? No one can possibly deny this jar's resemblance to the blue badger.
Well, yes. We saw it the first 7 times you tried presenting it that way, but now that you've done it this way, oh, now we're ready to accept it.
No. It can't be.
Order, order! Defense has proven its claim. The mysterious blue badger witnessed on the day of the crime was actually this.
Although we all enjoyed Mr. Wright's dramatic performance, one question remains. What is your point?
What do you mean?
So that badger thing was actually just a jar. That doesn't change anything.
I am afraid that's where you're wrong, Mr. Edgeworth. You see, this changes everything.
Indeed? Very well then. Please tell us. What's different now that we know the witness saw this jar?
I don't remember what the options.
So what's different now that we know the witness saw this jar? We already know the murder weapon's different.
Yeah. Can we look at the court record
Yeah.
real quick?
Yep.
And can we look at the picture, the old picture of the office?
This one?
Yeah. So we see the jar in that picture,
Yep.
and it's not up against the window,
No, it's not.
so it must be the location. Allow me to take these in turn. At the moment of the murder, the witness saw this jar.
At a very specific angle, I might add, Mr. Wright.
Yes, well, knowing this, where could she have seen this jar?
Where?
The location of this jar is shown in a picture taken on the day of the crime. It's on a shelf in the office of Damon Gant.
But the body was found lying near Lana Skye's desk. The witness testified so herself.
Yes, and it is these two facts that reveal what actually transpired. You see, the struggle between Dark and Marshall did not take place in Lana Skye's office. It happened on the other side of the room, in Chief Gant's office.
Are you implying the murderer moved the victim's body? From Damon Gant's office to Lana Skye's office?
Yes.
Why would he do that? There's no reason.
Exactly.
Ugh. You are so much to deal with, you know that?
Yeah, I'm told that often. If there wasn't a reason, he wouldn't have gone through the trouble. The only logical conclusion is that there was a reason.
Do you know what that reason was, Mr. Wright?
Finally figured it out, so this is why Lana tried to stop the trial. It's too late to quit now, though. Please recall the witness's testimony. She said she knocked away the man who was holding up the knife. In the next instant, the jar was hit and flew through the air. Now tell me, what could have sent the jar flying?
That would have to be the impact the man made when he was knocked into the wall?
Ladies and gentlemen, if I may draw your attention to this picture once more. If the man was knocked in the direction of the shelf the jar was sitting on, what would he have hit? Ah!
The suit of armor, holding a very sharp and dangerous-looking sword.
Yes. And since the man who was knocked into the armor was carrying a broken knife, he would have had to have been Neil Marshall, wielding the King of Prosecutors trophy.
No. Mr. Wright, you can't be thinking.
Yes. There is another possibility of what actually transpired in that room.
Another possibility?
You figured it out yet?
Emma knocked him into the thing, killing him. Emma's the murderer. Of course, the perpetrator would have had no idea, but nevertheless. I don't know if I can go through with this.
Mr. Wright, what's the matter?
If the events took place as the defense theorizes, then the outcome is obvious. In that moment, assuming the man Emma Skye knocked away was actually Prosecutor Neil Marshall.
You mean Mr. Marshall died because of me? No!
Well, we just spent a long time proving Emma's a murderer.
Yeah?
I never imagined her testimony would lead to this.
So it was the witness who took the victim's life, and then proved so with her own testimony. This is unprecedented.
What? What are you saying?
I'm sorry, Ms. Skye, but given the circumstances...
Joe Dark murdered Prosecutor Marshall. How can you think it was Emma? How dare you try to pin the crime on her? We've never seen her nervous before.
Yeah.
Before this exact moment. This is the thing that phases her. Imagine that coming from you. Okay, that was uncalled for. If you recall, it was you who admitted to forging evidence 2 years ago. The reason you moved Prosecutor Marshall's body was to keep anyone else from finding out about what Emma did, wasn't it? I assure you, Mr. Edgeworth, I have no idea what you're talking about. If you hope to have anyone believe your insane allegations, I'm afraid you're going to have proof. Tell me, do you have any conclusive evidence that proves my sister killed Neil Marshall?
Evidence?
I'm willing to bet you don't.
Yes, it certainly would be difficult to prove this with evidence.
If we don't have evidence, then we'll have to rely on testimony. I'm afraid that won't work in this case. Both parties involved in the incident are dead.
We certainly can't get dead people to testify.
You sure? You got a fucking parrot to testify.
This has all been a wild goose chase from the beginning.
Touché, Miss Skye. Of course, that only leaves us with one possibility.
You mean there's still another possibility?
What do you mean, Mr. Edgeworth?
I mean the possibility that the victim has left us a message. For better or worse, Neil Marshall did not die instantly. He may have left behind the name of the person who took his life, in one manner or another. That's impossible.
Well, Mr. Wright, it's the only possibility left to you. A message from the deceased. Does such a message exist?
I've got to think back to the court record. The real murderer's name that the victim may have left behind. Can we look at the record?
Yep. So let's go over stuff that was in the room that day, right?
Yeah.
We got the King of Prosecutors trophy, right? I don't know if it was there or not. Actually, how did they... Oh, the sword just would have been slotted in like that.
Yeah.
Oh.
Right out.
That's... I was like, how did they fucking get that out of there? And then I'm like, oh, it literally just slots in. Oh, that's surprisingly reasonable. Alright, fair enough. Okay, so we got the King of Prosecutors award. I don't really see anything about that. What else was in the room that day?
The knife.
The knife was in the room that day. I don't see anything new about it, though, do you?
No.
Oh.
Did we ever fingerprint the knife?
I don't know if we did, but we can't, like, present that here.
That's too bad. What is the screwdriver?
Right, that's the thing Edgeworth brought back to his
right.
office on that day, yeah.
Wait, there's a rubber glove. What's the rubber glove have to do with SL9?
Rubber glove, we don't know what it has to do with it. it was stuck inside the locker
Okay.
and kept Goodman's locker open. We've been recording this over the course of like 2 months, so forgive us for. We have.
Can we look at... Oh, no, the evidence list, we can't see the front side. Okay.
Yeah, we can't see the front side.
Oh, wait.
Do you want to see
The thing all the way on the right. The scrap of claw.
But
What
we
is
don't know what
this?
it is.
Scrap of some sort of cloth with Emma's prints.
Yeah, with Emma's prints. Nothing on the back. But we don't know what that is or where it's from.
But we know it's in the evidence list.
Is it?
Not in the evidence list. It was in the evidence locker thing.
It wasn't in the evidence locker. It was in
Gant,
Gant's
Yeah, that's what I
personal
meant.
safe.
Yeah.
So he was keeping it aside for a reason, but we don't know what it is yet. We don't have a reason to. One other thing we haven't checked yet. The jar was
Oh. Why does the jar have... Why is there a blood pattern on the jar?
Why is there a blood pattern on the jar?
The dark red stains must be blood traces from the incident 2 years ago. Only the fragment found in Chief Gant's office still has lines remaining on it.
What do you think?
I don't know. I'm... It's got to be either the scrap of cloth or that. I don't see what we learned from the jar, though, is the thing.
Let's... They gave us a zoom in of it. So remember,
Yeah,
we found... See the middle section of the top right there?
yeah,
That was the section we found in Gant's.
that's correct.
And that one still has lines of blood traced on it. And they seem to end conspicuously right at the end of where that shard is.
Okay, yeah, I still don't see what it's showing us, though. So, I don't know.
I think the implication here is meant to be that Gant saved enough of the shard to put together a convincing case if he needed to. But someone wiped away the rest of the bloodlines on the rest of the vase.
Okay.
And when you connect those dots, they certainly do spell out a name.
When you connect the dots,
It's a little hard to see because of the thing in the middle there, but
can we see it without the thing?
I don't think I can turn it off. Unfortunately.
No, but I mean when you just look at the vase, it's not
Yes.
there.
Yes, we can do that.
I guess it looks kind of like it says Emma. Kinda.
Kinda. I'll tell you, this is the answer here.
Okay.
It's a little bit weird of a connection to make, but
The message from the deceased is already in our possession.
Mr. Wright, will you stop at nothing to prove my sister a murderer? And the implication is that Gant held on to enough of it that if he needed to, he could prove exactly what we're about to prove right now.
Mm-hmm.
Do not be mistaken, Miss Skye. Our purpose is not to accuse Emma of any crime. There is only one thing we seek: the truth. No matter how painful it may be.
Now then, Mr. Wright, please show us the piece of evidence that conveys a message from the deceased.
Boop.
This is the message left by the deceased.
This is that blue badger from before, right?
Oh, is he just gonna speak the killer's name? That thing could, I'm sure it would.
Looks like everyone's forgotten this is just a jar.
How? Unless you hold it at that angle, it looks nothing like it. Maybe they need a surrogate for all that pent-up blue badger anger.
A message was left here on the surface of this jar.
What do you mean?
If you look closely, you can see a faint trail of blood on this jar.
Looks like someone wiped the blood away.
Yes, but notice, for some reason, the blood on some of the fragments was not wiped away.
Yes, there's a line here, drawn in blood.
So what you're saying is these dots were once lines.
Prosecutor Marshall did not die instantly. He used the few precious moments left to him to leave behind a message.
One that somewhat apparently wiped it away. But blood must have seeped into the jar where the lines changed direction.
Precisely so. All we need to do is connect these points, and the victim's message will become apparent.
No.
Mr. Wright, what kind of message did the victim leave for us?
Your Honor, I believe these bloodstains will reveal to us the answer. I've got to connect these dots to make these letters. Good thing I did a bunch of these in school. In college.
Wait, what? Wait, what? In college?
Yeah. There's only one thing the victim would have written given the circumstances. His murderer's name.
The thing that tipped it off to me originally, when I was playing through, is this very particular kind of shape right here.
Time to connect the dots.
Time to connect the dots. You see how they connect, right?
Yeah.
But yeah, as soon as you see the M, then the rest of it just becomes a lot clearer.
It's a defense attorney's duty to prove their client's innocence.
You need a moment over there, Mr.
Yes.
Wright? Okay, take your time. I understand this is hard.
That's why all I've been thinking about is saving Lana. After all my efforts, I never thought it would turn out like this. Emma.
So this is the final message Prosecutor Marshall left behind.
Of all people, she may not have meant it, but in the end, the one who took the victim's life
Was Emma Skye.
See you, Worthy? Can't say I didn't warn you. Chief Gant, do you understand the implications of what you've done? What? What are you talking about? 2 years ago, Joe Dark was sentenced to death. He was convicted because of his final murder. I believe you were the prosecutor in the case, were you not?
Ack.
Oh no, I'm turning into Kathy. Yes, Worthy. Because of you, an innocent man was sentenced to death. Not only that, but you used forged evidence to ensure his conviction.
But Joe Dark really was a serial murderer. That's undeniable.
Oh, I'm afraid that's not important. Didn't you know? We aren't defenders of justice.
What?
We are merely keepers of the law. Sentencing a man to death is no light matter, even if there wasn't any cover-up or evidence forgery. Ultimately, the responsibility falls on the prosecutor in charge. Despite what anyone may say, this fact cannot be denied. Also, you notice how Gant's theme has a lot of organ in it?
Yeah.
Yeah, I like that touch.
What's going on? Oh,
And we sent an innocent man to his death?
how can he just stand there like it wasn't his fault?
Order, order, order! Order!
Chaos.
Stop that! Bailiff Shoremount!
Yeah, okay. Sorry, buddy, you're coming with me.
The gavel's pounding fell on deaf ears. Unable to settle the crowd, the judge declared a recess. Where this trial is headed, no one knows.
Do 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 do. Sorry. To be continued. I think we only have one more segment left.
Damn.
Yeah, we are getting so... Trial ladder. Yep. So when we come back from the break, I mean, it's going to be like less than a couple seconds for y'all. We'll see how this case ends. Almost there. So, are you gonna...
Right, sorry. So this
so
was
here's
like
the
one
thing.
of those puzzles. This was like one of those puzzles, you know, where it says a color word, but it is a different color than the word that it says. So it's Phoenix saying it, but he's saying Edgeworth, so my brain just shut down there.
I was gonna say, so we're doing this thing called a Let's Play, and we do Let's Plays of generally visual novels, which we actually read them aloud,
Yeah.
so our audience can experience them without having to, read it themselves.
Sorry,
You get it?
Edgeworth.
I was just explaining about my new favorite game. It's called Ascension Transition in Silver. Have you tried it yet?
No. I didn't mean to get you in trouble.
Don't worry about it. This is my problem, not yours.
Hope I'm not interrupting anything, pals.
Gumshoe, your voice sounds remarkably better than it did the other day.
What are you talking about? I sounded like that just yesterday. It was terrible. Guess I am. Come back later.
Wait, Detective Gumshoe, what is it?
Make up your mind, pal. You got a lot of nerve, pal, making a detective run all around while on duty. To top it all off, you call me here. I've seen happier people at funerals.
I take it Lana's having you run errands again.
Let me tell you, pal, this is the last time. Yeah, she asked me to give this to you if there was a break in today's trial.
Evidence law. Edgeworth was talking about this just the other day.
Look at the cover. We're gonna get to look at it in a moment. You must know the 2 rules of evidence law. Rule number 1, no evidence shall be shown without the approval of the police department.
Is that right, Mr. Wright? It seems so.
I mean, why should you know? You're a lawyer.
You could at least study some evidence law, really.
You probably should, Phoenix. That's just a generally good idea.
And the chief prosecutor also wanted me to give you a message.
A message.
She said, if you're planning on taking him on, you're going to need this book.
Yeah. I guess I'll need to give this book a thorough read.
Doesn't look like that book will do you any good now, though. All that's left now is the chief prosecutor's sentence.
That's where you're wrong, Detective.
Huh?
Haven't you figured it out yet? Why I'm still sitting in that prosecutor's seat? Despite all these allegations being thrown at me?
Mr. Edgeworth.
The real trial today hasn't begun yet.
What? What else is there left to do? Your credibility's been all but ruined with this forged evidence you were unaware of. And Miss Skye found out she's unwittingly caused a man's death. And now you're telling me you want to do more? You gotta be kidding me, pal.
You're missing the point,
I
Detective.
feel like your accent is all over the place depending on what the day is.
Yeah, I get that a lot.
Lana didn't murder Detective Goodman.
Huh?
She merely stuck a knife into his dead body. That means the real killer is still out there.
What?
I get all breathy when I'm...
I'm stressed and angry.
And we're gonna expose him, no matter what it takes. This case has hurt too many people. It's time to bring it to an end.
We should take a look at that book real quick, shouldn't we?
Yeah.
Court will now reconvene for the trial of Miss Lana Skye. Are you reading books over there? During the trial?
Yeah, you want one?
Well, what do you have?
I
I've
was
been getting
just
into visual novels lately.
I was just reading Other Side Picnic.
Oh, I hear that one's quite good.
Yeah.
I do like me some... What was that gentleman's name? Yuri?
Rules for submitting evidence. Rule number 1. No evidence shall be shown without the approval of the police department. 2. Unregistered evidence presented must be relevant to the case on trial.
So we can't show anything that Gant doesn't want us to.
Correct. Well, more like, we can't show anything that's not relevant to the case on trial. So, if there's evidence outside of what's been registered, it has to be approved by the police department, basically. So, yeah. Evidence law. It's also got a cute little mascot on the cover.
Mr. Edgeworth? Do you have a book for me too?
I don't really have much time for reading lately. I wish I did, but it's just so hard to find the focus when you're anxious and... Right, we're in court. Yes, Your Honor?
The Inquiry Committee is planning to impose harsh penalties for your actions.
Thank you for the news, Your Honor.
Yes, well, normally this is where the prosecution calls forth a witness. But, this isn't easy to say. You see, there is some concern that you, Mr. Edgeworth, may have,
Struck a bargain? You think I may have manipulated the witness?
I didn't say that. You said it. And I'm just agreeing with you. Just everyone's been talking, and...
Very well, Your Honor. I have a solution.
A solution?
That being the case, the prosecution will allow the defense to call forth all further witnesses.
What? But there's no precedent for what you're proposing.
Undeniably, this is an unusual arrangement, but a very effective one. It would prove that I haven't struck any deals with the witnesses.
Mr. Wright, what do you say?
Unbelievable.
Yes, it is.
Edgeworth has found a way to continue the trial. Very well, the defense accepts the prosecution's proposal.
And again, you see the kind of implicit, like, reaching across the aisle here. Or the
Implicit
courtroom
reaching around the aisle.
Stop this!
Then it's settled. Your defense may now call forth the next witness.
Mr. Wright. You do realize this is your last chance. If you call the wrong witness, this trial is as good as over.
The defense calls... Time's finally come to bring out the real murderer.
We call Bruce Goodman.
So it's totally Damon Gant, right? That we're supposed to call?
That certainly seems to be what we've put together, yeah.
Yeah. Damon Gant. The defense calls Damon Gant to the stand.
Damon Gant? Have I heard that name before? What does he have to do with anything?
As the defendant's partner 2 years ago, Mr. Gant has first-hand knowledge of the crime. I feel we should hear what he has to say about it.
Nah.
As luck would have it, he should still be in the courthouse. He would also be the least likely to have been manipulated by me in any way. Wouldn't you agree, Your Honor?
Yes, well, that is true. All right, bailiff, please escort Mr. Gant to the stand.
Yeah, all right. Just give me a moment. Let me find him. Witness, please state your name and occupation. Oh, what is this? Some kind of practical joke? I was just on my way to lunch. Arby's, as it were. Would you like some?
Why not? Why not?
Your name and occupation, sir. This is going to be hard to differentiate these because they have like this... I'll try. Worthy. Are you sure you want to do this? Your name and occupation. So, want to play hardball, eh?
Please, Mr. Gant.
Fine. My name is Damon Gant. I'm the acting chief of police.
Now then, Chief Gant, the court requests to hear your testimony.
Oh, righto. What's with the grim face?
First, let's clear up this SL9 incident.
Oh, you mean that time Milana's sister murdered that prosecutor? Personally, I think it's been made pretty clear already.
There are still some things unaccounted for.
Oh, like what?
Like the role you played in all of this.
Son, either you're very brave, or you're very, very foolish.
Let's go with both, really.
He's right, he is kind of both, actually. It's rather endearing in a way I don't really have time to unpack right now. You are aware, of course, that a police chief has all kinds of weapons at his disposal.
Weapons?
Sure. Take my testimony, for example. I don't have to give it if I don't want to.
What? Is that true?
I'm afraid so. Chief of police has the right to refuse to testify. I don't know why this is the case. It seems pretty bonkers when you think about it.
Of course, such an action carries with it certain risks. Don't worry, I'm not here to hinder your trial. Just remember, if this turns out to be a big waste of time, don't say I didn't warn you.
Very well. The witness may now begin his testimony.
Who's ready to have a jolly time? How about you? You there in the cheap seats? You having a good one?
Yeah.
I did not expect a reply. All right then. As I recall, Neil and I were questioning him that day. To make a long story short, we slipped up. That power outage didn't help either. When I went to my office, I found Lana there. Apparently, she had already arranged the crime scene. As you can see, I had nothing to do with the forgery.
Is that when Doc was arrested?
Huh? He was lying on the floor unconscious. When Emma sent Neil flying, it seems Doc bumped his head.
I see. Things seems pretty clear-cut.
If the police chief has the right to refuse to testify, then I'd better hit him hard and fast.
I'm sorry, did someone say hard and fast? I was kind of
Hard and fast.
zoning out over. Oh, say that again.
Hard, fast.
Oh, that's the wrong button. There we go.
As I recall, a ceremony was held at the police department that day.
Yes, that's right. I guess you could say I'm a workaholic. After winning his award, Neil was all fired up too. And that's probably what spooked Dark and made him run away like that. Was the defendant Lana Skye also present in the room? I don't quite remember. At the very least, she wasn't there when Dark ran for it.
So the two of you ran immediately after him, right?
That's right, but Dark made it to the elevator first. So Neil and I split up. He went upstairs and I went downstairs. I guess you could say he got lucky. He got lucky, because he's dead now. Get it? Wow, you tough crowd tonight. And what is this here about a power outage? Oh, that! The elevator stopped all of a sudden, and I got the shock of my life. Well, probably not as shocked as Neil was when that knife went into his heart, though. Oh, thigh slapper.
That's not funny.
You sure? I think it's pretty funny. Is this not a stand-up forum? No.
Could you tell us what you saw?
I just flew in from the police department and boy are my subordinates' arms tired. It was a shocking sight. Neil and that serial killer were lying in a heap on the floor, all tangled together. Dark was also lying... Whoa!
Dark was also lying collapsed on the floor?
Son, you're starting to sound like me.
Yeah, it's weird.
Apparently he hit his head and was knocked out. Next to them were those two poor girls.
Lana and Emma.
Lana was cradling Emma in her arms. Looking back at it now, she must have already known what her sister had done. Apparently she had... Oh, right, this is me just repeating this now, and you're gonna press it.
How can you
I
know
already
that?
pressed it. You already pressed it. You can't keep pressing after you've pressed it. Because of the victim's body. It had already been moved. So that means... you found the body near Lana's desk. Oh, that's right. I think you said earlier it was my suit of armor that really stabbed the prosecutor.
Yes.
Anyway...
So you're saying that the forgery had already taken place by the time you arrived at your office.
That is exactly what I am saying. I can understand how Lana must have felt, but moving a body and hiding evidence are inexcusable no matter what the circumstances.
Is that how it really went down?
Staring at the witness won't do you any good, Mr. Wright. If you're going to stare at anything, you better be off staring at the court record. Ha Worthy! Worthy always the smooth talker.
Which piece of evidence ties Gant to the forgery? Lana did admit to forging evidence. But that can't be the whole truth. Somehow I've got to link Gant to the incident.
Okay, so we gotta link Gant to the incident.
What do we have that ties him to the incident?
Let's look.
Goodman's ID isn't relevant. Edgeworth's knife isn't relevant.
King of Prosecutors was... The knife was used, but I don't think that ties him to it. Because he didn't have it in his possession.
Wait, the knife from the King of Prosecutors was used?
Yeah, didn't we go over that last time?
Right, because that's the one that Neil was
Yeah.
holding.
Let's see. What else we got here?
Where did it go?
That's a good question. Shoe, switchblade knife. What do we have that ties Gant to it, anyway? We do have his name on the ID card, but that's for Bruce Goodman. This is about...
Yeah.
This is about Neil Marshall and Dark at the moment.
Yeah. Oh, is it gonna be that the jar piece was hidden in his safe or something?
That must be it, because he hid the part of the jar that made it clear that someone had written their name on it, with enough left over that he could that he would be able to show like what was exactly written on it.
Yeah.
Guessing that's our option. I should probably save here.
Yeah.
Just because I'm a little uncertain myself. We're gonna present. We're gonna present.
Vase.
Nope.
It does? I don't see anything contradictory.
Oh, really?
Objection overruled.
That wasn't it.
Huh.
Ties him.
Hell is it then? It's got to be one of the other ones on that recent screen. Then let's take a look again.
I had nothing to do with the. Oh, I think we should present it to this statement instead.
To arranged?
He had nothing to do with the forgery.
Oh, that wasn't the one we presented to?
No, we presented it on this one.
Oh.
I don't know why. Whoop. Sorry. Help! It's all going downhill. Oh god, it's all going downhill from here. There's no fast forward button, and we're just. All right, let's see. I swear to God.
Phoenix's Quaaludes are kicking in.
You doing all right there, son? I feel like we've had this conversation 3 times.
Deja vu.
Like you've just been in this place
Yeah.
before?
Okay, here we go.
Here we go. Let's try it on this
Here we
scene.
go.
Yeah, okay. I had it on the wrong statement. That was on me.
Okay. You claim you had nothing to do with the forgery. But I'm afraid that is a claim you cannot back up.
Explain yourself.
Several pieces of evidence were found in your office. Take this jar, for example.
That's the blue badger you showed us earlier.
A piece of this jar was discovered in your safe.
Oh.
Not only that, but the evidence list I presented earlier was actually found inside your desk.
It was found where?
You see, Chief Gant, these articles of evidence uncovered in your office are both concrete proof that you also played a part in the illegal investigation.
Chief Gant, what's the meaning of this?
Oh, here's a defense attorney who may even rival Worthy. Ha ha ha.
So you admit to it then, that you were involved in the forgery?
Who, me? Or do you mean you?
Me? Why would I have anything to do with that?
Well, you were the one who snuck into my office when you found this evidence. Prosecutors aren't the only ones capable of forging evidence, you know. Defense attorneys can do so as well, isn't that right, righto? However, Detective Gumshoe was present during the investigation. Oh, worthy, my boy. Not even detectives are exempt from the law. Rest assured that the Dick will receive his due punishment. What?
What? If Detective Gumshoe's salary drops any further, he'll end up paying to work.
It's alright, pal. I've gotten used to it. Yes, well, in light of the detective's presence,
The defective. Oh,
I have a feeling
no.
that came out a lot meaner than I meant it to be. Please give us your testimony regarding these pieces of evidence found in your office, and the relation to the forgery that took place at the crime scene.
Huh. My. Kids these days no longer know how to put two and two together. Let's see, what was it now? A jar fragment and a list? For all I know, you could have planted them in my office. Anyway, you can't prove when those pieces of evidence were discovered. If they were found after Dark was convicted, then they're worthless. There's no reason I'd participate in a forgery. Rearranging the crime scene wouldn't help me out in any way.
Mr. Wright?
Yes, Your Honor?
When investigating the crime scene, you should have been more careful to observe protocol.
You do understand that I'm the chief of police, right? There will be consequences. Indeed. I believe I'll press charges so you won't make the same mistake again.
My apologies, Chief, but do you mind waiting until tomorrow for that? Today is, you know.
All right, Dodgy. In return, though.
I know. That place, right?
Huh? What are these guys? Telepathic?
It's my turn to buy brunch.
All right.
I'd appreciate it if you'd stop making these ridiculous allegations.
Oh, yes, you do have a point. You wouldn't have the guts to do something like that.
What? I'll have you know, back in the day I once broke into a cattle ranch and tipped...
Mr. Wright, what are you saying?
Anyway, you can't prove you didn't carry in the evidence, can you? You have proof to the contrary, you're going to need it. If you have proof of the contrary, you're going to need it later. Later? What are you talking about? What else? I'm talking about when Righto's prints are found. Yes, if they're found inside my safe, this would prove his investigation was illegal.
I've never faced anyone as slimy as this guy.
I'm not slimy, I'm just husky. There's a distinction, and I'd appreciate it if you would honor it.
What do you mean by that?
This is all purely hypothetical, of course, but suppose I did place those items in my safe. Such an act wouldn't necessarily constitute forgery.
If concealing evidence found at a crime scene isn't forgery...
I'm not through speaking yet, righto. It all depends on when the evidence was discovered.
Are you saying this jar fragment wasn't discovered in the initial investigation?
Oh, it would appear not. After all, it wasn't listed in the evidence list. For all we know, it could have suddenly materialized the day after Dark was sentenced.
Oh, and wouldn't that be convenient?
Right. The Chief is talking about a possibility. So long as you cannot rule that out, your remarks, however clever they may be, will only succeed in wasting time.
Tell me something I don't know.
I don't know. I actually don't know many facts. Not much of a trivia person. Come now, Righto. Think about it.
How can you look me in the eye and say that?
Because I'm innocent. Remember? Who was it that murdered Neil?
Not sure I care for the word murder here, but in the end, the person responsible for Mr. Marshall's unfortunate demise was indeed Emma Skye.
Well, now do you see?
Really, Chief Gant. At the very least, there's one very large benefit you've reaped from all this.
Oh, I wasn't aware. What is this benefit?
That would, of course, be the position you have, Chief of Police.
Oh,
The resolution of the SL9 incident secured your promotion to Chief. That in itself is sufficient motive.
Oh, that's a good one.
Huh?
Do you really think I'm that incompetent?
What do you mean?
Even without that case, I was already in line to become the next chief. The resolution of SL9 merely sped up the inevitable a little.
Is that true, Edgeworth?
Yes, he was going to be made chief anyway.
Ah,
Oh, be careful when pointing that finger, or you might wind up being the one pointed at. So that means there's only one possible motivation for you to commit forgery. You didn't do it for yourself, and you did it for someone else. Don't be silly, Worthy. You know me better than that. There are only 3 people I look out for. Me, myself, and I. There, it's out in the open now. Gee, would you mind if I changed my testimony a little?
by all means, please do.
I wouldn't be anyone's accomplice if there was nothing in it for me.
nothing in it for you.
Sorry, but the only person I care about is yours truly. That girl, Lana's little sister, was it? If you think I felt sorry for her, you'd better think again. Right, you don't feel sorry for anyone. Be tough on crime and tough on people. That's how I was raised. Seem to be lax enough on yourself, though. You're such a smartass.
Would there have been something in it for him? Given his selfishness, would he have helped someone out?
What do you think here?
Why was Goodman the only one who wasn't punished? Or demoted or removed from the force?
I think it was Marshall who remarked on that and said that it would have been too suspicious to hit every single person tied to the case at once.
But then he's killed now, when people start investigating it again. As though someone would want to shut him up.
Okay. So what's your thought?
That's the whole thought.
All right, cool. All right. So what do you think he would have had an accomplice? Given his selfishness, would he have helped someone out?
So part of what I'm not understanding is how those two options relate to the sentence that's below them. Would he have helped someone out? No. Versus point out accomplice. Is an accomplice someone who helped him out?
Or not necessarily whoever he worked, because if it was to help someone out, that person would presumably be his accomplice then.
Okay. Would there be any reason he would help Lana?
Well, what does he get out of helping Lana? Lana's been his what happened to Lana after the SL9 incident?
Lana becomes chief prosecutor, and he can use his leverage over her to keep foisting off forged evidence and stuff.
So now he's got control. Since he's got control of her, he is both, and he's now chief of police. Then that would give him control of both the police department and the prosecutorial.
Okay, I think point out accomplice Lana.
Okay.
True, you might not help out anyone for their sake, but if it would benefit you, you might decide to assist someone.
Mr. Wright, it appears you're positively determined to portray the chief as a nice man who likes to lend people a hand.
That's not what I mean.
Very well, then. Who is it this person you believe Chief Gant may have helped forge evidence?
Lana?
Yeah.
Lana!
Chief Prosecutor Lana Skye? The defendant?
Oh, you are so going on my shit list.
I believe it's quite obvious in light of the circumstances. Anna Skye fell victim to an unfortunate series of events.
Oh, I like that series too. You ever read that one, Worthy? I can't say that I have, but alright.
Who would want to help her more than her own sister, Lana? And as for Chief Gant, he would also have a reason to help Lana if she asked him to. That reason, of course, is self-profit.
Self-profit? What do you mean?
After the SL9 incident was resolved, Lana Skye was appointed chief prosecutor at the prosecutor's office. The person who arranged this job change was you, Chief Gant.
But how would he profit from all this?
He would be able to use his chief prosecutor as his puppet. Essentially, he would acquire unchecked authority over all investigations.
Do you mean to tell me that despite the chief's formidable appearance, he plays with puppets?
I love the judge!
You mean puppet isn't someone forced to do his bidding? Oh, sorry. The secondary definition.
Admit it, Chief. You assisted Lana Skye in forging evidence. Your motive, to appoint her as chief prosecutor so you could control her.
Righto, my boy, you have quite an imagination. Let me ask you something. Do you have any proof of this? Proof that I controlled Lana? For example, is Lana testifying that I've done such a thing?
Lana. She's keeping quiet to protect Emma. There's no way she'd testify against Gant.
I'm afraid without any proof, this all amounts to nothing more than mere conjecture.
Unless that is also what happened in this incident.
This incident? Which one would that be?
Of course I am talking about the murder of Detective Bruce Goodman. The chief prosecutor has been acting strange throughout this entire trial. Almost as if someone has been controlling her. Worthy, you'd better watch your tongue. I wouldn't want you to get hurt.
Just what do you mean?
What he means, Your Honor, is that Chief Gant is involved in the murder of Detective Goodman. Not only that, but the Chief is now making Lana take the rap to cover up his involvement.
What? What? Order! 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 I said order! Someone grab me a pizza! Mr. Wright, you can't be serious!
Huh?
Bailiff, take that one person out of the audience.
You're alright. Gonna come on with me, Mr. Chaos.
Oh.
Sorry, man, I know, I'm with you too, but it's just not the time and place, man, time and place.
This is an affront to the highest ranking officer in our law enforcement agency. To accuse the chief of police of blackmail and murder. That is, it's impossible.
I love how the crowd also just kind of shake their heads back and forth like they're jiving to some music, just like,
Your Honor, I was merely reiterating what Mr. Edgeworth said in easier to understand language.
It's too late, Mr. Wright. There's no turning back for us now.
Looks like he's the one who's decided to go through with this.
Can you prove this, Mr. Wright? The chief, a high-ranking officer of the law, is involved in this murder?
Good question.
Regardless of his rank or title, Chief Gant is just a man. Question is he a criminal? I believe the evidence will tell all.
I see. All right, then. Let's see what Mr. Wright's got. And it better be good. Show us this evidence that ties Chief Gant to the murder of Detective Goodman.
It'll be the ID log, right?
The ID log that has...
His number?
This is the ID card list.
Yes, the one that shows who entered the evidence room on the day of the crime. There was one ID on the list we couldn't determine the owner of yesterday. 777-7777.
Oh, sorry, but there's no way you can prove that that's my card number.
It's your number.
What? How do you know that?
Safe in Chief Gant's office requires a code to open. A 7-digit code.
7 digits. You don't mean...
I'm afraid so, Your Honor. The code was 777-7777. The same as the remaining ID card number on that list. Chief Gant, you entered the evidence room on the day of the crime.
Order! Order! Chief Gant, what do you have to say?
Nothing. The defense's search of my office was in violation of regulations. And I will demand Mr. Wright be punished to the maximum extent of the law. But right now, this court demands an explanation from you about the use of this ID card.
Chief Gant, so you admit it? You entered the evidence room on the day of the crime?
What about it? I'm chief of police. Whether it's the evidence room or the bathroom, what's the difference? I can go anywhere I want. Tell me, when you entered the room, were you alone? I always go to the bathroom alone, as I do with the evidence room. One does similar things in each of those rooms. There's just one locker in the evidence room that has not been cleaned out for a long time, and it's really starting to get a little bit smelly.
Detective Goodman wouldn't have happened to be with you that day, would he?
Of course not. Why would he be? I hadn't seen him in days.
You hadn't seen him in days? Chief Gant, I'm afraid you've just undone yourself. On that day, you had to have met with Detective Goodman.
What do you mean? This trial's purpose is to determine Lionel Skye's guilt.
No, it isn't, Your Honor. This trial's purpose is to determine the truth. If Chief Gant met with the victim on the day of the crime, we need to determine one thing. What transpired during that meeting?
In that case, Mr. Wright, I'm gonna have to ask you for evidence. Show us proof that the victim went to meet Chief Gant on the day of the crime.
So this is proving Goodman went to see Gant.
Was there a half-filled out form thing? The lost item report? Yeah. Says it can only be submitted to the chief of police.
It's worth a shot, yeah.
Detective Goodman lost his ID card on the day of the crime.
So either way, Goodman wouldn't have been able to get into the evidence room where on his own. Oh no, but that doesn't make sense. Or to be more accurate, Jake Marshall stole it.
So Detective Goodman filled out a lost item report. He would have had to give that report to the chief of police.
Yet you are in possession of the report, which means you can't be sure if he filed it.
He filed it. How do I know, you ask?
I didn't ask yet.
Because he needed to enter the evidence room that day.
He needed to.
Yes, to transfer the evidence out.
Oh.
Detective Goodman took the form to you, Chief Gant. Then, you accompanied the detective to the evidence room.
I accompanied him?
There is no other way the murderer and Detective Goodman could have entered the room.
Hold on. Let me guess what you're going to say next. I, the chief of police, murdered poor Goodman.
Exactly.
That little solemn nod there from Nick is just...
But wait. The chief didn't necessarily need to accompany him to the evidence room. He could have just lent him his ID card.
Oh, yes. Now that you mention it, I believe I might have done something of the sort. Sorry, but that's not possible. According to the record, your card was only used once. Yet you showed us your ID card earlier. You had really lent it to Detective Goodman. It would have been found on his dead body. No!
Wow!
Yeah, he has great breakdowns. Oh, Gant is...
Chief Gant! You didn't!
The murder was most likely a spur-of-the-moment crime, for no one in their right mind would choose the police department as a place to commit murder. After the murder, you contacted Lana at the prosecutor's office. Why? To dispose of Detective Goodman's body, of course.
You're forgetting, Mr. Wright. The victim's body was discovered in the prosecutor's office parking lot. How did he manage to move it there? In my car, I might add. I had to get the whole thing reupholstered. I was at the police department the entire day, you know. And everyone's aware that Lana stayed at the prosecutor's office after the ceremony.
Everyone except me, it seems. Still, you're the chief of police. You have an entire police force at your disposal.
Oh, so you think I just ordered an officer to do it? Hey, you take this here dead body over to the prosecutor's office. I don't think so.
Chief Gant, you left all the evidence we need to prove how you moved the body to the prosecutor's office. And all this time I thought it was a useless clue just taking up space. The screwdriver.
How could Chief have moved the body? Mr. Wright, show us this evidence.
To move the victim's body, Chief Gant used this.
The screwdriver?
Yeah.
Seems very inconvenient way to move something around. When you think about it, like trying to carry the body on the screwdriver, it would just probably like shoot right in, right? That'd be uncomfortable.
This is how he moved Detective Goodman's body.
What's that? Screwdriver? What does that have to do with this case?
Mr. Edgeworth, think back to the day of the crime. What is this screwdriver doing here?
It's here because... I was asked to go, by Chief Gant, no less. Told me he wanted me to keep it here in the prosecutor's office. In case, on the day of the stabbings, I brought this back here. After the ceremony ended that day, I didn't plan to return to the prosecutor's office.
But you did, because Chief Gant asked you to.
You mean I drove with a dead body in the car?
You were in a car with a dead guy!
I was in a car with a... I can't do a Kennedy voice, but...
The body was found in the trunk of Mr. Edgeworth's car. I think it's obvious what happened. The body was moved by that car.
Detective Goodman's body was carried in the trunk of Mr. Edgeworth's car.
Yes, unless, of course, you have another explanation, Chief. Why else would you have asked Mr. Edgeworth to transport evidence from a closed case? There's only one plausible explanation. To transport the body to your accomplice, Ms. Lana Skye.
Order! Order! What is going on here?
Chaos!
Bailiff, I thought I asked you to get him out of there.
You already did, but he wanted to come back in. Seems like a good guy. We're going out for drinks after this. How you doing, Mr. Chaos?
Pretty chaotic!
Oh, that's good to hear.
Is there no room for rebuttal in the defense's outrageous accusations?
Think back to the photograph Ms. Starr took at the prosecutor's office. This was not a photo of the body being stuffed in the trunk to be taken away. It was exactly the opposite.
It is a photo of the body being taken from the trunk.
Chief Gant, please say something!
I believe your time is up.
My time is up.
Sorry, Raito, but I'm having lunch with the District Attorney General after this. We have to get going if we're going to make it in time for the early bird special.
But the cross-examination isn't finished yet.
Remember what I told you earlier? Police Chief has all kinds of weapons at his disposal.
Weapons?
Like the right to refuse to testify. I'm invoking that now.
Well, what? That's not a right to be casually invoked. There are certain risks to be considered.
So you're going to just run away after all of this? Oh, run away? Don't make me laugh, Worthy. I stabbed old Goodman, that's what you're saying, right? But if you had any conclusive evidence, you would have presented it by now.
Well, I...
You think I had Lana dispose of the body? If so, then show your proof and get it over with.
I'll say it again, Mr. Wright. Damon Gant is the current chief of police. The court will not tolerate any accusations against him without concrete proof, which is why you should probably save your game. If you're doing that, good job. Mr. Wright?
Your Honor?
Any concrete proof? Proof that Chief Gant murdered Detective Goodman, made Miss Skye dispose of the body.
Do I have any concrete proof? Can we check the court record? There's some things. So what, the thing that says SL9 on it again? Victim's memo found in the car trunk, okay.
Yep, and the name on the stationery says Goodman.
Okay. And what, the parking ticket again? A couple over? 512, yeah. Miles Edgeworth. Okay, can we look at the next screen to the right?
Mm-hmm.
We have the crime photo, we have the shoe, we have the knife.
Yeah.
It's found wrapped in the defendant's muffler.
Yep, remember it was wrapped within her muffler and put inside the muffler?
Yeah.
Or it's an exhaust pipe, not a muffler, but still, same. The pun is funnier this way. Testing fluid ID card record. Fingerprinting set. The screwdriver, which finally got used. Goodman's lost item report. The floor plans for the evidence room. A rubber glove from the SL9 incident. And evidence locker. I can only assume we're just carrying this with us as well. Along with the unstable jar. Marshall's fingerprints. Security video. The SL9 incident files. Neil's autopsy report. The Gant team picture. The evidence list. Piece of cloth. And evidence law.
Okay, so we don't know the use of the piece of cloth yet. That doesn't seem relevant here, though.
You throw the book at him.
Ah.
Just like, well, punk!
Yeet!
Yeet!
So,
Read a book, nerd!
one thing I've been wondering, how was the locker stuck open with the glove? Doesn't that prove that someone went in there and opened it up?
Yeah, but we already know that.
Okay. Right, because we need to prove specifically that he also was in there and committed a murder in there.
Yeah.
Or somewhere.
What do you think?
Gee, I feel like we don't have proof, which seems like the wrong answer.
Do you want to try it? I did just save the game. I'll save again.
Can we take another look at the evidence?
Yep. Because if we don't have evidence, we don't have evidence.
Okay.
God, the blue badger.
What does Launch Skye's cell phone say again? Or
This one?
the word muffler. Okay, that's all we have there.
Yep.
We have the floor plans, the crime photo, the shoe, the knife. What would be able to prove that he was the one other than Lana's testimony? Or another witness's testimony? We haven't found his prints on anything. All we've found is things that make him look sus.
Mm-hmm.
But sus isn't a connection.
Well, if we don't have evidence, we don't have evidence.
Yeah, I guess we don't.
Shall we go with I have no proof yet?
Yeah. It's no use showing evidence I'm not even sure of myself. No, Your Honor. At present, I have no conclusive evidence.
Huh. See, Archie?
In that case, this court is forced to penalize you for your allegations against the chief.
What?
Here's a tip. Never gamble what you can't afford to lose, righto. Seems that Lady Luck was on my side again today. Okay, Archie, I'll leave the rest to you. Later, nerds.
I warned you earlier, Mr. Wright. This is an affront to our senior officer in a nation's law enforcement agency.
Ah!
Lady Luck, Maybe we should have a word with her.
Mr. Edgeworth, what do you mean?
There's one lady who knows the real truth behind this trial. We haven't yet had the honor of hearing her testimony.
A lady who knows the truth. Another witness.
In the absence of conclusive evidence, the only other method of proof is testimony.
But Chief Gant has invoked his right to refuse to testify.
There's still someone else. One more witness who can answer all the questions raised in this trial. Someone right in this very room.
Mr. Edgeworth, who's this person?
Why are you asking me, Your Honor? Have you forgotten? The defense is the one calling the witnesses today.
Mr. Wright, does such a witness exist?
We may not be willing to tell the truth, but we can't just stop now. Yes, Your Honor. The defense calls forth Lana Skye.
Defendant? Miss Lana Skye?
She was in the underground parking lot at 5:15 p.m. on February 21st. Her task, to dispose of the victim's body, in accordance with a certain someone's orders.
Mr. Edgeworth?
Prosecution has no objections, Your Honor.
Very well. The court will now take its final recess for the day. In 15 minutes, we will reconvene to hear the defendant's testimony. This court is now in
Hold on.
Huh? Chief Gant! I thought you were going to eat.
Listen good, Lana.
He's talking to Lana.
I don't think you need me to tell you this, but if you accept Mr. Wright's claims, there will be terrible consequences. Apparently I could just get away with threatening witnesses in the middle of the court now. That's right. Your sister will be found guilty for Neil Marshall's murder.
This isn't good.
This is enough, right? He's doing it right in front of all of us.
Of course you never support such outrageous claims anyway. Right? Just something to think about while I'm on my way to lunch. Alrighty then, toodles. I've got a lunch date to meet. Later, losers.
Okay. Aren't any further objections? The court is now in recess.
Yay, recess.
Looks like we managed to stay in the game.
Yeah, thanks to your help, Edgeworth.
Hey, pal, what about me? I helped out, right?
Yeah, actually, yeah.
Oh, well,
absolutely.
Thank you. That's
Yeah, thanks, bro.
really kind of you to say. I appreciate that.
We would be up shit creek without a paddle if we had not had your ID.
Oh my god, I feel like I do a lot of work and like I don't always get recognized for it and like I don't need it all the time, but just once in a while hearing it's really nice. So thanks. Thanks, pal.
Detective Gumshoe.
Yeah, that's me. I'm not a detective anymore.
Oh, yeah. Sorry about that.
Don't worry about it, pal. I already decided where I'm gonna work now. At your office.
My office?
Sure! I'll take the place of that top-knotted girl you used to work with.
Did he mean Maya?
Hey, this is the only scene I appear in this, so I'm just gonna make the best of it. Oh, I'm gone.
Still, looks like we're all out of moves now. Chief Gant's done it again. How does he always get the upper hand?
It's not fair. He has the right to refuse to testify. That's like completely fucked up. That's a horrible loophole.
Settle down, right? Remember what the judge said.
But Chief, that's not a right to be casually invoked. There's certain risks to be considered.
Risks. What did he mean by that?
It's simple. The chief refuses to testify. The opposite also holds true. You mean if Bradford's just right to say anything too?
Emma, are you okay? And what happened to your voice?
Oh, is that the new voice-changing app? That sounds really cool.
Yeah, sure is. Sure is. Anyway, when I came to, I was in the medical office and I had this new app on my phone. Anyway, I've been listening to the trial from the
Wait, so
gallery.
you passed out, and then when you came to, you didn't know, you were disoriented, didn't know quite where you were, and you had a mysterious app installed on your smartphone.
Yeah?
Getting some real Persona 5 vibes from this shit.
So she heard everything that's been going on. Emma, I'm sorry for what I said before. No, don't be. It was the truth. You know, it's funny. I almost feel somehow relieved. Relieved?
Yeah, not everyone gets to kill a man and get away with it.
Yeah, now I finally know what really happened. To think that all this time, my sister was being blackmailed by that terrible man. And she did it all just to protect me.
Ever since her appointment as chief prosecutor, everyone who knew her said she changed. Perhaps it was easier that way for her.
What do you mean?
Do you think I mean to follow Chief Gant's orders? She must have shut herself up deep inside, to force herself to do anything and everything the chief told her to.
That must be why she became so cold.
That and her internal body temperature just dropped like 2 degrees.
Yeah, the prosecutor's office does have more air conditioning. It was all my fault.
I just realized that she's wearing like a big bow tie.
Yeah?
But like it's tied like a cartoonish ribbon. It's not a bow tie, it's like a ribbon.
Just a bow.
Yeah.
It's all because I murdered Mr. Marshall.
Hey, don't go blaming yourself now. You want to blame anyone, blame society, pal. That's what I do.
Chief Gant may be able to fool everyone else with his forgery, but he can't fool my memory. I remember now. I knocked Mr. Marshall into that armor. I see.
But we get a bit back. It's time for the final act.
Emma, why don't you wait? No, I'm going with you. I want to be there when Lana tells the truth.
Let's go, right. Time to end this. And it will be ended next time. Oh, we're almost there.
Almost there.
Almost. God. This is a perfect case with absolutely no padding whatsoever. Don't get me wrong, I love the case a lot. This is actually one of my favorites, but
I didn't feel it
it's
was...
definitely padded.
I didn't feel it was that overly padded or anything.
Think about how long we spent interrogating Miss Starr,
Yeah?
only to come away at the end of it with... Still.
I don't know.
I don't know, well, if you didn't think it was padded, then you know what? That's all the better then. This is a good case.
Now then, if you're done talking about the meta part of the game, will the defendant, Miss Lana Skye, please take the stand?
Alright, we're interrogating Lana. Right. Miss Lana Skye, you are the chief prosecutor. I'm sure you're aware of what is required of you.
But Mr. Edgeworth, you already know everything. You know all that I've done these past 2 years.
Please provide the court with your testimony, Miss Skye. And remember, you are under oath. You want to hear the truth.
Of course. The truth.
Lana, no matter what happens, I'll always be your sister.
Actually, that's not necessarily correct. You see, some of the more esoteric punishments we have in this court include forcibly decoupling siblings.
I hate that.
You think you hate that now? Wait until it happens to you. Now then, your testimony, if you will. First, tell us about your relationship with Chief Gant.
Everything hinges on your testimony. You're the only chance we have to get Gant.
I can't hear what you're thinking, Mr. Wright, but you seem to be staring at me with grave intensity.
We've got to get Gant got.
I've been working on that one for a while, haven't you?
Golly gee, we've got to get Gant got. By God.
You done?
No.
Okay.
I worked alongside Gant for years. There's no truth to this blackmail theory. I fabricated the evidence 2 years ago all by myself. When I found Prosecutor Marshall's body, I rearranged the crime scene. My only motivation was to get Dark convicted. It had nothing to do with Emma.
Huh. Are you sure about this testimony?
Your Honor, I am confessing to a capital offense. Of course I am sure.
A capital offense?
The offense that took place in the Capitol.
All she did was fabricate evidence. You can get executed for that in California?
Apparently you can.
Huh.
Covering up a murder. Well, also those actions led to someone else being murdered.
Yeah, but she didn't do the murder.
Yeah.
Emma did.
But then they also convicted someone and put them on death row because of her fabricated evidence.
Okay.
Maybe? I don't know.
Maybe that.
Apparently it's capital.
Anyway. But Lana...
This is true, and that means Chief Gant has nothing to do with this.
That is what I've been trying to tell you from the beginning.
Please, Mr. Wright, you've got to help her. She's sacrificing herself because of me. But what if she's telling the truth? She's not. I know my own sister.
Wait, did she just respond to Phoenix's internal monologue? She did! She absolutely did!
Yeah. Whenever she speaks stiffly like that, she's hiding something inside. Deep down, she's really screaming in agony.
How deep? 6 feet? 7 feet? 8 feet? I know I'm not part of this conversation. I just wanted to hop in.
Gee, everybody's hopping in on my inner monologue today. This is no time to start second-guessing myself.
The defense may now begin its cross-examination.
All right. Come on, Lana. Hold it. You worked alongside Gant for years. Prove it.
How many years exactly?
Ever since I made senior detective. Let's see, I was 24 then, so that would be 5 years.
Detective Gant and Detective Skye were legendary partners. I personally saw them testify in numerous cases. I'm the only judge here.
She must have been good, coming from the same school as Mia.
Damon Gant was a respectable detective, and that's why.
But think about it, Ms. Skye. You didn't murder Detective Goodman. You told me as much yesterday in jail.
You still don't get it, do you, Mr. Wright? Any testimony you cannot present in court is as useless as idle gossip. I stabbed Detective Goodman with a knife. And
Did you do so to help your sister?
Joe Dark was a serial killer. My sister almost became his last victim that day. I didn't want that incident to ruin her life.
But what she did was justifiable self-defense. She wouldn't have been charged with anything.
That's not the point. She was traumatized that day, all because of that creep. That is why I couldn't forgive him.
Lana.
Yes, that's me.
Yes, that's her. So, is that why you fabricated the evidence 2 years ago?
You say you did this all by yourself.
Yes. Would you mind telling us what you found when you arrived at the crime scene? It seems I was the first person to discover the scene. The broken Prosecutor Award knife was stuck in the victim's body.
What? But Prosecutor Marshall died from an unfortunate accident.
That's only a situation you dreamed was possible. The reality is, it wasn't my sister who took the prosecutor's life. Fantasize all you want, Mr. Wright, but I will never change this statement. You mean Prosecutor Marshall wound up being killed by Dar? Something like that. If that is so, what happened to the other murder weapon? Dark was carrying a switchblade knife. Oh, that was lying on the floor a little distance away. It was probably knocked away in the struggle.
That's not how it went down. She's trying to cover up her lies with more lies. All just to protect me.
So when you found the scene like this, what did you do? After all, this is what everything boils down to.
Yes. I broke off the tip of Dark's knife, planted it inside the wound, and moved the body. She didn't admit to that. She didn't say that last time.
She didn't. You planted the tip of Dark's knife in the victim's wound?
And then you moved the body?
But why? Why would you do that? Also, why would the text move so quickly when we're trying to voice it? It's almost like this is a visual novel, not an oral novel.
You of all people should know, Edgeworth. You've always had a good head on your shoulders.
I don't know about that.
My head isn't that bad, but maybe I ought to ask for the sake of the evidence. Why? We know why she planted the knife, though, right?
We've got two options. We're gonna come back and ask the other one too.
Oh, we can ask both, okay.
Yeah.
But why did you do that?
Come now, Mr. Wright. Even you should be able to figure it out.
Very well, let's add this to the witness's testimony. The reason Miss Skye fabricated the knife.
I knew the tip of the weapon found inside the body would be all the proof we needed.
According to your testimony, Prosecutor Marshall's broken knife was the murder weapon, right?
Yes, and leaving it at that point might point the blame away from Dar. I felt the most effective way to get him convicted would be by having the tip of his knife found inside the victim's body.
So you buried it inside the victim's stab wound?
Yes, because I hated Dark for what he did.
So you rearranged the crime scene. Are you sure you didn't do this to keep Emma from looking like the murderer?
How many times do I have to tell you, Mr. Wright? Emma didn't do it. period.
Are you so desperate to hide that fact? You're willing to risk the death sentence? She's lying. She did it so I wouldn't be blamed for what happened.
In any case, as a prosecutor, what I've done is unpardonable. There's nothing I can do to make up for my actions.
Oh, it's a capital offense because if it comes down to it, then that means she can't claim she was being coerced when it came down to murdering Goodman.
Right.
Because remember, that's what this all comes back to.
Mm-hmm. Mr. Wright, my sister's lying. It looks like she's determined to protect you to the end. She insists she fabricated the evidence by herself. There's no way she could have done it alone. I've got to get Lana to talk more. If she's lying, then she's bound to slip up and make a contradiction.
Okay, so
Now we press that same one again, but not that one.
it's this one.
Oh yeah, because we need. Why'd you move the body?
Because so this is the new statement that was added from this.
Yeah.
Found his body would be all the proof we needed. What do we have in the court record? What do we know about that knife? We have it here.
Yeah.
Yep, found at the crime scene. Yep, okay.
Let's ask about the why it was moved.
Yep, and that's this one again. Here we go.
Why did you move the body? When you showed up on the scene, where exactly was the victim's body?
It was where you deduced it was, by Chief Gant's desk.
The body was found by your desk. Why did you move it there?
The reason for that is simple.
Let's have the witness explain this in more detail. The reason Miss Skye moved the body.
Pieces of the jar that shattered during the events threatened my plan.
Pieces of the jar. You mean...
Yes, that wretched jar you showed us earlier. In order to show that Dark committed the crime, I felt it would be more expedient to move the body.
So, when you first found the body, the jar was already...
Of course it had been shattered to pieces. You looked at the crime scene. It'd be clear right away what happened. Neil Marshall was dead. Dark was lying unconscious. In other words, the jar must have been broken during their struggle.
I see.
What's the matter, Emma? Apparently the jar shattered at the time the crime was committed. But I have a feeling there's more to it than that. Must be a contradiction here somewhere.
Anyway, I committed this fabrication completely alone.
Alright,
If the jar broke at the time of the crime, why did it have Emma's name?
exactly. Because
Okay.
how would her name have been, written on it in blood if it was already broken?
Yeah.
So I think we can just present this. There we go.
Ms. Skye, I understand how you feel. You committed that crime 2 years ago to protect your sister.
You mean the forgery at the scene where Neil Marshall was murdered?
If that truth were to be exposed now, the past 2 years of your life will have been in vain. Even so, I am compelled to bring to everyone's attention a significant contradiction within your testimony.
A contradiction? In my testimony?
It's more likely than you think.
He's right. It's really uncanny with him.
You testified, and I quote, "The pieces of the jar that shattered during the events threatened my plan."
That's right.
Do you have a problem with that?
It's a simple oversight, really. You see, a message was written on this jar with the victim's blood.
Yes, the prosecutor must have written it in his final moments.
Exactly so. And this is where the contradiction lies.
Huh.
In order for the victim to be able to write his message on the jar, it must not yet have been broken before he died.
Oh,
Have you ever tried writing on a broken jar?
yes.
Yeah, me too.
It's very difficult.
Yeah. He couldn't have written Emma's name on a shattered jar.
Really thankfully he picked like a jar and not something like a piece of paper. In retrospect, it's a good move.
Order, order!
Your Honor, it would appear more information is needed in regard to this jar and its bloody message. We may be missing something critical here.
Something critical.
Chief Prosecutor, it seems you are as in the dark as we are about the truth towards which we are headed.
What?
Just tell us exactly what you saw. We'll piece together the information to arrive at the truth.
Very well. The witness may now continue her testimony.
Can we take a look at that jar again?
Yes, we can. Oh, I wasn't done with the testimony, but...
I immediately noticed the blood traces on the jar, but it was dark in the room and I didn't have time to check it out. To be safe, I wiped away the blood. The fragments were large, so I'm sure I got them all. All I could think about was wiping them clean before they were discovered.
You mean you were the one who wiped... Oh. You mean you were the one who wiped away the message in blood?
I wasn't chief prosecutor at the time.
She didn't think Dark was the real murderer. That's why she tried to erase the real evidence.
Very well. The defense may now begin its cross-examination.
So, can we look at the jar real quick?
Yes,
I want to see
can.
the pattern on it.
And the one with the right half of the E and the left half of the M was the one we found in the safe.
I was trying to think, could it say Damon or Gant rather than Emma? But it doesn't seem like it.
No, it's...
Where does it say Emma's name? Huh. Anyway.
Well, I think we know why it says Emma's name.
So the jar was already broken.
It's a miracle that thing hadn't broken earlier.
So, looks as feeble as the defense's case.
Not as feeble as the judge's judgment.
Boom, shakalaka. Edgeworth bumped me one.
It's alright, I regretfully must bump him one. You were an ace detective who never missed a detail. Do you really expect us to believe you didn't investigate what was written on the jar piece?
Normally I would have.
So you didn't know your sister's name was written on the jar?
No. If I had known, I would have gathered all the pieces and ground them to dust.
Well, that helps my case. Lana, you'd do that for me?
Bonding over helping each other get away with murder.
It seems you two might make up yet.
Anyway, I just barely had enough time to move the body as it was.
If someone happened upon the scene, you'd lose your chance to erase the evidence. You must have been in a hurry.
I was. I knew I had to destroy the evidence before anyone came.
This is rather shocking.
I'm afraid this action of yours reveals what really happened.
What do you mean?
If you really thought Dark killed Prosecutor Marshall, you wouldn't have wiped away the blood.
What else could I have done in that situation?
Lana.
I only had a few moments. There wasn't enough time for me to do anything else but gather up the pieces.
But how could you see with the power out? It should have been pitch black in that office.
A detective is always prepared, Mr. Wright. Even now I always carry a pocket light and a camera with me. It's called a cellular phone. It's 2016, you moron.
Even I carry a bottle of emergency luminol wherever I go.
I can confirm that she does actually do that.
Is her purse stuffed with corked flasks?
It is!
That's wonderful.
It is! Emma's great. I can't wait to play the games that she actually comes from because I think I mentioned this earlier, but it's been like 10 hours ago for the video, so she comes from the second trilogy of Ace Attorney games. I don't remember which one, I don't know how she fits in, but this is because the DLC case for game 1 was made after the second trilogy, she gets an early bird cameo now.
Emma, what are those flasks in your purse? Poisons!
Which one is worse?
I never miss anything. I got every last piece. All I could think about was wipe. All right, we already read this.
So you illegally rearranged the crime scene.
Yes, I don't have any excuse for my actions.
I'm so sorry, Lana. I didn't know. I've treated you so badly all this time. It's not too late.
How come she has Maya's top knot too?
they needed another sidekick, and they needed fans to immediately connect. They're like, what can we do? What can we do? What can we do? Top knot. Got him. And then it worked.
There's concept art of you know about this character, Maya's younger cousin, in one of the later games with a top knot hairdo, and it's hilarious because it does not work on anyone but Maya.
After we've gotten to the bottom of this incident,
No doubt this day will leave a permanent stain on the history of the prosecutor's office. Much like that one stain we left over from the chili festa.
more contradictions have surfaced in her testimony. Your sister's really putting up a fight. She must really care about you. Still, she's not doing this the right way. I think I've finally figured out the contradictions in her testimony. There's one final possibility that might turn everything around.
Alright, so have you figured out what's wrong here?
So, she says she found everyone and wiped them clean. Why was one of them not wiped clean?
And she says she was sure she got them all.
Yeah.
Yeah, that's true. Let's present that jar again.
Ms. Skye, I believe this jar conceals a truth even you were unaware of.
What is that?
We found the final piece of this jar in Chief Gant's safe.
In the chief's safe, but how?
Breaking and entering. I knew it, she really didn't know. There's something even more disturbing about that final piece. There was still blood on it.
But the witness just testified that she gathered every last piece and wiped the blood off of them.
Yes, which leaves us with only one explanation. On the night Prosecutor Marshall was murdered, you were not the first one to show up on the scene. Chief Gant got there before you.
Oh shit.
But couldn't the defendant simply have missed a piece?
I'm afraid that's unlikely. The pieces are too big for anyone to miss, let alone an ace detective.
That may well be, but everyone makes mistakes. Even I once wasted an entire day looking for my dentures. They were in my mouth all along.
Have you forgotten, Your Honor? When this witness arrived at the scene, the jar was already broken.
Oh, that.
There's no way a name could have been written on a shattered jar. Another person discovered the scene prior to the witness.
Hope you're not implying this person was Chief Gant. At the time, he was looking for Doc downstairs. Besides... Oh, I hit the A
The
button.
question is, if he did arrive there first, why did he hide that fact for 2 years?
Oh.
Well, Your Honor, can you answer us that?
No! Wait, I'm not on trial here.
Hey, you can be. We can switch.
Called it.
Wait, I'm not the one on trial here. Actually, you know what? Someday I'd like to be in that box there and give testimony. I have a very uneventful life outside the courtroom, so I feel like this is like the only time I get to connect with you. And I'd really like to learn more about what you do.
Please tell me that happens at some point.
During
I would lose it.
So the judge is never seen really outside of his role as a judge.
Okay.
During the anime, they create a new arc where the judge gets to be somewhere other than the courtroom.
Okay.
So the judge does get to do something different during the anime, at least. Damon Gant arrived at the crime scene prior to the witness.
I want to cross-examine the judge.
Oh, I'm ready.
He proceeded to break the jar and purposely hid one of the broken pieces. Question: what is this action called?
Fabrication of evidence.
Oh, you're so hot when you say that.
But why would Chief Gantz do that?
In light of what happened afterwards, isn't it clear?
What happened afterwards?
Discovering the scene, Lana Skye believed her sister, Emma, killed the victim. Determined to help her sister, she sought Gant's aid. Lending her his aid, Gant helped her create evidence that incriminated Dark, sparing Emma. And therein lies the reason. The reason why Miss Skye became the chief's puppet.
No, I did it on my own.
I love that when she has her breakdown, she does the Aaron Attack on Titan thumb biting thing.
Is that an Attack on Titan?
If I remember correctly, he does that to turn into a Titan at one or more points.
I haven't read Attack on Titan.
I'm sure it's not a reference in this because this came first, right? But
and it's also just a
funny.
gesture people do, like to bite your thumb.
Outside of Shakespeare?
What do you mean you say outside of Shakespeare, like Shakespeare isn't a huge cultural influence, even now.
Wait, people actually do that, though?
If, at a minimum, it's a recognizable visual language.
But in Shakespeare, it meant a totally different thing.
Yeah, well, I don't have an explanation for you. Maybe she's just biting her nails.
Please, sis, stop trying to protect the
You
chief.
don't have to make this so difficult, you know?
I
do actually have it pulled up on Wikipedia here.
I can't watch you suffer anymore for my sake.
No, you didn't. It wasn't you, Emma. You didn't kill anyone. Don't believe anything Mr. Wright says. Defense attorneys make up the most foul lies to defend their clients.
Foul lies. Imagine that, coming from my own client.
I guess you do seem like the type to like to twist the truth. No offense.
Wait a minute. What if we're still smack dab in the middle of Gant's trap?
Is something wrong, Mr. Wright? You went all serious all of a sudden.
Lana may be right, after all.
What do you mean, right?
So you do tell foul lies then, Mr. Wright? Ms. Skye, please testify once more.
But
If evidence was fabricated behind your back, then Emma's accidental killing of Prosecutor Marshall might also be a lie. But I do remember knocking over Mr. Marshall. Ms. Skye, if you will.
I can't.
There's nothing to be afraid of anymore. This cross-examination may not change a thing. However, there is a possibility that it will, if you tell the truth.
Very well. I'll testify about what I really saw.
All right. Witness may testify once more, for the final time, and this time apparently telling the truth. Apparently we just let people get away with testifying not the truth.
When I arrived, I found Mr. Marshall's body impaled on that suit of armor's sword. Emma and Dark were lying unconscious on the floor nearby. When I saw what had happened, I thought she did it. That's why I erased all of the evidence that linked her to the murder. I had Chief Gant help me remove the body from the sword and carry it. But if it all really was a fabrication, Emma might be innocent.
Unbelievable. The body was impaled on the armor's sword.
You were the only one who saw that. If only you had proof.
Actually, I do have proof.
Oh ho.
I gave it to Mr. Wright just this morning.
What? To me?
It's a picture I took of the crime scene, as I encountered it. I thought it might be needed.
But I don't remember receiving a picture like that. Lana must have known. See, Mr. Wright? She really does have faith in you.
Check your Discord, Mr. Wright.
Very well, Mr. Wright, please present this picture.
I don't remember receiving any pictures from Lana. Lana said she gave it to you this morning, right? I seem to remember getting something from her then. Let's check that evidence again. There must be a picture in there somewhere. So it was the evidence law book, right?
Yep.
Can we rotate it?
Oh my god, we can see the character now. That's so cute. Evidence law. Copyright P.O. P.O.
Can we open it? It looks like there's something stuck in the back. Hey, there's a picture here. Oh my. This is the actual crime scene.
Yes, we're looking at a dead man.
No other detective saw the crime scene like this, because I contacted Criminal Affairs only after I had rearranged everything.
Mr. Wright! That piece cut out from his vest. Could that be the cloth we found inside Chief Gant's safe? What's this? This is a handprint, isn't it? Is it a Gant print?
Well, no, we already got the fingerprints off of it. We know whose fingerprint it is. We know whose handprint it is.
Oh, it was Emma's.
It's Emma's.
That cloth, it had fingerprints on it. Whosever fingerprints those are must be the real murderer. What? But those fingerprints? They're yours, Emma. Why are your lips turning all purple, Mr. Wright?
Anyway, let's get on with the cross-examination. So long as you tell the truth, we should be able to flush out the real murderer.
Very well. Defense may now begin its cross-examination.
Gonna have me pressed? You gonna press me? You gonna press me? Oh, I've been depressed.
No.
Come now, gee. This is the poorest excuse for a trial I've ever seen.
Chief Gant, I thought you were going to lunch.
What? Now you want to make me out as the bad guy, too? If so, I'd like to put in a word or two in my defense. I'm afraid it's too late to do that. What? You already declined to testify. That means you forfeited your right to make statements of any sort.
This must be that risk we were talking about earlier.
Just sit back and relax, and enjoy the sound of the noose tightening around your own neck. So what? Do you think I'm worried? Sorry to disappoint you, but I don't need to make any statements. What do you mean? The evidence will do all the talking for me. Even if I can't testify, I can still present evidence.
Yes, that's true, I guess. Man, this is labyrinthine. Wait, you mean you still have some conclusive evidence?
Oh, no, I don't! But someone does!
Someone?
So, what's your excuse, righto? Why have you been keeping quiet about it? You do have something to show us, right? Something that proves who knocked over Neil Marshall and causing his death? Conclusive evidence that leaves no room for doubt.
Is this true, Mr. Wright?
If I show that piece of evidence now, Emma's sure to be made out as the murderer.
Mr. Wright! If you have any more evidence, present it now. If you try to conceal anything, you'll be the one appearing before the Board of Inquiries.
What do I do now? I'd better think this through carefully. I can't afford to make the wrong decision.
Yeah, we can't afford to make the wrong decision.
Should I present that piece of evidence? The one that shows who really killed Prosecutor Marshall? I feel like we have to.
Okay.
Because it is known that it exists.
Is it?
Okay, what happens if we don't then?
Do you want to try and... We've got two options. We can show evidence, or we cannot show evidence.
That's also interesting wording. Show and cannot show. Because we certainly can show, but it isn't can show versus cannot show. It is show versus cannot show.
Yes. Maybe it would be helpful. Check some evidence law.
Evidence should be shown without the approval of the police department. Ha ha ha! We can't. We can't show it. Evidence law. Your Honor, I don't have any evidence I can present at this point in time.
That got me on my first play round. Oh, what? You lie.
Chief can't.
You opened my safe. I know you took what was inside. The conclusive evidence.
I don't know what you're talking about. Mr. Wright, why don't you show them? We found it together.
Oh, I see. It's because you know the truth, don't you? You know whose fingerprints are on it. That's why you won't present it. What are you talking about, Chief Cat? Can't you figure it out? Take a good look at this picture. See the victim's vest? Notice anything odd about the chest area? It looks like part of it's been cut out for some reason.
You mean you had this in your safe?
What? That means you, the chief of police. I've been concealing evidence. It's going to be the biggest scandal in the history of the police department.
Because if we had shown it, and also, impressive. To be honest, I didn't think you had the gall, righto. Well, I can't just let you pin me up as the murderer. I'll tell you what really happened.
What? You mean you admit to it?
I was the first person to arrive at the crime scene that day. It then occurred to me that I could use the situation to control Lana.
So you really were manipulating her.
I knew Lana. If I made it look like the blame lay with her sister, that when she saw the scene, she would ask me for my aid.
So you assisted Miss Skye.
I told her to arrange all the evidence. I had her plant the knife tip in the victim's body and move the body across the room.
I ended up using that evidence to get Joe Dark convicted.
When I tampered with the crime scene, I hid 2 pieces of evidence. This was before Lana arrived at the scene, mind you.
2 pieces of evidence? You mean those items in your safe?
But why?
For insurance, of course.
Insurance?
I was sure my plan would work, but it's always best to be prepared for the worst. I wasn't about to let anyone blame me for a murder that girl committed.
You mean you were calculating that far ahead while forging evidence?
What do you take me for, a fool? I didn't make police chief by dumb luck. See this jar fragment? I hid the most legible part of Emma's name. I didn't expect Lana to go wipe all the blood off of all the pieces.
But if you fabricated all the evidence, what's to say you didn't fabricate the message on this jar, too?
Ho ho ho! Some people just don't know when to quit, do they? That's why I kept one more item for insurance.
You mean that piece of cloth?
Come on, Righto. Cough it up already, I know you have it.
What are you waiting for, Mr. Wright? So, you admit to it then, Chief Gant, that you were hiding the cloth you cut off the victim's vest in your safe?
Yes, I admit it. I didn't want to have to do that, being chief and all. But it's a lot better than being portrayed as a murderer.
Well, Mr. Wright, what do you have to say for yourself? Just a moment ago you said you didn't have any evidence you could present.
Foolish move, Righto. You should have shown it then before it was too late.
It's been a long battle, but the moment of truth has finally arrived. As long as I don't mess up here, victory is mine. Can't show it? Because of evidence law? Still? Is that it?
No. We can now. Now that the chief of police has given his approval for this evidence to be shown.
Okay.
And also now that we've gotten him to spill a little bit more context.
Okay, so now we can show it.
Yes. Because remember, one of the ways it can be approved is by having the police department approve it.
Okay. Your Honor, I do have evidence to present now.
And he is still chief of police, so.
Alright, then let's see this conclusive evidence. The evidence that shows who actually killed Prosecutor Marshall.
Let me verify this once more. On the day of the crime, you personally cut out this piece of the victim's vest.
Oh, yes! At least you finally brought it out into the open.
There's a handprint on this piece of cloth.
Your Honor, the prosecution requests that it immediately be sent to the lab for analysis. His handprint on the leather. There must have been a strong impact for it to be left so clearly.
You mean?
It could not have been forged. It must be authentic, conclusive evidence. Ho ho ho! You're slow in the uptake as ever, Worthy. What? Think about it. Righto had all this time to present this evidence. Yet he was reluctant to do so. Why would that be? You mean you already know? You know whose fingerprints are on that?
Mr. Wright, do you really know?
Whoever's fingerprints belong to must be the real murderer. Whose fingerprints are they?
Very well. I'll tell you. This should be okay now. Everything's proceeding as predicted. The person to whom these fingerprints belong to is Emma.
Emma? Emma Skye?
What? They're mine? I'm sorry, Emma. But why? Why didn't you tell me?
Ho ho! You're really something, Righto. You knew this girl did it all along and you still tried to pin the murder on me.
So it's true. Tragic but true. This girl really did shove Prosecutor Marshall to his death.
How could you? You monster!
Miss Skye.
You knew whose fingerprints those were all along, and yet you acted like she really didn't.
Ms. Skye, it's not over yet.
What?
I said this trial isn't over yet.
But I'm afraid it's over, boy. Not only this trial, but your career, too. You purposely concealed this conclusive evidence. That, my friend, is a serious offense. I'm looking forward to pressing charges after the defendant is convicted. I'll have your badge, boy. What's the matter? Cat got your tongue. Aren't you going to tell us how it feels? How it feels to be the one who single-handedly turned a poor little girl into a murderer?
Before I do that, there's just one little thing I have to clear up.
Oh, and what's that?
Who really killed Prosecutor Neil Marshall?
What?
Chief Gant, you are absolutely right. This piece of cloth proves who the real murderer is. Who killed Neil Marshall, you ask?
It was Emma Skye, wasn't it?
I'm afraid that's not possible. You see, this piece of cloth contains a critical contradiction.
What? A contradiction? What is this fool babbling about?
I'm talking about a contradiction, one that proves who the real killer is.
Mr. Wright! This piece of cloth. What could it possibly contradict?
Chief Gant, your tyrannical reign ends here. Behold, the piece of evidence that contradicts this cloth. I have no idea. Evidence for something, but what? There's no Skye's prints. So let's look. Can we rotate it? On the other side. This is a handprint, right?
Oh, yeah.
An oily hand. Person slipped and fell on a freshly waxed floor, getting wax all over their hands.
The evidence dialogue is... Okay. So this is our... Oh, hold on. I didn't mean to do it again.
Shit! Are you having more conversations over there?
Now, we did get one new piece of evidence.
The photo. Let's look at that photo. It's not covered in blood. It's not covered in blood.
It's not covered in blood.
Oh my god.
And what exactly is this supposed to be?
This is the picture Ms. Skye took. Take a good look at it. See where the piece of his vest was cut out?
Yes. The shirt is showing underneath. It's hard to make out with all the blood on his vest, though.
Exactly my point. His chest is soaked with blood. That's only natural. His lungs, no doubt, were punctured. Blood poured out of his mouth.
Oh, but the piece of cloth. Wait. There's no blood on it.
Ah!
Since Emma Skye's fingerprints are on this cloth, there's no doubt that she shoved the prosecutor aside. However, Mr. Marshall was not impaled on the sword at that time.
No, this is nonsense.
Now then, Chief Gant, let me ask you something. Prosecutor Marshall was not impaled when he was shoved aside.
He most likely hit his head on the ground and was knocked out.
If so, then tell me, who could it have been? Who could have arrived at the scene before Ms. Lana Skye, picked up the unconscious prosecutor, and impaled him on the armor's sword?
Then to make it look like Emma was responsible for the prosecutor's death, said person proceeded to write her name on the jar with the victim's blood. A jar that they then broke on purpose to leave behind a clue, and make Lana believe her sister did it.
Remember what you admitted only moments ago? That you personally cut out this bloodless piece of the victim's vest? Ironic, isn't it? Through the very act of creating insurance, you prove that you were the actual murderer.
No!
It's finally all over.
So what happens if you present the cloth too early is that Emma does indeed get framed for it.
Wow.
Yeah. Which... That was close, right? Oh, you almost had me. Sorry, but you'll have to do better than that. I refute your allegations.
What do you mean you refute the allegations?
Oh, you see that piece of cloth? There's illegal evidence.
Order, order! What nonsense is this?
Illegal evidence cannot be used to convict a suspect. Remember, G? Earlier, Righto here concealed that piece of cloth. So then, what's your excuse, Righto? You do have some conclusive evidence, don't you?
Your Honor, I don't have any evidence I can present at this point in time.
Well, that's true. Defense did refuse to present evidence.
At that moment, that piece of cloth ceased to be legal evidence.
But that's not fair.
Ho 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 ho! Do you actually think you could best me in court? Looks like the last laugh's on you, son.
Afraid Mr. Gant's claim is legally correct. Mr. Edgeworth?
True. Illegal evidence cannot be used to convict a person. Assuming, of course, that the evidence is indeed illegal.
Huh? Well, Mr. Wright?
It seems, at last, the time for me to reveal my plan has finally arrived.
The plan we've had to guess at.
Yeah,
Mr. Wright, do you admit to it? That you purposely and illegally concealed this piece of cloth?
I did not. I admit I refused to present it at one point.
Ha ha ha! So the evidence is illegal!
No, it isn't, Mr. Gant.
Pardon me.
It's not that I didn't present evidence then. It's that I couldn't.
What do you mean, couldn't?
There are certain procedures involved when presenting evidence.
No, Aji, don't listen to his lies. He's nothing but a coward. You can't really believe. There's only one issue left to be resolved in this trial. Is this evidence legal or not?
Very well, let us settle this once and for all. Earlier, you refused to present evidence. To prove your conduct was not in violation of the law, do so now.
The law book.
Throw the book at him! Just literally chucks the book up at the...
This is my proof, Your Honor. Evidence law.
Oh, it's very short. It's only got 2 points in it.
What is this?
I've done my homework too, Chief. Indeed, Emma Skye's fingerprints were on this piece of cloth. However, at that point in time, this was merely a piece of cloth, nothing more.
What?
You see, it's written right here in this book, the second rule of evidence law.
Rule number 1. No evidence shall be shown without the prior approval of the police department.
I found this piece of evidence myself, inside your safe. It goes without saying I did not have approval from the police department.
Rule number 2. Unregistered evidence presented must be relevant to the case on trial.
And here is the crux of the matter. You see, at the time it was impossible for me to prove the relevance between the cloth and the SL9 incident.
What? What kind of nonsense is this? You want relevancy? Just take one look at this picture and...
Sorry, but can you recall when was that picture presented?
That was shown only a few moments ago.
No! He's right. Beginning of today's trial, that piece of cloth was still meaningless.
The person who gave it a value as evidence was you, Damon Gant.
You yourself confessed to a certain truth.
Let me verify this once more. On the day of the crime, you personally cut out this piece of the victim's vest?
Oh, yes! No! It was then that you approved this cloth as conclusive evidence. Yes, you, the chief of police, personally approved this cloth.
The only person who could have cut this from the victim's vest is the one who stood before Prosecutor Marshall in his final moments. In other words, the real murderer, and there's only one person who that could be. Damon Gant. The killer was you.
No! Oh! I knew I should have gotten rid of him. Good for nothing scum. For 2 years he's been snooping around the department trying to get something on me. Crimes are being committed every day, yet he insisted on hounding me. Well, your crime wasn't exactly petty. He wanted to reinvestigate the case. He recruited Angel Starr, then convinced Bruce Goodman.
Detective Goodman.
Yeah, that's right.
If the evidence is transferred, I'll lose my only chance to find out the truth. Please, you've got to help me.
And we did! Goodman turned him down, as he ought to. Still, Jake Marshall didn't know when to quit. He stole Goodman's ID card and tried to take the evidence. Goodman came to me that day. He wanted to file a lost item report. I went with him to the evidence room. Then all of a sudden he decided to speak out. What are you talking about, Goodman? You want to be Goodman?
Can you please reopen the investigation, Chief? We can't transfer the evidence out. There are too many questions left unanswered.
Nice Goodman. He opened his evidence locker. As he was taking the evidence out, he said,
It's not too late. I'm going to hand all this over to Marshall.
Well, to be honest, I was a bit taken aback by his words. I had a bad feeling when he came to see me, but I never thought he'd bring up SL9. That's when I saw it. The cursed knife. Oh, I couldn't just pull it out. Doing so would have only led to more blood, making it near impossible to hide your crime. Even so, the blood was just pouring out everywhere. I didn't know who might stumble in, so I hurried to wipe it up. I was worrying so much about the floor, I didn't realize my fatal mistake.
Bloody handprint on Detective Gumshoe's locker.
I used to be known as the crime computer. But everyone has to start somewhere, I guess. I was too nervous. I had no business doing any of it. Then you put the body in my car? I'm sorry, I couldn't think of any other way to move the body. I broke your trunk, but what's the big deal? You make a lot more than us detectives ever will. Ho ho ho! I still had 12 payments left on that car.
Leaving the prosecution's car aside.
No, do not leave my car aside.
How? How could you get Ms. Skye involved in all of this?
Oh, well, she had as much to lose as I did if the truth came out. So you took the evidence from Detective Goodman's locker. I felt bad for having to do it. I also didn't have the time to pick and choose what to take.
So, you left the jar fragments and the glove.
Yeah, looks like I was better off with being an investigator of crimes than a committer. Oh, we have fun here, am I right? Murders. They all did their best to get in my way. Gotta hand it to them. They do their jobs well. Much to my dismay. Fake evidence doesn't hold very well upon close examination. You must have known that. Tell me, Worthy, why do you stand in court? Me? You despise criminals. I can feel it. You and me. We're the same. One day you'll understand. Oh, believe me, you will. You're just one man. You'll see what it really takes to bring them down once you try to go it alone.
I'm three guys in a trench coat.
Well, leaving aside me being three boys in a trench coat. Well, looks like it's time to say goodbye. Oh, Udgy.
What?
Looks like we'll have to cancel that lunch date. Sorry, old friend.
No, I'm sorry too, Damon Gant. I knew you as you used to be long ago. You're once a fine investigator, an example to others on the force. I'm so sorry to learn that you are no longer that person.
Those days are gone now, Udgy. Thanks for all the memories, though. Don't worry, you'll be fine. Now you have Rido here and Worthy. These two around, you can't go wrong. In fact, I can hear them already. The melodious sounds of a new beginning.
There are two things I want you to understand.
Quantum physics and the Pokemon type weaknesses. I don't know the Pokemon type chart. It's so big. How do you keep track of all of them? They compare it to rock, paper, scissors, but that's rock, paper, scissors with like 19 hands. Yes, Mr. Wright?
First, your sister never hurt anyone. Second, Damon Gant betrayed you from the beginning. You see, Ms. Skye, you no longer have any reason to keep silent.
You're right. When this trial is over, I'll tell everything. All that I've done these past 2 years. The time I had Gant help me forge evidence up until today.
So, it seems all the questions raised in this trial have been answered.
I'm sorry, Ms. Skye. I couldn't get you out of all your trouble.
My. What high standards you have for a rookie.
Ah.
I can see why Mia thought so highly of you. Who knows? A few years from now, you just might make it to the top. I owe you my thanks, Mr. Wright.
Ms. Skye.
And you too, Mr. Edgeworth.
Me? I was just working.
You've suffered every bit as much as I have over these past few days. Believe me, I know how much of an ordeal it has been for you.
It was nothing.
Liar.
I was worried the pressure might break you, and yet, you rose above it all and guided Mr. Wright to victory. You've done well, Mr. Edgeworth.
Stop it. I only did my job. Is it getting hot in here? I'm not used to dealing with praise.
In light of this case, seems a good self-examining is in order for all of us. Skye,
Yes, Your Honor?
you are innocent of murder. However, although the chief blackmailed you, the fact is you still acted as his accomplice. The trial will be scheduled for these crimes at a later date.
Yes. I understand, Your Honor.
Something amusing about all of this? Why are you smiling?
It's been a long time, Your Honor. A long time since I felt free of these heavy chains.
Well, this trial has gone on far too long already. What, like 12, 13 hours? Don't know, look at the video timestamp. Regarding the charge of murder, this court finds the defendant, Miss Lana Skye, not guilty. Why do we do confetti? That feels wildly inappropriate. What if they were convicted guilty?
Then we'd still do confetti.
That feels weird. That is all. Court is now adjourned.
Yeah! Finally, this case is coming to an end.
At long last, it's finally over. Emma? why the long face? I'm sorry your sister didn't get completely off the hook, but at least she wasn't convicted for a murder she didn't commit. No, that's not it. Just now, after the trial ended.
I can see why Mia Fey thought so highly of you. I owe you my thanks, Mr. Wright. And to you too, Mr. Edgeworth. You've suffered every bit as much as I have over these past few days. You've done well.
Yeah, she mentioned that she knew Mia before, and
Mm-hmm.
a lot of the fandom has taken this to mean that they were that they're exes at this point, which, well, obviously they're exes at this point because Mia's dead. But yeah, I'm on the Skye Faye trade as well.
You know, I did my best too, but Lana didn't say a single word to me.
Hope I'm not interrupting anything, pals.
No,
No, I get it. I'll just go. Guess I am. I'll come back later.
wait, Detective Gumshoe, what is it?
Oh, so now you want me back, pal? You're doing this on purpose, aren't you? Making a detective run around while on duty? Top it all off, you called me here. I've seen happy people at funerals. Hey, lighten up, pals. I'm only kidding. I've never seen a happy person.
Oh, are you here because of my sister again?
Nope. Not this time. Came today because of you, pal.
Me?
That's right. I thought you'd like to see someone.
Lana. Should you be doing this? She's still under arrest, you know.
Nah. Well, I won't tell if you won't.
Emma, I owe you an apology.
It's okay, sis. Don't worry about it.
That day 2 years ago was the first time in my life I ever panicked. It was all I could do to keep myself from screaming. All I could think about was keeping you from getting wrapped up in that mess.
Sis.
I asked Gant to help me cover up the truth. I thought I was doing it for your sake, but now I realize I was wrong. I changed after that day. I had to. It was the only way I could make it through the past 2 years. I knew how much I was hurting you by distancing myself. But I couldn't bring myself to tell you what I did. I was scared. Scared that you'd look at me with those eyes of yours. I was scared of how you'd react if you knew.
But sis, you were only doing it for me.
No,
Huh?
I turned my back on you that day. In hiding what I believed to be the truth, I was deceiving you.
Sis.
I'm such a fool. It took me all this time to realize it. Emma, I'm so sorry.
But sis, you don't have to apologize. I'm happy now.
You're happy.
Of course. You know, sis, I always knew that one day you'd come back. And now you have. And then you'll go away again to jail. But you might come back after that, depending on the sentence. And then I'll be happy again.
Aww.
No one can change the past. The only thing we can do is strive to make up for our mistakes. Why must we make up for our mistakes, you ask? Because in so doing, we can find the way back to our rightful path. And it is from there that we can move on toward a brighter future.
Aww.
At least that's what I felt, watching the two sisters make up.
Mr. Wright, Mr. Gumshoe,
Oh, me?
thank you both for all that you've done. I'm sure we'll meet again someday. Isn't that right, Edgeworth?
Edgeworth?
Stop hiding and come over here.
I imagine he's hiding behind the very small tree, which isn't concealing him at all.
Listen, I like to lurk, okay?
Where
You
was he
don't have to-
hiding?
You don't have to call me out for it. I just came to say, congratulations.
Thank you.
Thank you, Mr. Edgeworth.
Right. Well, I'll be going now.
Mr. Edgeworth, I hope you don't blame yourself for what happened. We were the ones who acted corruptly, not you.
It's too late for me. No matter what anyone may say, I realize today that I can't correct my mistakes.
Mr. Edgeworth.
Not only that, I don't even trust myself anymore. Chief Gant was right. Oh, you despise criminals, I can feel it. You and me, we're the same. One day you'll understand. Oh, believe me, you will. You're just one man. You'll see what it really takes to bring them down once you try to go it alone. I do despise criminals. I plan to dedicate my entire life to fighting them. But in order to fight crime on my own, I'd need a weapon. It's scary, but I've known that to be true for quite some time now.
But Edgeworth.
Who knows? Given enough time, I might have tried to pull something like Chief Gant did. That thought terrifies me. So I can't continue on as a prosecutor.
Edgeworth, don't you understand? Damon Gant and your mentor, Manfred von Karma, were both the best of the best when it came to fighting crime. But they both made the same mistake. You said in order to fight crime on my own, I'd need a weapon. That may be true, but think back to today's trial. You weren't alone. You were working together with Mr. Wright, and because of that partnership, you were able to present that evidence that otherwise would have gone undiscovered. Isn't that right, Mr. Wright?
Huh? What? Oh, yeah. What is this, a pop quiz? Come on, Mr. Wright. Show him what Lana's talking about. Evidence, huh? Something that neither Edgeworth nor I would have been able to find on our own. God, what was it? Was it the list?
I didn't get this at all my first time. It is indeed the list, because remember, they each had one half of it.
Yep.
So they literally had to put it together.
That's the picture I drew. Our counterattack began with this. You had one half of the evidence list, and I had the other. Apart, we wouldn't have been able to completely restore Emma's picture.
That didn't just happen by chance, Mr. Edgeworth.
We're done with the... it's time for me to go.
Mr. Edgeworth.
If you'll excuse me. There are still some loose ends that need wrapping up. Take care, Chief Prosecutor.
Edgeworth, what will you do now? Well, whatever you do, just remember, you can let what happened kill the prosecutor in you, or you can let it help you grow. In the end, it's up to you.
I know. Seems I owe you my thanks too, right? But what I face now is my problem.
Edgeworth, I'll be waiting for you in court.
Farewell.
I'd better be going too.
Okay, but I'll be by to visit you soon, in jail.
Seems we both have a lot to learn and a lot of catching up to do. Here, it's a little something for you.
Scientific investigation!
Oh, I thought it said Scientific investigation. Because your name is Emma Skye.
Haha, that's a good one.
We got through this entire Let's Play of this chapter without making that joke. It's the first book I ever bought. Study it well.
Thanks, sis, I will.
Wait, you mean the first book you ever bought? Like, you didn't buy, like, a children's book or anything, but, like, this is the first one you bought?
First one.
Okay.
So, another case came to a close. As for the sisters, I have faith. Faith that their lives have only just begun. And as for me, I think it's time I started on a new journey of my own.
Hey! Yeah! I can't do all the voices, that's too quick.
A journey to rediscover myself.
Well, don't go trekking off just yet, pal.
Huh? What is it, detective?
There's, just a little matter to be resolved about the chief prosecutor. You see, she isn't supposed to be out of jail like this.
But I thought you said it was okay.
Yeah, well, it may be okay with me, but the folks at the prison are a different story.
Huh?
Basically, I had to bribe a guard in order to sneak her out for 30 minutes. Believe me, it wasn't cheap either.
Huh? Way to go, detective. I didn't know you had a wild side.
Yeah, well, you see, Mr. Wright here's the one who'll be footing the bill.
Huh? Huh?
Why, you think I could afford it with my salary? You gotta be kidding me, pal.
Huh? Huh? Thank you, Mr. Wright. You're the best. Why is it I suddenly feel like I want to scream?
Hey, I got an idea. Why don't we all go pay it off together?
Yeah, that's a great idea. Come on, guys, let's go.
That was fun!
Yeah! So, I really do love this case. Like, don't get me wrong. I arranged for a friend of mine in Europe to take care of Emma. I hope she'll be pleased to study under a top coroner. As for me, this
I will be. I
affair's
love
been
dead
pretty much ended
bodies.
my days at the prosecutor's office. Still, I'll manage to find my way back to the field somehow. Then I'll be able to investigate crimes together with Emma.
Maybe you could, like, do some, and then I could investigate them.
Oh, that sounds like a perfect partnership. I think that'll work one time, though.
Yeah, it does go on a bit too long, but like I get it because
Oh, yikes. I thought I was gone for a moment there. In the end, though, they overlooked my unauthorized investigation at Chief's office. If we penalized you anymore, it'd be worse than firing you. Yep, that's what they said. Just goes to show, you can't shake me off that easily.
but you have to remember like this was like the new addition to the game for the DS release of it.
Yeah.
So like they had to make it worth the while. And I do think I like the mystery in this one, the way it unfolds and you're kind of like torn back and forth between thinking it's Gant, then thinking it's Emma, and then Gant, then Emma again. Then like the way they play that is really good.
Well, my new mission is to guard the main entrance and take care of Billy. Can you believe it? I've been demoted to security guard. My partner's keeping an eye on the entrance for me today. Ow, I'll show them though. Someday I'm gonna make detective. Yes, sir. Then I could be just like that Dick Gumshoe. He's a real dick.
I love how even though it's not Marshall's office anymore, it's still got the cacti and the cowboy wear.
They're bolted.
Yeah.
They're bolted to the floor.
Or it comes with the position.
maybe.
You're the guard. You gotta learn to be from Texas even if you're not.
Oh no, not the badger. Not the badger.
What if the badger spoke during the outro?
That-
I would scream. I would shit bricks.
I would be unhappy with that. Oh, it's done. Finally. Finally, the badger has been put to rest.
It's badgered its last badger.
So yeah, I think this is definitely one of the best woven mysteries in at least the original trilogy, the parts I've played. Oh hey, it's your turn.
What is it? Can't you see I'm having me a showdown with a steak lunch partner? Ms. Starr managed to sneak this into me. She's seeing one of the gods, it seems. Well, cowboy, looks like you did it. You even gave Bambina back her smile. You make sure Billy and the gang get their water?
Billy the cactus. And this is like the first game. Done. We're done now.
Yeah.
This is it.
Looks like we won't be seeing each other for a while. I don't know why I revved up like I was about to do a pun like on CSI. As a farewell gift, I put a new meal on the menu, the right way lunch. Top layer tastes as bitter as defeat. The bottom layer is as sweet as victory. Kids seem to dig the turnabout theme. It's a hot seller around exam time. Just make sure not to eat it backwards.
As far as I know, the rest of the core cast from this one don't show up again.
Gant's obviously in jail. I think Marshall and Starr were all made up for this case.
Oh, I get to do this too. Never forget what that young defense lawyer said after the trial. Let's see, what was his name again? Mr. Left? Anyway, he said he's been doing something or other for years. Well, anyway, it's another trial to get to, so I'd better be, Huh? Oh no! Forgot my gavel! Sorry, gotta go.
I feel like it's almost a little unfair because they have like so much hindsight for this case.
Yeah.
I don't think it hits the same kind of like story notes maybe as like case 140. I do think this is like the best mystery of the first game.
Nothing soothes the soul like fresh country air. Still, sometimes I do miss hearing you and your objection. Still, can't go back until I'm a full-fledged spirit medium. My afternoon training's about to begin. Coming. Well, I'll see you around, Nick.
We're not giving her that voice when she actually shows up. I had to make a gut call there. But yeah, we've never seen that background before, have we now?
We haven't.
No. Oh, shit. So there's probably going to be a pretty sizable gap in our uploads after this one for Patreon. The next case, it's not that the next case is going to be particularly long. Case 2-1 is a tutorial case, so it'll maybe an hour, but, you know, we just uploaded a 13-hour case.
In one go.
Miss Edgeworth. Oh, Miss Edgeworth, I brought you your tea. From the hotel across the street. What's going on? So, you know, take your time with this one. I'm saying at the end of it. Hopefully you took your time with this one. But next, and it won't be next time, the next episode, but the time after that. Oh.
Thanks for coming to see me off. I can't believe I'm going to Europe. Thank you, Mr. Wright. Thank you so much for everything. I'm a little sad, but I'll be alright. Whenever I want to see Lana, all I have to do is open this book.
She filled it with pictures of herself.
Oh, that's cute. Oh, Tiny Emma. Oh my god. Ah! Sorry, I like him. What a cutie. So I have no idea what role she takes in the game she shows up in other than knowing that she's out there. So.
Guess we'll find out when we get to them.
Yeah, eventually. Hopefully they get ported to modern systems because they're still only DS right now, which is like, ugh, not the best option. Anyway, thank you all for sitting through this. I had a wonderful time getting to do this.
Yeah.
And I hope you enjoyed your first full Ace Attorney game.
I did.
Yeah. What do you think?
It's cool.
Yeah.
I like them.
Well, get ready next time as we'll start next one, Trials and Tribulations. Justice for All. Trials and Tribulations is the third one. Justice for All, and we'll do the tutorial case, which is alright. It's fine, it's a tutorial case, but it's alright. I'm not really selling people on it, alright?
I wasn't gonna say anything, but
case 2-1, it'll knock your socks off. It'll do your taxes for you. It'll make you go, wow, that was incredible.
Smash that like, comment and subscribe.